who took the first one. And Naledi Masego of Mopane returned the favor. I like what I'm saying. And the other keeper is like, not on my watch. The other one is saying, not on my watch.
I'm also really impressed with both of the wing defenses so far in the game. They've really stepped up. Both of the wing attacks, you know, they do get ball, yes, but the defense from the wing defenses have been really, really good.
And I know that we normally overlook the work that the wing defense do, you know. And if it wasn't for the wing defenses and the center and the goal defense, those flyers that have been intercepted by the keepers in the pocket would not be possible if it wasn't for the pressure being applied by the wing defense. So yeah, we sometimes overlook them, but we do see you. Wing defense of Mopane, we do see you. Lishokonolo Ntombeng, and the wing defense of Free State, we also see you. And that is by Lisa Tibeli.
But as a shooter, you also have to pick up your goalkeeper to prevent those flies from happening. And that is something that these players still has to learn to actually utilize that a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want your keeper to be free. You want to actually deny them from going to the space where your attackers are attacking on, you know, or where the crossboard is going to go to. So yes, and that's how we end things off in the second quarter of this clash between Mopane and the Lynx. In the first quarter, it was the Lynx who were leading Mopane by 3 goals. But now the tables have turned. It is the Mopane who now leading the Lynx by 3 goals. So that means that Mopane won this second quarter, and they scored 13, and the Lynx only scored 7. So it was a strong quarter by the Lynx. So, but we still have 24 more minutes to play this game. So don't go away. Please do join us as we witness this clash between Mopane and the Lynx.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
2017 is where we left things off in this halftime battle between the Lynx and Mopane. It was the Mopane who took charge in that second quarter, really putting their foot in the accelerator in that second quarter. But the Lynx did lead in the first quarter 10-7. But whatever the coach said from Mopane, whatever she said in that second quarter really worked for them, as we saw them winning that quarter 13-7 from the Lynx. So we still have 2 more quarters to go in this encounter. Anything can happen, and as we know that the third quarter is the most important quarter in netball, and we call that a championship quarter. So we'll see what the Lynx, if they will respond. Maybe we'll see them taking the lead again. And as the ladies are about to take court,
Nontle, it's quite interesting. One of the most matches of yesterday, all the teams, had a fiery start and they were leading by, at least 10 or more goals in the first quarter already. This is one of the first games where it's really been toe-to-toe since the start of the match.
It has been toe-to-toe. Let's see if the Lynx will respond and maybe, come back charged up and win the third quarter. Good pressure. Oh, beautiful pressure there by Mopane, wing attack. And she was within the distance, and I think if she really went for that loose ball, she would have gotten it, but she thought she was too close. A good start there by the goal attack. Goal shooter of the Lynx. Look at how the Mopane are building up. They're playing these short balls, with the exception of that one, because there was no one coming for the ball. The drives are beautiful. They're taking their time. Look at that. And, they build it up until the end. And I think that is the secret. I think that is the advantage. And that's how they won that second quarter.
They almost look as if they've got all the time in the world to get the ball to the shooters, but that is essentially what you do have. You have 3 seconds to pass, yes, but those 3 seconds are longer than you think.
Oh, what a beautiful defense, collective defense from Mopane. They all went into that midcourt and crowded it, and there was absolutely no space for the Lynx to put their ball. Good defense there from wing defense, and the center of Mopane gets a deflection. It's all intercepts and deflections around. Everyone is agile. These kids are hungry. Everyone wants the team to win. Good 3 feet. Oh, obstruction called against the wing attack of Mopane. Yeah, that center is amazing. That center of Mopane is amazing. And
yeah,
that is Shipalana.
She really impressed me yesterday, as we mentioned before. She's phenomenal on attack and she's phenomenal on defense. And that's exactly what you want from a center. Your center shouldn't just attack and shouldn't just defend. She should be able to do both of them and do both of them well.
Yeah, a couple of, just one change coming from Free State. We see the inclusion of Nadine Lewis on wing defense. So that means that Upalisa will sit this one out. And for Mopane, we see just a change between Naledi Maseka and Vunene. Goalkeeper will move to goal defense. Goal defense would then take goalkeeper. So it's just a shift between the two. And no new included players from the bench for Mopane.
And that's a change they made yesterday as well. And it worked just as well as the other way around.
That's what you want. You want to do something different against those, the goal attack and goal shooter of the legs, because they're so accurate. If you leave them and you're not putting pressure or your hands up, they can see that pole so clearly, and they can shoot those balls comfortably. So put pressure on them and keep changing your hands. Jump, do whatever, do different things.
Oh, beautiful movement there by the goal shooter for Mopane. That was a great move. She played herself in and out. And that is exactly what you want. Carla has been doing that since the start of the game, and there's been no answer from the Free State.
A replay called against the goal shooter of Mopane. The goal shooter. There was no one coming forward for that ball, and that's why the wing defense of the Lynx was called for stepping.
And that's unfortunate, because that's more of a Hail Mary pass than anything.
Both players went offside, but it was contact called first against Miller, the center of the Lynx. Beautiful. That's what you want. You don't want to take those long shots if you have a plan. If you can just pop it over to the goal shooter.
Especially if you've got a tight score like this one, you know, anything can still happen. There's more than enough time left, so you have to play it safe.
That goal attack must never be unmarked because she's dangerous when she's left alone. So 24-20 is the score in this third quarter. It is still Mopane who are leading the Lynx by 4 goals in this quarter. Oh, what a good play there from the goal attack of Mopane. You don't often see dodges, players doing their dodge, you know, and it's good now that we see them being creative in that shooting circle. We've seen the rolls, we've seen the drives, the baseline drives, but dodging, it's something that, you know, we miss. And also faking. You know, I would like to see these goals actually fake, you know, especially before they feed. If it's necessary, though, but if it's not, you don't have to fake.
Imagine faking into air for nothing and no one. But I agree with you, Nontle. I mean, a dodge is so powerful, and it's something the girls and the players don't use as often as they used to. The drives are more important. I think the preparation on the dodge comes beforehand as well.
Good give and go there between center and goal attack of Free State. Danelle and Miller. Wing attack of Mopane, always available, and the same script all the time. Always offloads at that edge of the circle. Offloads a comfortable ball there to the goal shooter, Carla Leroux.
That was a great pass. A quick 1-2-3 into the circle.
That was a good steal, good rebound there from the goalkeeper, Naledi Maseko of Mopane.
And she's not the tallest of goalkeepers that
No,
we've
she's
seen.
not.
But
And
she's got elevation for life.
that's what you want. You want people to underestimate you. Like, oh, she's
Yes.
short, you can put that ball. And they will have the shock of their lives when they see you snatching that intercept. Wing attack completely unmarked, or the wing defense was out of play. Again, the main feeder, Charmaine, is the wing attack. So what does the wing defense need to do in this case?
I really want the wing defense for Lynx to actually step up into that position to pick up the wing attack. You know, she hits the circle edge too easily, and she's the only passer into the circle at the moment. But there's nothing being done about it.
Yeah, there's nothing been done about the main feeders. Wing attack center for Mopane. And the goal shooter will keep on sinking those balls, Carla Leroux. Another turnover for Mopane. I think the Lynx are really starting to make those silly mistakes, and it's costing them. Good patience. Look at that center, completely unmarked. And by the time, I think, if the center wing defense of the Lynx are starting to put pressure at the edge of the circle, it's too late. Because once those players land at the edge of the circle, one, you can't have your 3 feet in front of them. You know, so you're already at a disadvantage. So why not try to deny them space, deny them from landing at the edge of the circle, deny them from having all that, you know, the full view, and being able to offload so comfortably. So I would like them, the Lynx, to actually push the wing attack center away from the shooting circle, so that they can force them to pass a long diagonal balls, just to give them an opportunity to get an intercept.
What is your main aim as a wing defense and defensive center? Is to prevent the center and the wing attack from hitting circle edge. And I mean, the Mopane wing attack and center, they feed perfectly to their shooters every single time. The communication in those circles are amazing. So you have to prevent that from actually happening.
Another pickup there by the goalkeeper of Mopane. Good drives by the goal attack to wing attack. Stepping there. I think she landed before she got that ball. You know, we
Yes.
always say that you don't land until that ball is in your hands.
Because then you kind of stretch into the ball, but run into it, underneath it, until you have it.
Oh, that was almost a beautiful intercept there by the goal defense. Uvunene Mabuza. She saw it, but the wing defense was already on her way, so it would have been a clash between the two sides.
But they get the throw in because it last touched the wing attack of the Lynx team. So that was great effort there, but just couldn't clean it up there at the end.
Offside called against the Lynx center. Possession for Mopane. I think they're in control. I mean, you can see even the body language, the way they pass, the way they play. They take their time. Their ball position. They also ball placement, especially in that shooting circle. Once that ball hits the goal attack, goal shooter, it's game over.
And you know, they're doing the basics right. They're playing the short pass. They're not trying to force the long ball. And their defensive unit, again, just like yesterday, is working together in unison.
You know why? I've picked up also why the wing attack is always alone. Because the wing defense at the Lynx, majority of the time, she's been called for contact in the mid-court, in the center third. So that's why we see wing attack, Takalani Rakumba, always completely unmarked and landing at the edge of the circle. So what I would do if I was a wing defense of the Lynx, Nadine Lewis, don't put pressure, don't try to go man-to-man and defend in that mid-court. You know, what she needs to do is to deny the wing attack space. So if she's already committing herself to getting intercept in that mid-court, she's excluding herself. She's making her job very hard, and also of the defenders, the keeper, and the goal defense.
And like we said yesterday, your second phase is so much more important than the first ball of the center pass. So maybe rather defend that second phase ball. We all saw that.
I couldn't control myself. That was a huge stepping.
We've all been there, Nontle.
Yeah.
We've all ran with the ball and then realized, we're not playing basketball at the moment.
Will she take it? I think it's a contact penalty. And she misses that. But it is still Mopane who is leading by 11 goals, 33-22 in this third quarter. And I think this is the decider. I mean, we always say the third quarter is a championship quarter, it's the most important quarter. Once you start leading by 11 goals, it's going to be very difficult for another team to actually play catch up in 12 minutes. So it is a very strong finish there in the third quarter from Mopane, and I think it was the defenders are doing well, the feeders are taking their time, and most of all, the shooters are really converting all those crucial balls in that shooting circle. We still have 12 more minutes of this game. Please don't go away here at the Telkom Netball Championships.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Who's ready for another chunk of Champions League? Absolutely stunning. That is utterly astounding.
Who's put Liverpool in front?
Spurs the level. One last chance. Went for it. Oh, cometh the hour. Cometh the night. Kings of Europe again. What a start to City. Go. Everything he touches at the moment is golden.
UEFA Champions League winners. 2021.
This is what we live for. Choose unbeatable football. Choose the UEFA Champions League on SuperSport on DSTV.
30 seconds.
Who's ready for another chunk of Champions League?
3:22 is where we left things off in the third quarter in favor of Mopane as we start the fourth quarter of this encounter. Good deflection there by the goal defense of Mopane. You know what I enjoy about Mopane is the way they're bringing that ball down. You know, they're taking their time and their offloads, their ball possession. I think that is key, and I think that's the difference between these two sides.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they started a bit slower in the beginning of the game in the first quarter, but they've just accelerated since quarter two all the way through, and they've been very clinical in their passes. I think their basic error rate is really low.
Yeah, they are really low, especially in that third quarter, and I think that was the strongest for the Mopane team. As we see the Lynx on attack, also playing on that right-hand side of the court. Oh! What a beautiful take. One-hand intercept from the goalkeeper of Mopane. This girl didn't have a good start, but my goodness, what a
She's
strong
come
finish.
back. Yo. And again, you know, that elevation that we spoke about, but she's very aware of what's going on. She doesn't stand still. She keeps watching both the goal shooter and the goal attack. Well done to her for having that spatial awareness.
Yeah, I think that combination of for Mopane, the goalkeeper, goal defense, Vunene and Mabuza. Vunene Mabuza and Maseko Naledi is really working well. I mean, I like the goal defense coming down to assist and attack. And also the wing defense is there. And what I like about them, they're not all crowding when attacking the defensive side of Mopane. The wing defense is attacking high, the other one is pulling back. If the goal defense is going high, the wing defense is pulling back. So it's good communication from the side.
You know, that's also their timing. Their timing is immaculate. You know, it's not like as you said, they're not crowding. So you know, the one knows when they have to go to clear for the other player. So their timing is really, really good.
Pick up there for the Lynx. Good. What is this fake? I can't even get the words out of my mouth. That's how exciting that movement was. That's exactly what we want to see. You want to fake those defenders away. And then what a brilliant pass there. But unfortunately, they couldn't secure that. It was a good play altogether by the Lynx. They just need to finish off very strong.
You can hear the center of Mopane telling her players, please come to the line, we need you to assist, because they want to play it back sometimes, and that's a very clever diversion if there's no one available in the front.
That's the beauty of having a tall shooter. She will pick up all the rebounds. Goal shooter is waiting for that high ball. I don't think it's a good idea because of the height. Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to block the defenders behind so that you force them to contact you. Oh, that's a tricky pass. That was a tricky, lucky pass. I don't think they're going to repeat that. Contact call against the goal attack of the Lynx. Mopane on attack again. It's a throw-in for Mopane.
Yeah, the ball has gone wayward. With the wind, it has been taken by the wind.
Yeah, and these games are really, really good for these goals. I mean, I'm sure their friends who are not playing sport will start playing sport or attending those netball matches at home so that they can see themselves here. Good. That was a good thinking there from the goal defense of the Lynx.
She kind of blocked the goal attack from being able to get that rebound, but also she let it go because she saw it was going to go outside anyway.
Yeah, that's intelligence right there. The Lynx on attack. A stepping error called against the wing attack. Lissa.
Ooh, yeah, that's that forcing the play to be down the line, and she caught that ball right outside the court.
I don't think she saw herself though. She was next to the line. I mean, she landed there comfortably.
That was a great feed.
Yeah. Again, those two defensive duo there of Mopane, Naledi Masek and Vunene Mabuza. Still going strong.
I like the fact that the goal shooter of Mupani, Carla, she's not afraid to actually defend after they've lost the ball. And that's something we don't see quite often, is a shooter that's actually defending with her team.
Beautiful offload to the goal shooter. And you know what, I won't be surprised if the goal attack, goal shooter of the Lynx have been playing together for a long time because they know each other very well. I mean, Richa and Victor, they're in that shooting circle for the Lynx. They know each other very well. They complement each other. Even though they're not the tallest shooters, but they're still accurate. They're still working well. Not a chance.
There's some kind of trust there that you can't just make from playing provincial teams together.
So what happened there was that the goal shooter took a throw-in and the goalkeeper was still off court. So you cannot take a throw-in if there's a player who's supposed to be on court and if they're still off court. So you need to wait for them to get on court for you to take the throw-in. So it was a good decision from the umpire.
I might have once or twice taken my time to get back onto court to utilize that call. But you have to be very clever about it.
Yeah, you can get a caution if they see that you try to delay play.
Yeah.
So you really need to be clever about it. Beautiful play there by Mopane.
It's as if the center and the wing defense for Lynx have come alive on the edge of the circle. They're defending a bit more, you know, they're putting an arm in here and they just to confuse the space for the attack.
38-23 is where we are in this last quarter between Mopane and the Lynx. Mopane in charge of this encounter. Oh, that was a good attempt there by the goal defense. But goalkeeper called for contact.
Something that I've noticed is Danielle Victor, the goal attack for Lynx, she's also really strong in the air. She's had a lot of hits in the air, but she's taken them quite well.
No, she's really good in the air. Beautiful elevation for both of them. And I think, I mean, against those defenders also, you don't want to risk it and play those long, high passes. A lady who's really been accurate for the Mopane side, keeps sinking those balls in, and that is the goal shooter, Carla Leroux.
Have you noticed how the goal attack for Mopane, she sets up to goal, but every single time she pops over to her goal shooter?
All the time. She does it all the time. I don't remember. Maybe she took about 2 shots. But majority of the time when she gets the ball, she always offloads to Leroux and that shooting just under the pole. Beautiful defense there by the Lynx. Now that is a brilliant intercept. I mean, she turned her body, she turned her head, and she went for that brilliant intercept.
That was a great take. I'm just so sad that they couldn't finish it off.
And the fall also was hard. I'm surprised that she's up.
Yeah, we would have stayed lying down, eh?
And not at that age, I would have, you know, you don't want to disappoint your team. I know the feeling, but sometimes you need to look after yourself first. Yes, goalkeeper Bunene takes a brilliant intercept.
And she used the outside arm beautifully. She didn't make any contact. And that was just a wonderful take from her.
Another opportunity. And you know what the disadvantage for the Lynx is the height on that side, because even when Leroux misses those shots, it's the chances for the two defenders to get the rebounds are very low, you know, because of their height disadvantage in that shooting circle. So maybe they must push Leroux away from the shooting circle, I mean from the pole, you know, force her to take those long shots from far, so that even when she misses, then the defenders are the one who get a better option or chance of getting the rebounds.
Yeah, I mean, she's not comfortable outside of mid-range, so push her into that range and force her to take the longer shots, and then you put yourself in a better position to actually get that rebound.
Again, the same thing. I would really push her away from that zone 1 because she's comfortable there and that's her strength. Maybe push her to zone 2 or 3. As you can see now, she's trying to, you know, she's moving her feet, but she's still in zone 1. So yeah, it's quite difficult. It's going to be quite difficult for those two short defenders in the circle to get any intercepts if she's still getting those balls in that zone. Last minute and a half in this last quarter. I think Mopane has done enough in this game. But the Lynx are still also, you know, getting more goals.
You know, it's quite interesting. Mopane haven't made any changes to their lineup except for switching around their goal defense and their goalkeeper. And as I say, that the goalkeeper for the Free State takes a beautiful intercept.
You know what's the difference? The difference is she was not tight on Leroux. She was hanging, and she created that illusion that she's not there. And then because she's quick and she's also tiny and you know, quite light, it was faster for her to actually go for that intercept. So she must use that strategy all the time when she plays against shooters who stand and who are accurate and tall.
She's agile enough to get back into the circle if she had to miss that ball. So I want to see her, you know, take those flies a bit more. She's got the ability for it.
10 seconds to go in this encounter. As I said, 10 seconds, and that's how it's the end of the game between the two sides. It is Mopane who are taking this game 43-27. A comfortable lead there on that second quarter, and I think it is well deserved by the Mopane team. They they started well the first 5 minutes, but I think the Lynx really changed things in that second half of the first quarter. But Mopane came back guns blazing in the second quarter. I don't know what the coach said, but we saw the change, the way they played their game. They changed their strategy, they changed their game plan. They started playing short passes comfortably and landing at the edge of the circle. We saw the wing attack center working themselves and landing at that edge of the circle, Utagalane and also Usipalana. And you know what? And feeding Leroux comfortably. And it was also in that third and fourth quarter where we saw the duo, the defensive duo of Mopane, Vunene Mabuza and Naledi Maseka, really firing things off, making things hard for the attacking duo, the shooting duo, Richa and Danielle Victor in that shooting circle, who were really instrumental for their team. That I think they really tried. I mean, they're two short shooters, but the level of accuracy, you know, they really carried their team. And I think it was a good effort from both sides. But Mopane, I think by far they were dominating, especially in that second quarter up until that last quarter.
Definitely 100% agree with you. We are going down to Andy now. She is going to interview two of the players from the match that we just witnessed. Well done to both teams. They had a phenomenal start to the day.
All general managers of school teams, please meet with Angie now, next to Miranda's office. All general general managers of school teams.
Well, a great game and exhibition between two sides that came into this game undefeated so far in the under-17 division, but it is the side from the Free State, the Lynx, that will suffer their first defeat at the hands of Mopani of Limpopo. I am joined by Danelle Victor, goal attack from the Lynx side, as we chat through the game that we've seen. Danelle, it must be a hard done by, because at the end of that first quarter you were leading, but it did seem like things started falling apart. Where would you say things went wrong for you?
I think it was mostly at our passes. We forgot our basics, so I think we just kind of got intimidated because Limpopo is a very strong team, but I think we did great to keep our heads up. But yeah, unfortunately one team must lose, and yeah, Limpopo was the better team today.
And looking at your side and some of the positives that you can draw from this game, there were some moments of brilliance. So where would you say you need to focus going forward?
I think we should focus on our coming out, our driving towards the ball, and our basics, just keeping our heads in the game, keeping our focus, and yeah, just think that.
Well, you're a goal attack. We know goal attacks to be going forward, attacking, shooting, but you're also quite strong defensively, and you do drop back to help defensively with the team. Is that what the coach's instructions would be for your role in the team?
Yes, I think everyone should play their part in defence to build the pressure on the other team. So I think each player has to have defensive as well as attacking sides on their team.
Hard luck, Danelle. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Good day.
That is Danelle Victor of the side of the Free State Lynx. Of course, not getting the victory on this occasion, but quite some positives that they can draw from this result, despite having been on the losing side. As I am going to be joined now by Dedea Shipalana of the winning side, Mopani from Limpopo. Dedea, thank you very much for your time. Give me a summation of how your team performed. You always look like you're enjoying yourselves on court. What do you think the secret is so far?
Our team played very good, and I feel like we keep on playing very good because we want to win and we want to work as a team, and we always motivate each other. So if someone makes a mistake, we have to push each other. So you can't bring your teammate down. If they make a mistake, we all make mistakes. So yeah.
Now, I was chatting to Vunene yesterday, and she was saying it almost feels like everyone in the team knows exactly what job they have to do, and that makes it so much easier when you step out on court.
Yes, that is true. Every time before a game, we set goals for the game that we're about to play. So that's how we know that, okay, this is what we're going to do. You have to push, you have to work hard at this and that.
Well, 3 victories out of 3 games. How do you make sure that you stay grounded and you don't get carried away as you proceed?
We humble ourselves, because anything can happen if you put yourself too high and then you play with a team that is way better than you, and then you're going to lose confidence. So we have to stay calm all the time, no matter how much we win.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That is Dedea Shipilana, of course, of the side of Mopani. So Mopani then, 3 victories out of the 3 games that they've played so far. Certainly one of the teams to watch in that under-17 division. So that's how we wrap things up then for that first game of the day. Do stay with us. There's still more action to come from the Telkom Netball Champs.
We welcome you back here at the Waterkloof Hoërskool, and it is the Telkom Netball Championships, Day 2. And as we're about to witness Game 2 of the day, it is Lijole Putswa, the under-19 against Unkangala. And as we see the starting lineup of Lijole Putswa, goal shooter Megan Nail, Chanel Swart on that goal attack position. The ladies who will be responsible on feeding the circle will be Ndombi Zodwa, Chai Boss, and Lerato Nzala on center, Shante Walker on wing defense, and the two defenders will be Newo Fantonder and Nozipo Mkhalisa. And for Nkangala under 19, goal shooter is Fariz Anal, and goal attack Nomdeni Kambule, wing attack Mahlangu Letabo and Oliphant Jamie Lee on center, Pretoria's Kayla, and goal defense goalkeeper is Matapelo and Lerato. So that's how we will start in this Game 2 of Day 2 of the Telkom Netball Championships. And if you want to get in touch with us, you can go at Netball SA on Facebook and on Twitter. And also you can see on Instagram. And also you can download DSTV Now app. And you can stream and watch these games live. As we wait for these two sides to get underway, I'm rejoined by my co-commentator, Charmaine Bart. Charmaine, we saw the first encounter between the Lynx and Mopane, and we saw how Mopane started really slow start, but it was a strong finish. Like I always say, it's not how you start that's important, it's how you finish, you know. And we are about to witness a clash between Lijole Putswa and Unkangala under 19, and these are the girls who have been playing for the long time. I'm sure some of them have been playing for 2 years or 3 years together. We are going to be spoiled with the intensity and the action between these two sides. What can we expect between the Lijole Putswa and Unkangala?
I'm really excited to see the communication coming through from both of the teams. And as you said, they've been playing together for quite a while, most probably 2 to 3 years. So a lot of the skills and more availability is going to come through in this match, and I'm really excited to see this taking place. We've already started really strong here in the first center pass of the match. Unfortunately, a 3-second ball, it was held, but it is definitely something they can fix. Nontle, how do you talk to your team after they actually made a 3-second error? They held the ball too long. Is that about attacking timing?
You know what, if it's a beginning of the game, you just say, you know what, let's take it easy, probably nerves, it's still too early, we're in within 2 minutes of the game, so I wouldn't stress anything about it. It's just how we progress that matters. So take it easy, let's play our lines, let's stick to our game plan, and we should be fine. You should be stressing, especially in the first 5 minutes of the game. You're just still trying to suss each other out of what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses. So don't put too much stress on them, or too much emphasis on the 3 seconds or stepping or whatever. Just allow them to actually settle down, and then we can take it from there. And it is the wing attack of Nkangala. Now, Lejueleputswa is the team playing in purple dresses. And Nkangala is the team playing in blue bibs. And now on attack, it is Lejueleputswa. The goal shooter, Megan Nell.
You can already see the communication coming through for the, the older sides. They've definitely been playing together for quite a while, but they're still sussing each other out. They're still feeling it out, seeing what the umpires' calls are going to be like. And I think this is bound to be a very interesting match.
That was a good hustle there by wing defense, but she's called for contact. It's a good start for Lejueleputswa. I think I like the way that the center wing attack are positioning themselves at the edge of the circle just to find Nell in the circle comfortably. Another deflection there by the wing defense, Shante Walker. It is a throw-in for Nkangala. Oh, that is so devastating. Was foot on the line for Nkangala. And now Lejueleputswa on attack. As you can see, the lines, they're playing so well. They're so clinical on attack, and there's no one actually blocking them or denying them space.
Yeah, there's no one filling each other's spaces up. They clear really well for one another. So the court's always balanced. And that is something you would expect from the under-19 sides.
Lejueleputswa leading. Oh, they're tight and they're shooting very well. Their center are very, agile and feeding well. Their defenders, that wing defense for me, she is on her toes all the time, giving that wing attack a hard time. As we see another intercept there by the goalkeeper. And she steps off court.
That was better movement from the goal shooter. The goalkeeper is very awake. She's busy. She wants to run around. And sometimes as a goal shooter, you have to be the one that takes control and just wait a bit longer and not let a keeper that moves around the whole time confuse your space.
We see Nkangala registering their first goal in this quarter. It took them 4 minutes to actually get the first goal. So I must give it to Lejueleputswa. They're really playing well. They're denying their defenders and their attackers an opportunity to find their shooters. So good start from Lejueleputswa. Look at that offload there to Megan Nell. Brilliant. What a play. What a start from Lejueleputswa.
I love the timing of the feeds as well. It's not too early. It's not too late. It's literally perfect. And again, it's the communication.
Another missed opportunity there by Nkangala. It is a tough day. The offense, beautiful center. Olifant Jamie Lee. What a beautiful intercept for Nkangala. But now this is the thing. They do get opportunities. Maybe it's a third opportunity, but they're not utilizing them. You can see from their shoulders that they're tense. I understand that the game is the intensity is too high. But remember, if you get an opportunity, you want to utilize it like that. And that's exactly what we're looking for. And Fourie sings the second one for Nkangala.
And I sometimes wonder, at under 19 level, should they be used to this type of intensity. I mean, there's a lot of noise around the court. You can hear the teams talking, you know, there's a lot of communication happening on court itself. But shouldn't that not affect these players at their age?
Yeah, the girls really hungry, you can see.
Oh, she hit that edge beautifully, the wing attack over there. That was wonderful.
The lady who never missed, she doesn't miss that Megan Nell under that pole. 8-2 is the score. Lijole Putwa leading by 6 goals. Everyone, all hands on deck. That's exactly what the keeper and the goal defense of Lijole Putwa are setting up. Uno Zipom Kalisa and Newo van Donder. They really cover that tummy well and force those long passes, and that's exactly what they want, because they can go for them. They're agile and they're quick on their feet, and also what I like about them, the elevation, you know, and everyone, if you can look also, the wing defense is putting pressure on the pass, so there's no chance for a straight pass to the shooter or the goal attack of Unkangala.
And that's the team defense we always speak about. You have to defend from start to finish. And also, I don't understand why the goal attack and goal shooter go hide behind the defense. You're not going to get an overball between those two elevation, or the elevation between the goalkeeper and the goal defense. You're not going to get an overpass.
But what I would like to see from Lerato Baloyi, the goalkeeper of Unkangala, is to start covering the tummy, because currently she's settling behind Megan Nell, and there's no chance. I mean, there's no chance you can get an intercept behind a tall shooter.
That was a better movement, you know. She took the goalkeeper away and she came into the space, so that was much better. But you can't wait behind with those defenders.
Fari bags the 4th ball for Unkangala. You know, what I like about Lijole Putwa is that when the defender or someone has the ball, they don't wait to attack. Everyone has already made 2 movements already. You know, they're ready to attack, and there's always 2 leads for the passer. So it's quite a strong attacking side from Lijole Putwa. It's quite a strong defensive side. So I think it's a well-balanced team.
They prepare their movements really well. And that's what you expect from an attacking side. You don't want to wait for them to actually prepare their movements. It has to be timed perfectly.
You know what? The goal defense is always alone of Lijole Putwa. That was a good attempt there by the goalkeeper of Unkangala, Baloyi Lerato. The wing defense went offside.
The goalkeeper of Unkangala, her tummy is closed. She's not looking at the ball. She can't see the player or the ball. So she has to get her head up, and that's why those balls keep coming into the shooter.
Yeah, I saw that she was turning a back on the ball. And that's not a brilliant move, because you want to see both the ball and your player. So you always need to position yourself well so that you are not blindsided by one. Much better play by Unkangala. Good drive, baseline drive by the goal attack. And good rebound by the goal shooter, Fari.
I'm wondering if there's too much movement in their circle. Both the goal shooter and the goal attack are running around. Kudos to the defense for actually forcing that movement. But that's what's tiring them out in the circle.
The wing attack, Lijole Putwa, Untombizodwa, just gave the ball away to the keeper. And the keeper's like, thank you very much. You have hands before distance. But the distance was fine, but it's just that the hands were up before she could actually get into the right distance. Oh, what a good hustle, and she went off court. And you know what these players tend to forget? You can use the ball to balance. You know, the ball is never offside. So if you are wing defense and you're not allowed in the next third, use the ball to balance.
I also noticed, I mean, the wing defense took the ball, but she hit the ball first. She tipped it instead of just catching it with both hands. And I had a coach in primary school. She had this amazing Afrikaans saying, "As jy hom kan klap, kan jy hom vang."
If you can hit it, you can catch it.
Yes. Yes, Nontle.
I think Megan Nell stepped off court there. Another opportunity for Unkangala. You see how Lijeleputu are crowding that midcourt, you know, forcing Unkangala to play those long cross passes. What a beautiful, great, strong start by Lijeleputu. I mean, they're currently sitting on 13 goals, and Unkangala currently sitting on 5 goals. So it is a very tough day at the office for Unkangala. Very, you know, slow and roughy start. And we won't be surprised if we see changes coming from Unkangala, because I think mostly the changes must come into the midcourt. You know, they really need to feed that shooting circle very well. And also you mentioned that the two shooters are moving too much, and maybe the coach will be looking at maybe putting a shooter that can stand and having a goal attack that can sweep. But you know what, we still have 3 more quarters to go in this encounter. Please stay tuned with us as we bring you more action.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Welcome back to the Telkom Netball Championships. We are live at your DSTV Now app. And it is Lijeleputu under 19 up against the Unkangala. And it is Lijeleputu who are leading Unkangala 14 goals to 5. I mean, Charmaine, do you think, what is that one thing you think Unkangala needs to do to improve their game? Because we can see that the defenders are really hustling, they're getting the balls into the shooters, and sometimes they lose that ball in the midcourt. What is that one thing that you think they really need to change?
The wing attack in the center at the moment are feeding far from the edge, and those balls that you feed far from the edge, it's risky. And just as that center pass was taken, I mean, the ball went out at the back. So they have to start hitting the edge, not allowing the defense to get into the heads, because I think that's what's happening at the moment. So to just break away from that, prepare your movement like the other team are doing, and then just set yourself up to get to that edge.
I think there was brilliant, clever play there by the goal shooter of Lejwele Putswa, Megan Nell.
She's been really impressive.
Yeah, she moved it there at the top of the circle. And what the mistake that Ubaloyi Lerato did was to follow her. And that allowed Megan to have all the entire circle open for her. So it was very easy for the feeders to find her. Opportunities for Unkangala. No, it doesn't sink. Lejwele Putswa on attack again. Good rebound, and you see the wing goal defense completely unmarked, goal attack completely unmarked. They're dominating that midcourt, and I think that is where that defense needs to start, because now you can't start closer to the shooting circle.
I definitely agree with you, and I mean, if they move out of the defensive area so quickly, you have to start picking up on that, because they've been doing it since the start of the match. You know, it's been a quarter already, and you can't expect the attackers to move that freely throughout the whole game. They're all on a man-on-man defense, and you know, it's really been effective for the team. And I wonder, how do you think the girls from Nkangala can actually break that man-on-man defense?
Beautiful offload to Megan Nell. And you know why? The reason why that ball is so accurate to Megan Nell is because there's no pressure on the passer. So there really need to be a pressure applied on the feeders for the goalkeeper Ubaloyi Lerato to stand a chance on that intercept. Because currently now it's perfectly placed.
And look what happens when the goal attack actually does defend the goal defense. You know, she got that intercept, and I just want to see some more of that fighting spirit from the team.
As we wait for the ball, 18-5, Lejwele Putswa running away with this game. I think it's a very tough day at the office for Nkangala. They're really struggling to take that ball down. As you can see them crowding in that midcourt. They're all bunching in the same spot.
Great defensive effort. I mean, they're all pressing them forward and into that one space. You couldn't have asked for better from a defensive duo.
And we see a change there coming from Nkangala. Leanne will take the goal shooter from Fourie, and Fourie will move from goal shooter to goal attack. So that means that there's no place for Unkambule Nomdeni, the goal attack of Nkangala. And I mean, you did mention that there was a lot of movement in that shooting circle of Nkangala, and I think now with the inclusion of the new goal shooter, Leanne, and that is standing. I mean, do you think that is, you know, it's much better, as you think that the shooters, the feeders are finding them well, or it's more cleaner in that shooting circle in the second quarter?
It definitely is. I mean, she took the ball right now. You know, Leanne got that ball right underneath the post, but it's the first time that they fed to her. She's been available multiple times, but they're not utilizing the holding shooter at the moment.
27, 13 goal lead by Lejwele Putswa in the second quarter. And look how they press the goal defense, wing defense of Leputswa. You know, they're completely denying Ngangala an opportunity to land at the edge of the circle. And that is the difference between the two sides. The wing defense, center, goal defense really putting pressure, because those are the balls that they're looking for. They're setting up for those diagonal high balls in the shooting circle. As we see, the goalkeeper, Leputswa, Nozipho Mkhalisa, and I think the duo of Nozipho and Unewo is really been amazing. But another Ubaloy Lerato, the goalkeeper of Unkangala, retains the favor. It's now turning into the battle of the goalkeepers. We see again Unozipho picks up another intercept. Let's see if Ubaloy Lerato is going to respond.
And she almost does.
This is amazing play by both sides, really putting that effort, putting pressure on those shooters. So we've seen in the past few balls, I think 45 seconds of this encounter, it's been a battle of the two goalkeepers, Lerato Baloy for Unkangala and Nozipho Mkhalisa for Leputswa.
The only thing I think that stopped the goalkeeper from Kangala to actually get that intercept, the last one, there was no pressure beforehand. Absolutely none. The girls just ran through all the way. The wing defense wasn't near the wing attack. And as you said earlier, that's what's causing the problems in the defensive side for this team.
Yeah, Leputswa keeps sinking those balls in. And Unkangala, they're also, you know, keeping that clock ticking, but it's you know, it's too slow. And also, you can see the goal attack, goal shooter, they're all stuck in the same position. You don't want the shooter goal attack to be in the same position, because it's so easy for the defenders to get an intercept.
And what's interesting now is you've got a goal shooter that moved to goal attack, so she's used to standing and holding, and now you've got a standing and holding shooter, and now both of them are doing exactly that.
Lerato gets a caution, intimidation. You're not supposed to intimidate the other player. I mean, you know, we tend to do that, especially when you're stretching. You're not going for the ball, but you're going for the eyes, and that is called intimidation, and you can get caution and a warning for that. Brilliant replay, rebound there from Nell. Good attack from center of Unkangala, center wing attack. Pretoria's Kayla on Oliphant Jamie Lee. Let's see if the goal shooter will sink this one. No, she doesn't. Nozipho Mkhalisa will deny them yet another opportunity. Look at that ball speed. Look at that brilliant work. Good ball placement, good ball speed from Leputswa. They were completely unmarked by Unkangala. I mean, these girls are playing. What a magnificent netball to watch.
It's beautiful. I mean, the court's open, and you know there's 14 players on court, but it doesn't look like it. And that's just to show how well the girls know one another, and also how freely they can actually play, because there is no defense.
Yeah, you mentioned something very important. They know one another. And I think relationships really build a team. You know, so you want to fight for each other. My coach always says, you don't fight for yourself. You fight for the person next to you. You know, and really that builds a team, and you will have a solid team, and that will fight for each other. Because if I know that you're left-handed, I'm not going to give you a far ball on the right, because I know that's not your strongest side. So that's what relationships and getting to know each other does in the team. You kind of look after each other, you protect each other, especially against your opponents.
And you know, everyone's fighting for the same thing.
That was a good take there from goal shooter, one-hand save.
She takes those balls with a one hand. She takes them like this, and it looks beautiful. She's got this wonderful arch on her catches. I just want them to use her more. She is available.
That was a good drive there by Zanel Fourie on that goal attack position. We saw her on the shooter in the first 2 quarters. As we see the score, you know, are getting to that 10. You know, they will hopefully that they will get into the 2 double digits before the end of this second quarter. Oh, what a beautiful screen there by Megan Nell, the goal shooter, creating space for Chanel Swart, the goal attack of Lijole Putswa.
And how well did she take that ball out of the air? That was great.
Oh, this is heartbreaking. I mean, these are silly mistakes that are really going to cost Nkangala a lot of opportunities. You know, silly mistake, breaking, stepping, and handling errors, 3 seconds. You know, those are the things that you mentioned yesterday. Those are the things that you can fix. It's not something that's out of your reach. We're not asking something that you cannot do. So, Nkangala really struggling in this encounter. A few seconds to actually get into that double digits. They have possession. Wing attack saves the day. As we see Leanne driving outside the shooting circle, going to avail herself. There's a beautiful space there for goal attack. Oh! Goal defense, contact, but I think she saw it. Beautiful vision from the goal defense of Lijole Putswa, and that is no Newa Fantonder. But you know what? That does take Nkangala into that 10 double digits, and now they are trailing by 16 goals in this encounter. What a play there by Lijole Putswa. And also, I like the finishing coming from Nkangala. I think the last 3 minutes of the game really belongs to them. I mean, I think they took it. They fought so hard, and it was amazing to watch. You know, sometimes when you see a team trailing by a lot, you can see them starting to drop their shoulders, you know, and the momentum and all that. We don't see it from the Nkangala side. We see the girls who are trying to fix, who are trying to come with different plans, you know, and that's exactly what we want to see. What a good finish there by Nkangala, but we're still seeing that dominance coming from Lijole Putswa. Oh, we are treated here at the Telkom Netball Championships. We still have more action to come. Please do stay tuned with us as we have a day full of netball action.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside, a continent touch. Of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. The cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
I thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
How well did she...
It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of...
26-10 is where we left things off in that second quarter, all in favor of Lejwele Putswa. As we start the third quarter of this encounter, we see a couple of changes, but we'll confirm the names and positions later. Beautiful offload there to good goal attack of Lejwele Putswa. Oh, now she sinks a good one, and that is Fourie, who started in that goal shooter position. I mean, Charmaine, we've spoken extensively about the amount of ball and the amount of ball that are being supplied by the feeders, the center wing attack of Lejwele Putswa. Completely unmarked, you know, and as opposed to Unkangala. What do you think the defensive unit of Unkangala needs to do to, you know, to create more opportunities for them to get more intercepts?
They need to decide on a defensive effort. Are we going to go man on man? Are we going to do area? Because at the moment, the goal defense is falling into a space, but no actual space that's going to assist the goalkeeper in anything or in any way. The wing defense is playing a sort of man-on-man area, but as a wing defense, what do you need to do? You need to stick, you need to be on top of your wing attack, you need to make her uncomfortable. And as soon as that's going to start happening, Nkangala's goalkeeper is going to get the moments that she had in the previous quarter.
You just spoke about it. I mean, that's the pressure that you're talking about. You want a ball that's been pressured, a pass that's been pressured, to give those defenders an opportunity. And that was good play there by Unkangala. Team effort.
Better.
Much better play by Unkangala, but there's no one coming for the ball. As you can see, the center standing on the left-hand side. She's not making any movements. So there was no options there for the wing attack. And that's exactly what we're talking about. I mean, between the two sides, for Lejwele Putswa, the girls are always moving. They're making their moves before the player get the ball. So preparation is much better from the Lejwele Putswa than Unkangala. Much better offload to Leanne.
And just unfortunately, she couldn't finish it off. But you know what? As a center, what is one of your main jobs? It's to clear the space, to open up for the other attackers and your defense to come and assist. But again, running free.
You mentioned something very important. Another beautiful defense from Unkangala. You mentioned something very critical and crucial, Charmaine. You said the goal defense of Unkangala is falling back, but not falling back into someone. She is just falling back into space, you know. And I've seen that because we've seen the newly included goal attack completely unmarked, and that is something that is going to work against Unkangala, because if she's unmarked, she can dance, she can do anything, she can clear, she can feed, and you don't want that. You want to put pressure on that pass, because what you don't want is that ball get into Megan Nell, the main shooter of Lejwele Putswa. So deny space for all the feeders, wing attack center and the new goal attack, deny them space and make it hard for them to find Megan Nell, who is inside the shooting circle.
100%. I mean, there's a difference between double marking a shooter that can take balls in between them.
That was a good steal there for center. Olifant Jamie of Unkangala.
Much better. I mean, and it was quick. There was no time for Lejwele Putswa to actually set up their defense. So they moved out quickly, and I think that's something that they can definitely start using a bit more, is that speed of theirs.
Well, the couple of changes from Lejwele Putswa, we see the inclusion of Scott in that wing attack, Umatapelo on wing defense, and Renee Pinar on that goalkeeper position, replacing Unozipho Mkhalisa.
And how impressive was she?
Oh, she was amazing, you know. And you know, if you have 10 goals, 12 goals in the team, why not give them an opportunity? You know, we've seen what Unozipho Mkhalisa can do in that goalkeeper position, and you're already leading by far. So it is good. It's a good decision for the coach to utilize the entire bench, and also you want to give the other kids an opportunity and run. to get that experience. And you don't get experience by sitting on the bench. You need also to experience it on court and also experience it for yourself. So good decision from the coach.
And that just shows the trust, you know, that these coaches have in their teams, because she's not afraid to place in someone else in that position. And, you know, that's wonderful to see. And unfortunate there by the center, she had a not wholly within call against her. So as a center, you have to be, one foot has to be completely inside the circle. You are not allowed to step on the line. And that is unfortunately what the center did. She stepped onto the line and then got the call for not wholly within the circle.
Brilliant, still there by Lijoleputa. Look at that base drive there from the goal attack.
But again, she can run free. She's unmarked. She is having the time of her life.
Good hustle by the wing defense. Pretoria's Kayla of Unkangala. Yes, that's what you want. Beautiful defense there by Unkangala. You want to force the new goal attack to take those long shots. You don't want her to offload into Megan Nell. They must keep on doing that, putting pressure on her, because they have identified that the main shooter is Megan Nell. That was a good defensive strategy from Unkangala.
The movement in the circle's better, but then you get Nia and she just takes another beautiful intercept. Such a strong defender. So at the moment what's happening is the goal defense and the goalkeeper of Nkangala are both double blocking Megan. But they're not splitting from her soon enough to actually defend when the goal attack moves into the circle. So I think they just need to work on that communication a little bit, speak a bit more in the circle, because it is quite quiet in the defensive area.
It is quite quiet in that Unkangala defensive circle. And shooters marvel over that. If you are quiet, it's easy game for them, but if you are loud, you confuse them. It's a penalty inside that circle. As we see Fourie, missing yet another opportunity. And it is Lijoleputa on attack again. Good stretch there by the goal defense, but Megan Nell is so accurate. And we can see even her technique is amazing.
And something that I really, but she's alone. She's alone.
She is alone. There's no one marking her.
But about Megan's, the way she shoots, she has not changed her action once. It's been constant, the same all the time. And that's sometimes when shooters start to miss is when they change their shooting action. And that comes with practice.
Yeah, good play, good give and go there by Megan Nell and Scott. 36-16, leading by 20 goals in this third quarter, and only 3 minutes to go. Wing attack completely unmarked, give and go between Megan and the center.
And she ends it off with a beautiful goal. They've played so many give and goes between one another, and there's no one just putting a hand in between, confusing that space a little bit. That's those small errors for Nkangala. You know, they've lost another ball right there. Someone went offside in the previous play down court, and it's the basic errors again.
Much better transition for Nkangala, but it is Leputso still in charge. Possession. I mean, it is amazing how these girls are playing. They're not marked. I mean, it is amazing netball, as you can see. Wing attack, goal attack, completely unmarked. Give and go, make it now. And Scott on that wing attack, it's been happening a lot. And Nkangala wing defense haven't picked it up yet.
There's no clear second ball after the center pass. So it's usually either back to the center or to one of the back players. And I think that is something that the girls from Nkangala, they really have to be persistent in their pursuit to a second phase ball.
Just under a minute to go in this third quarter. I mean, the score does not reflect what is happening on court. Really, Nkangala are working hard as we are waiting for the ball.
Again. This ball doesn't want to stay on court.
Good pressure there by the wing attack of Nkangala. Beautiful take. Oh, she landed off court.
But they're playing too close to the line. And that's, you can't force the ball along the line. The court needs to be balanced.
Yeah, it has to be balanced. A few more seconds. What a beautiful deflection there by the wing defense of Nkangala. Oh, now that was an offload and a half. Good vision. Beautiful ball placement. I mean, you can see the goalkeeper of Nkangala is, starting to drop their shoulders.
And
because, she's doing everything. Yes, they're doing everything in their power, but just that placement is too beautiful and it's too perfect for them to actually get to intercept. And it takes us back to the pressure that we were talking about. Pressure needs to start from center wing defense. They need to now to apply that pressure on the feeders. So it's just to give the goalkeeper and goal defense an opportunity, because currently now it's hard on that circle. I mean, once that ball gets into the edge of the circle, it's so easy for Leputso to find Megan now. So really, team effort is something that Nkangala is going to have to look into going to the fourth quarter of this encounter. That's how we end things off in the third quarter of Leputso and Nkangala. Later, beautiful. As we look at the highlights of this match, I mean, it was Leputso from the word go who took the lead. I mean, they were very strong on attack. They were very strong on defense. We saw in quarter one they led there, and a 5. And then in the second quarter, I mean, it was also a strong lead. And we saw and the coach something that is going to few changes. 12 goals. We saw Scott in that third quarter playing in that wing attack position, replacing Ntombizodwa. And we also saw Mamelo taking wing defense position from Shante Walker. We saw Shante Walker moving into that center position, quite a strong wing defense. And also we've seen what she can do on that center position. Goalkeeper Pinar replacing Unozipo, who's really been outstanding. So a very solid work coming from Leputso. But we also need to give it to Nkangala. I believe that the defenders Ukgonasane, Matapelo and Baloa Lerato are really working well in that defensive duo. Fourie Zanel starting on that goal shooter position, moving to the goal attack, and they introduced Uli N on that goal shooter. So it was quite a change. And we saw Nkangala really coming back strong and really also trying to stick into that game plan. But you know what? I think Leputso is too strong, both on attack, defense, and even in the mid-court. And what I like about them is that transitioning of that ball from defender into shooter is too quick, and also ball placement is too perfect. As we get underway in this last quarter of this encounter, a goal defense breaking the line, opportunity for Ungangala. You see, this is where the difference is between the two sides. Ungangala is struggling to come for those leads. Lijole Puta, look at that ball speed, and also, I mean, you stand no chance. There is no way you can feed and force that high ball against a goalkeeper who's really been amazing of Ungangala.
And that's unfortunate, you know, she's turned another ball and yet she's still not getting the support from the players.
Good shot by Megan now. I'm sure this girl is probably sitting in 89, 90s. I mean, she's accurate. She's amazing there. And I think what's working well for her is the feeders. They know how to feed her. And they know exactly where she wants the ball. So she's been getting those balls comfortably under the pole, and she's been converting them, and that's what's been working for the side of Lijole Puta. 42-17. They're still in charge, Lijole Puta.
You know, a big difference for a goal shooter is faith in the shooters. So if your attacking side passes to you, you're going to receive that ball underneath the post if they're strong in their passes and if they show that trust and faith in their shooters.
Good pick up there by the center of Ungangala. And we see another pick up there by Pinar, the goalkeeper of Lijole Puta.
That was a brilliant take and a brilliant feed from the goal attack too, Megan. I mean, but again, there's a bit of a lack of communication in the circle with the defense for Nkangala, and I want them to step that up. You know, they've still got time to do that. They've got 10 more minutes to prove to us that they can do that.
Goalkeeper called contact outside the circle. Double block on Megan. Yes, that's what we're looking for. The pressure, push Lijole Puta away from the shooting circle. That's exactly what you're looking for. But the wing defense been penalized for obstruction. And when that ball gets into Megan, it is game over. The accurate shooter of Lijole Puta.
Oh, and that feed again coming through from the center. You know, Shantae has been so strong on center as well. She's really impressed me, and she trusts Megan to the T. There's no doubt in her mind when she feeds that ball to her.
Yeah, we see a shot there. Yes, what a beautiful shot there by Fari. The goal attack of Ungangala. You see, bunching, forcing those high balls. That's exactly the setup there by Lijole Puta. And once they have the ball, they start now to open up the mid-court, you know. And I think it's a great strategy for them. When Ngangala has the ball, you see all the other players of Lijole Puta crowding that mid-court, flooding it, you know, and making it very difficult to find players for Ungangala. And once Lijole Puta wins the turnover, then you start seeing them opening up, you know, giving each other space and also balancing the court. And that's a good strategy for the team. As we see a couple of changes coming from Ungangala. We see goal shooter Leanne sitting this one out. So Unamdeni Ngambule will take goal shooter. Kayla Pretorius will move from wing defense to center. Jamie Lee Oliphant will take that goal defense position from Khosana Matapelo. And then on wing defense, Pretoria's Kayla will sit this one out. We'll move to wing defense to center, and Litabo Mahlangu will take the wing defense responsibility. Good defense! Oh, what a good hustle there from the goal defense, Jamie Lee Oliphant. I mean, do you see this move? That Jamie Lee Oliphant is the same girl who was intercepting more of these loose balls in that center position. And I think it is a quite very clever strategy for the coach to actually put it there. She's quite agile and she reads the game very well. So I think it is a good decision to move her from that center into the goal defense. We've seen it even in the Telkom League where the coach will start a player in the center, even in varsity netball, and then move them into the goal defense position. And we've never used to see that, a center playing goal defense. But right now, we're seeing a lot of that, and that is so interesting. Goal defense of Lijele Putwa takes an amazing intercept.
And you know what? I prefer Jamie on goal defense. The communication is definitely picked up in the defensive circle for Nkangala. And I mean, that's what we've been talking about. We want them to do that. It's been more difficult to get into the circle for them. And, you know, that's a testimony to the defense of Nkangala that has been stepped up.
And also, just a couple of changes coming from Lijele Putwa. Also, we say Shante Walker to the center position. We see Nosipo Mkhalisa, who started as a goalkeeper. And she said she was taken off, I think, in that third quarter. And now she's been brought back into that goal defense position and she took over Unewa van Tonder. So that means Mkhalisa is now defending with Pinar for Lijele Putwa. And the goal who really been instrumental for the Nkangala team is the goal attack. Fari, who initially started as the goal shooter for Nkangala. Good attempt there by the wing defense. Good play. Oh, yes! Oh, now that is an amazing intercept there by Jamie Lee Oliphant, who started as a center. That's exactly what the coach of Nkangala was looking for. Someone who can go and hunt those balls, especially those high balls to Megan Nell of Lijele Putwa. What an amazing intercept.
I think she should have maybe been moved to goal defense a bit earlier, maybe in the previous quarter. You know, they're working really well together in that defensive circle. So, no, well done to her for actually stepping up and taking that bib and saying, I'm going to make it my own.
Fantastic combination. I totally agree with you. I think maybe the coach has never played this combination before. Maybe she just, you know, figured it out right now to say, I think the girl who can match up with that goal attack, who can go hunt for those balls, is the center. Brilliant move. Let's see if Nell Oliphant can get another one. Look at that pressure being applied there, because they know that Nell is now aware of those high balls. What is this forcing Megan to do? Is forcing her to actually drive outside the circle and go hunt. And that is something that we have never seen. We don't normally see her do. And that's not her comfort zone, because she wants to get that ball under the pole. So beautiful pressure being applied there by the two defenders of Nkangala. Good hustle. That's the strength of Nell. That's exactly what she wants.
They just dropped their eyes, dropped their heads, allowed her to use and utilize the space available.
28 goal lead is where Lijele Putwa is sitting right now, comfortably. Oh, she should have passed that ball. She should have passed it to her. I mean, she was available. The tummy was open. And she just needed to just offload it. And it's that trust that you keep emphasizing. That between the teams, when the teams are used to each other, they've been playing well together, they tend to know each other and trust. They have that trust, and that's something that is missing from Nkangala.
And I think the trust is the most important in the two circles. Your goal defense and your goalkeeper, and your goal attack and your goal shooter. We see Fari on the floor holding her ankle.
Yeah, I think she twisted her ankle. Oh, she is in so much pain. I just hope there's nothing serious. I just wish it's just a shock. because we still have 3 more days in this championship.
There's nothing worse than seeing that out on court. I mean, you know, it's the reality of sports. Injuries come along with it, and we just hope that Farie's okay, and that, you know, as you said, that the shock is maybe just quite big at the moment, and that she will still be able to continue throughout the tournament, because she has really been a standout for a team. She's stepped up, so we hope that she'll be all right.
See her really crying. She is in excruciating pain. Hoping that we're sending all our love to you, and we know you'll be back. As we see the 2 teams having a team talk. We see the coach, Mahlangu Poppy of Unkangala, having an intense discussion there with the players. And I think there's going to have to be substitution for that position. And beautiful, we see the highlights. I mean, we see this is an amazing game here by Ulijwe Leputa. Oh, beautiful bounce. Oh, they just need to take their time. I feel like they're not taking their time. And also, there's no, you know when you bend your knees, that knee movement needs to happen for that ball to actually go and be lifted.
So a lot of players, when I teach them or help them and assist them to shoot, when shooting, it's a whole body movement. It's not just your arms, it's not just your legs, it's your whole body that's moving. So, I mean, I think the goal shooter for Nkangala, she just needs to, you know, bend into her shot, and then it'll definitely make a difference.
Beautiful shot there by Megan Nell. And the coach is happy. Marie Divet, the coach of Ulijwe Leputa. She should be delighted. I mean, the team really applied everything she asked for. Another last opportunity for Unkangala. Oh, goal attack. Call for contact. Goal attack of Unkangala. Last opportunity for Ulijwe Leputa to get into that 50 goal mark. Can they do it? Will Unkangala deny them that chance? Oh, once that ball gets to Nell, I always say is game over. Another opportunity. Oh yes, good save. Good save there by the goal attack. Oh,
so close. The defense has really stepped up in this last quarter, you know, and it took them way longer than usual to actually get into that circle of them. So well done to the defense of Nkangala in this last quarter. You know, they've really stepped it up.
Last chance for Unkangala also, just to get maybe to 21. Beautiful offload there to the shooter. The last few seconds. Oh no, she doesn't sink it. Oh, but it was a good game there by Ulijwe Leputa. I think from the first quarter up until the last quarter, they were solid from the defender, mid-court shooter. Megan Nell, for me, is the lady of the moment. Really worked well. Accuracy in that shooting circle. Every time when the two wing attack and shooter landed at the edge of the circle, they really worked well. And Megan Nell will really step up and convert all those balls. And for the side of Unkangala, I must give it to Upaloy Lerato, the goalkeeper, and also Olifant Jamie Lee, who was moved from that center position who I believe was doing exceptionally well and was moved to the goal defense position in that last quarter. She really put on some pressure. She applied a lot of pressure, and I think that really rattled the Lijoleputa camp in that shooting position. So well done from both sides. It was really a beautiful match to watch. I mean, I know the score is quite huge, 50-20. I mean, a 30-goal difference. But what we see, the score is really not a true reflection of what took place on court. These two sides really worked so well. So as we go down to Andy Mahamba for post-match interviews, as we finish this, over to you, Andy.
It is run in the competition, absolutely dominant performance, completely outclassed and outplayed in Kangala's side to secure the result here. And through your team's performance, you guys just look like you step on court, switch on immediately, and And how important is that? Because some of the teams that we've spoken to in the competition say they don't get a lot of time to train together. But you just mentioned that you are a side that trains together very often. Is that what the secret is for your team? You always look so calm, composed, and collected under that post. What do you tell yourself before you shoot? One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. Happy? Are we queuing? Are we still live? Okay, cool. So let's speak about your shooting. You're always so calm under that post and always know the job that needs to be done. What do you tell yourself every time before you shoot?
Elke keer voor ek doel probeer ek maar net sê rustig, lig en rol sodat ek myself kalm kan maak, sodat almal kalm kan raak, want as die doel op haar senuwees is dan raak almal op hulle senuwees. So ek probeer my altyd rustig bly en myself rustig maak en dan is ek verseker dat my doele sal sink.
It certainly does show a calm performance and a clinical one from your side. Congratulations.
Ja, dankie baie.
That is, of course, Megan from the side of Lijoleputa getting that result. And, of course, she was responsible for keeping that scoreboard ticking. I'm going to bring in Jamie Lee now from the opposition, of course, giving her a tough time in that defensive circle in terms of getting the result for Nkangala. Unfortunately, not able to get the result here today, but you always knew it was going to be a tough one.
Yes, we knew it was going to be a tough one. And I think if we had more time to practice together and be together, because everyone was far apart, so it was hard for us to all come together and practice as a team. But yeah.
It's very interesting because I'm sure you must have heard when I was speaking to Megan that it's the complete opposite from their side, where they're a side that trains together very, very often. So do you feel perhaps that does put you at a disadvantage when you come to a competition like this?
Yes, it does, because we don't find each other on court and we haven't played with each other as much. So yeah.
And looking at the combinations that you were able to try out in this game, you yourself moved from center to goal defense and a number of other players changing around. Do you feel you're still trying to find which combination works?
I think yes, yesterday when we played the fourth quarter, that combination worked because we all talked, we found each other. Everyone was communicating and all that. And the last combination worked better than the first and the second combination.
Now, looking ahead to the rest of the games that you still have to play, what are the key focus areas that you think your coach is going to want to instill in you?
We should stick to the game plan, talk more to one another, throw to the space, go to the ball and not stay behind your partners. And yeah.
Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. Hard luck on the results. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Well, that is Jamie Lee Oliphant from the Nkangala side, of course, on the losing end, but they know exactly what they need to do if they are to remain competitive in this competition. So that's how we end things off for this game. Then do stay with us as we continue the coverage of the Telkom Netball Champs.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
That's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is.
But he's a competitor. Here we go.
They all step up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on Supersport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
The action continues here at the Telkom Netball Championships. We are coming to you live from Hoërskool, Waterkloof. And we are about to witness a clash between the Diamonds under 18 up against Muka under 18 team. And as we see the umpires doing a lineup, they really need to make sure the girls follow the rules. Shot nails, no jury, and safety first. We need to make sure the girls are safe. As we see the two teams doing a toss-up for the ball and the pole. And we were treated here this morning. I mean, we've seen the first two rounds. It was the Free State Lynx under 17 against Limpopo Mopane, and it was Mopane who won that one convincingly, really putting on a show. And the second game in this court one, it was Lijele Putswa against Unkangala, and a 30-goal difference between the two sides. Lijele Putswa from the word go made their intentions heard. They really worked hard, but Unkangala also gave us a very good performance. But up next, we are about to witness yet another clash of the Diamonds all the way from the Northern Cape against Muka all the way from Northwest. And it's going to be a thrilling clash between the two sides. As I'm joined by my co-commentator, Nikki Sono. Nikki, welcome. We've been treated, I've been excited. You know, it's a chilly morning, but you know what? I think I'm warmed up. These girls are really putting on a show. They're entertaining us. I don't even feel cold anymore.
Hi, Nontle. Thank you for the warm welcome. On this cold day, nobody feels cold. They've warmed up. I'm even excited internally and externally. You know, I'm looking forward to it. This should be a very good game.
As we see the coach of the Northerns will start with Fissa on the goal shooter with Hugo. And in the midcourt, it's going to be Luba, Kutia, wing defense, Duane, and wing attack, Kahomu Duane. And Kutia and Alice Berger will be responsible in that goal defense, goalkeeper position. And Janssen and Van Rensbeck and also Van Stedden will be on the bench for the Diamonds. And for the Northwest Muka team, goal shooter Van der Westhuizen, goal attack Leerden, wing attack Unati, and center Pinar. Goal defense is Ter Blanche, wing defense Masiu Neo, and goalkeeper is going to be Obi. And that goal defense also is Leerden. As we get underway in this encounter, we see the Helda, Carly, Obi, and Mpo will be on the bench. And also Sune will also be in the bench. So in the bench it is Letabo, Sune, and Carly. And also Helga will be sitting and waiting on the bench. Malda also. So it's quite a big bench for the Muka team. I think they have 12. And the Diamonds have only 10 players. So quite a huge depth for the Muka team. And it's going to be very interesting to see what changes both coaches are going to make during the course of the game.
It's going to be very interesting. Nantle, 12 is actually quite a lot of players because in this whole tournament they all need to play at least 50% of their games. So trying to fit everybody in is going to be very interesting.
As we get underway in this encounter, it is the Diamonds who will get us underway, the center, and the Diamonds are the team playing the red bips, and Muka all the way from Northwest will be playing in that colorful
green,
red, yellow bips. The girls all smiles on court. They cannot wait. Excited.
You can actually feel the anxiety. Like, can we start? Can we start? 10 seconds to go. We're starting.
We get underway in this encounter. And good start. Good start there by Muka. Good drive by the wing attack of the Diamonds. Kaho Mutwana. Oh, what a brilliant start there by the goal attack. Ane Hugo of the Diamonds. Look at that, brilliant take there by the goal attack of Muka. Leon Done, the goal attack of Muka. Oh! I thought it went in. But
no, it said not today. Not today, not right now, but I'm sure it's going.
You know what? Yes. I mean, I thought it went in, and I also thought she thought it was going in. And that's why she didn't even bother going for the rebound.
Oh, the goal attacks are not to sync right now.
I think it's a great start here by both teams. But it's only one goal on the clock. I mean, sometimes the score really doesn't reflect what's going on court. It is tight. It is intense here at the Telkom Netball Championships. It's only day 2, and this is game 3 of the day. There's still a lot of action to come here at the Waterkloof in Pretoria.
Yes, Noncha, I think the teams are still starting to feel each other out. It's the first 2 minutes just to see, oh, I had to interrupt myself there with a beautiful outside hand and tip.
Another opportunity there by Leon. No, the goal shooter. Van der Vershazen. Yep.
Good pass.
It is 1-1 for Diamonds and Muka. The score is 1-1. Good pick up again there by the goal attack of the Diamonds. And there Hugo, this is a second shot. So what I'm picking up is that she also can take those shots. So there's no way that the defenders can double block that tall shooter. Hugo is more than capable of taking those long shots. So it's going to be communications or area defense or man to man. We are not going to see, I'm not expecting any double block on Fissa, the goal shooter of the Diamonds.
Exactly, Nontle. I mean, it's good to have a team like that where both the goal attack and the goal shooter can shoot. Then it makes the defense think. So for now, I think man-to-man should be a better start.
Kutia asked, blown for contact. And we equalize again, 2-2 between the two sides. 2-2.
Oh, and then unfortunate error. There's a breaking there.
The score is 2-2. Please update.
Let's see what they can make of this center.
Oh, good dodge there by the center of Muka. Pinar Queen. Right at the edge of the circle. Let's see if she can sink this one. No, she doesn't. A great pickup there by goalkeeper Alice Berger. Oh, beautiful play. But you know what? I thought that ball was supposed to go to wing attack.
So did I, but the placing of it, Nonja, was a bit off. So that's why the goal shooter didn't know if they must get it or the wing attack. But the wing attack stopped halfway through instead of following through, going into that specific space. The placement could have been a bit better.
But, Nikki, I mean, you're also saying that the goal attack went and stopped halfway. The wing attack also went and stopped halfway. Don't you think there's a lack of communication? If the goal attack went all the way, she could have gotten it. If the wing attack also had an intensive drive, you know, she could have also gotten that ball. So it's a lack of communication for them.
Lack of communication, and an accident will happen if they don't communicate. It's like having a sudden stop in the middle of the freeway. You cannot do that.
Now the score is 3-2 for the Diamonds. And it's Muka on attack. Look at that defense from the Diamonds.
And that defense is actually making Muka wait very hard for the balls. They are there, they are on them, they're in the stomach. So they have forcing the goal shooter and the goal attack to be very, very creative. It's still anybody's game. It's still early days now. Beautiful feed. Oh, nice bullet pass into the... And as soon as it defends, your head is down. That split second, that ball is going in. That's very good hands and very good catching there.
That's exactly what you want, Nikki. Bullet pass. Oh, what was that? What a good take still from that goal attack of the Diamonds. And there you go. I mean, she has really been instrumental for me for the Diamond side, Nikki.
Nontle, she's doing the basics of what the shooter is doing. She only comes out if she needs to come out if nobody's offering, but her main job there is to stand strong, anchor that shooting circle, and then end up being the shooter who finishes off. There's the defense again. That was beautiful. Defense again from Diamonds, just making sure, closing all those spaces, making sure that there's no option available. Now Muka has to start being creative in terms of their attack because that defense is closing it down. They're man on man, and then they're closing that space down. They need to keep it safe and just fetch those balls so they can see the Diamonds is closing those spaces down. They are standing man to man. So what Northwest needs to do now is just make sure that they have the right drive. Not everybody driving at the same time, not everybody running away and closing the space at the same time. Brilliant defense.
That was a good pickup there. Good intercept by Libba, the center of the Diamonds. Yes, and we are 7-3 is the score in this encounter. The Diamonds are leading Muka by 4 goals. Good, strong start. Look at that. Finding that goal shooter beautifully in that shooting circle.
Nontle, they're providing themselves with options. They're giving themselves options. If you're a goal shooter and you're close to the pole, you must shoot it. But at least she's getting her rebounds.
Yeah, I would like the defenders of Muka to position themselves well in the circle, because I feel like there are more opportunities there to turn over those balls.
And Nontle, just to add to that, if a defender, the goal shooter is a full head above you, if you're going to stand still on their stomach, they're going to pop it all the time. One-on-one, you're not going to get that ball. So if she would have more variety and move off her, just a little bit like that, she might be able to get ball. So move off her so she allows herself space in order to jump. Because if she's sticking still on stomach, one-on-one, they're going to pop that ball over her all the time.
Still a 6-goal lead between the two sides. Oh, I thought that was a stepping. That was a dance right there.
A step and pass, yeah. Let's say it's a running step.
No. 10-3 is where we're at in this first quarter. Still 3 minutes to go in this encounter. Another opportunity for the Diamonds. I think the Diamonds... Oh, look at that baseline drive. Look at that play. Wonderful, beautiful placement, and also patience around the circle.
Yes, Nontle, and what if young aspiring goal shooters, goal attacks are looking at that? Instead of continuously playing yourself in, you can play it out, clear the space, the defender is going to follow. You know how it happens with some defenders following, and then there's a space open for the goal attack.
4 unanswered shots. Goals going in favor of the Diamonds. Let's see if Muka can take this one. Yes, good shot. And then now they move to 4 goals. Yo, they've been sitting on the 3 goals for a long time. So really, Diamonds are really doing a great job. But we've seen in the past where these teams have a good start, but we see the other team picking up in that second quarter and also in that fourth quarter, and they turn things around. So anything can happen. It's still too early. We still have 3 full quarters. So Muka, they still have a chance to turn things around. And also they're sitting on 5 more players on the bench, you know, so as opposed to the Diamonds who have 3. So there's quite a huge depth from the Muka side.
Absolutely, Nontle. So they have a variety of things to do. So when this quarter's over, I'm hoping that the coach knows exactly what they need to do. Because in my opinion, I'm looking at the attack. What's happening with most of the attack, the goal attack and the wing attack always want to get their center passes out there. So I'm thinking, is that their strategy, or is the Diamonds forcing them to be out so that they don't get those particular center passes? Because we haven't seen the ball come here quite a few times. So the defense is actually occupying the center, or they're planning, because they automatically want to go onto the outside. I think this is the first time I've actually seen the wing attack on the inside channel. And now it's giving them options for center passes.
Hard luck there from the wing defense, Zandile Dwane. I think she did well. Oh, good pickup by the goalkeeper. Well, this defensive duo of the Diamonds is really working well. From the wing defense, goal defense, and also goalkeeper. Masiu, you saw they're playing so well. Sorry, the Diamonds, it is Zandile Dwane. You also see Alice Berg on the goalkeeper and Yanka Kutia on the goal defense. Solid wall of defense from the Diamond side. That's why it's so hard to crack for Umuka. So it's a hard day at the office for Muka from the Northwest. And you can see the Diamonds leading in the first quarter. First quarter, Nikki, by 10 goals. Well, there's still a lot of action to come here at the Telkom Netball Championships in Hoërskool, Waterkloof. We still have 3 more quarters to go. Please do not go away. We have a day full of netball activities, so please stay tuned as we bring you more action.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
And this is how the first quarter of this clash between the Diamonds and Muka went. I mean, the Diamonds took the lead in that first quarter, and you know, the combination of the goal attack, goal shooter Anne Hugo and Fissa in that goal shooter position really strong. And goal attack Fissa, for me, sorry, the Hugo is the one who's doing the most of the shots. You know, she is really fetching and opening in that shooting circle quite well. And also we've seen the solid wall of defense from wing defense, Zandile Dwane, Alice Berg on goalkeeper, and Yanka Kutia, really making things hard for Muka to penetrate in that shooting third, and not taking away anything from the mid-court, Leba, the center, and also Ukaho Mwana, who's really been instrumental in bringing down that ball for the Diamonds. But also good moments of brilliance there from the Northwest side, as we've seen the goalkeeper also trying to really hustle Uobi the ball. So we've seen what these two teams can do, but it is quite a big gap in the first quarter. I mean, Diamonds really leading by 10 goals. They are really making their intentions heard already, Nikki.
They're already making their intentions heard from the get-go. From the whistle starting, they just hit the accelerator, game going up. So let's just see what's happening now. And then contact there caused by the wing defense, and then now at least they have another opportunity. They have another opportunity in order to score the goal, just to shorten that scoring gap.
Yeah, they need to bridge that gap. Looking much better from the Muka side. It's just the placement of the ball for me, you know, that is key and that is missing from Muka.
Yes, Nontle, and I think for me, they're all going height for height, and then they're trying to force over balls while they're not holding their space well. If they could try moving a little bit more, then it gives them more of an opportunity.
Good rebound.
Good follow-up.
Oh, yes, another opportunity for the Diamonds. And you know what? This thing is really going to work against Muka. They're getting all the chances, right? Inside the circle, and they're missing them. You know, they're not utilizing them.
They need to, Nontle.
Yeah, now they're getting another one. Let's see if they can utilize this.
And this is all about just getting the ball down bit by bit. And I have this thing of people standing still in the midcourt and pointing their hands in the air as if they have they want the answer they know the answer in the maths class. Stop pointing your hands in the air. Go and fetch the ball. I'm a wing attack. I'm a center. How am I standing still behind a person and pointing like, you know?
As if you know the answer in the
maths class. Yeah, me. I know. No. Run. Fetch the ball. That's why you're there. That's the speed. Goal shooters maybe can get away with it just to show this is where I am. This is where you must pass the ball. But I can't wing attack. Now I'm standing. No. They need to move.
Another missed opportunity there by Muka. I mean, you see a lot of that standing and not driving for the ball from the Muka side. And that's exactly what's going to work against them. And from the side of the Diamonds, they're utilizing their space. They're playing themselves into that edge of the circle. And the goal attack now, they're really swapped. So that means Fissa will now take on that goal attack position with Ane Hugo, who we saw on that goal attack position in the first quarter. So they complement each other very well, and it's quite interesting how, you know, they share that responsibility in that shooting circle.
Yes, Nontle, it's very nice to have them interchange. So perhaps the coach looking for something different, and I'm just thinking, he's probably thinking on the center pass, if you have a very tall goal attack, she can just pop over the line and then they give her a high ball forward and then they can move it in just in the center pass, because then that's where they were struggling just a little bit. Another attempted goal now, and she sinks it in.
17-7. Muka took a turnover, so another opportunity now for them to bridge the score gap. For me, it is these high balls that are really stressing me. You can see we are trying to, you know, jump off our feet because we don't want to see this.
Because nobody's running, nobody's coming forward, so they want those high passes. Like I said, they're standing behind their partners asking for the high balls. No, all you need to do, you don't even need to run far. All you need to do is just dodge. Whether it's one dodge, even sidestep, then go forward. Sidestep, then go forward. Because they're playing off the body, so that's all they need to do. Whoa! Thank you very much. I'll take that. That was a beautiful intercept. Brilliant timing, and she had set that up.
And you know what? The shoe of the wing attack came off. She didn't care. She went for that ball, and there was no way she wanted to break the momentum, asking for time. And the goal attack of Muka. What a shot. Brilliant play. I think they're back.
They're back now. They've vibed up, and then it's been 3 goals in a row. But you see, it's that over ball that is not going to work. They need to keep it simple and use whatever was working in order to be able to keep it going. I don't know what the coach said to them, but then they came back now really charged up. And she seals it in. Make sure that it goes in.
Yeah, we see a couple of changes coming from the Diamonds. Van Rensburg actually comes from the bench and goes into that shooting position. And that means that Fissa would then move to goal attack position. And so there's no place for Hugo. And on a wing attack position, it was Gacho Mondwane, and now the wing attack is Stada. Will come on into that wing attack position. And also Janssen, center, and Alice wing defense, Zandile goalkeeper. It's a whole team, wholesale change for the Diamonds. Nikki, what do you make of that?
Nontle, they're already doing well as it is. Why not change? Let's give everybody a chance to play. Let them feel how everything is going on court. There's still a lot of tournament to be played. So when everybody gets an opportunity to play, just to see which combinations are working, which are not. There were 10 goals ahead in the first quarter. You've got nothing to lose. Play all your players, and then it's an opportunity for you to see the different combinations. So you just want them to come on, keep the momentum going. So it doesn't mean anybody who was there did anything wrong. All the people that were there did their job. For example, Hugo at the goal attack, she did what she needed to do, and now give her some rest. Let other players come on, bring on some fresh legs. Why not? As we see now, Muka, it's the Diamonds maintaining, going through with their momentum.
A good give and go there. Yes, another opportunity for Muka to... Oh, that was a good attempt from the goal defense. She tried to get that rebound. And a sneaky pass from the goal attack to the goal shooter.
And it's turned around now. I'm loving this new goalkeeper that's come in. The goalkeeper combination already for the Northwest. It's making a big difference. What we just need is the front to finish off and capitalize. Oh. But she needs to convert. She needs to convert, man. Eben. They've got their momentum now, so all the bench players have come through and they've made their presence known. So it took them a while to settle in, but now they're really settled and now they've got their momentum going. Oh.
Obstruction called against the goalkeeper. You know what bothers me is that when someone gets the ball, doesn't even turn their shoulders towards their shooting pole. You know, it's because you're missing an opportunity of a straight pass. Maybe there was someone who's driving towards you, but you're not even giving that person a chance by not turning your shoulders towards them. So I've seen that a lot in this competition.
And Nontle, I agree, because it also bothers me. I mean, where do we want to go? We want to go forward. So why are you looking sideways if we want to go forward? So your first option should be forward to your post, and then the second option should be the square, because this is not rugby where we play backwards in order to go forward. I'm not saying anything wrong about rugby, but we want to go forward. Netball players are very focused, so we must look forward first and then the options on the side.
Yeah, you can't say anything bad about those.
No,
those guys.
I love
mean,
rugby.
they just won.
Yeah, absolutely. So we must be happy about that. But maybe they're influenced by watching netball and seeing that we go forward. You know?
I have no doubt. Good patience there from the Diamonds. You see how relaxed the Diamond team is around that shooting circle. They're giving their shooters enough time to dodge and to position themselves, and that's what's the difference between the two sides. From the Muka side, the feeders are trying to force those balls, and you have those two agile defenders who are always ready to go for those loose and cross balls.
Nontle, and I think just looking at the style of play, they need to correct their attacking lines. The leads aren't necessarily coming, so everybody's coming from the back. So you're not having any clear drives coming from forward. If you look at, Gal! Doesn't that remind you of you in your times? Even now, Spider-Woman Nontle.
No.
Those are your takes, are they not?
No, I don't want to take the glory away from that kid. She is
brilliant.
Amazing, and that is Malda Johan, and she's been introduced in the second quarter. I think that was well-timed, beautiful intercept. Let's see if the shooters are going to reward their defenders.
That was absolutely impeccable, Nontle, the timing.
Another opportunity there for Muka to bridge the gap. They're currently trailing by 8 goals, and I think it's doable. They can really, bridge the gap. Did you see the sense of urgency from the center wing defense of the Diamonds? Janssen and Van Staden. I think that's amazing.
It is, Nontle, and as we see, just an offensive contact. Oh, and it's going back to them. The patience, Nontle, they're playing as a team. They know it's going to get there eventually. You have defenders there, but when you play it around, patient, play it around, there'll be that gap that opens, and you're going to be able to feed it in. Here's another attempt coming through.
And she sinks it in. 19-12 is the score. And Muka trailing by 7. And we see Fissa on goal attack, completely unmarked. And we see also the goal shooter. Brilliant play there by the Diamonds. I think we're seeing how the keeper was hustling. She's hungry. She wants it, and she's going to get it.
They're going to keep coming, Nontle. She's timing it. She's timing it, and they're going to keep coming. So that's what you want keepers to do. They're not only stuck to the circle, but they must also hunt for those loose balls. You understand? Make the attackers think. She's getting her momentum, and it's coming.
It was good rebound there by Fissa. I think it was good pressure also by the new goalkeeper, Mulder.
That defensive circle is working very well for me, Nontle. If they communicate just a little bit more, it can happen.
As we get to the second quarter, the end of the second quarter of this encounter, and it is still the Diamonds who are leading Muka 21-12 in this encounter. And I think Muka had a much better second quarter. I mean, they managed to score 7 goals in this second quarter. And the Diamonds only managed to score 6 goals. So this second quarter goes in favor of Muka. So it really was a great, strong start by the Diamonds from the word go. But I think Muka is starting to actually come back and play as a team, and just to apply their team game plan and strategy. We still have 2 halves in this encounter. Please stay tuned as we bring you more action.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
On court 4, under 17A, Diamonds versus Lynx, umpires Rendani and Luis. On court 5, under 18B, Cheetahs versus Impala, umpires Simone and Desmond. On court 6A2, Capricorn versus Umbugutofu, umpires Dorita and Marita. And on court 7, under 17B,
We're back here at the Telkom Netball Championships. It is still game 3 of day 2. And it is the Diamonds up against Muka all the way from the northwest. And it is the Diamonds who are leading Muka 21-12 in this is halftime, the second quarter. As we get underway in the third quarter, it is the Diamonds who give away ball position immediately. As you can see, the strong attacking side from the Diamonds. Look at that base drive. Oh, good defense there by the goal defense of Muka.
That was beautiful reading, Nontle. She saw the base drive coming. Oh, she intercepts the ball, but then she gives it away. Nice patience there. So I see the Diamonds have also changed their team. So I think they just want to maintain the momentum that they had in the first half. But all credits then must go to the Northwest.
Oh, what an outside hand intercept. That was a good pickup there from the wing attack of the Diamonds. Yeah, I think Fissa went back to that goal shooter position. Because in that second quarter, we saw her going a goal attack. Oh, how unlucky for the keeper.
And Hugo seems to be back on goal attack. Beautiful feed. You have a nice tall shooter. So if she's standing still, give her that feed. One-on-one, your edge of the circle. It's definitely, it's hard to defend that. They're running away, Nontle. It's never going to happen. And as a player, rather look back. You're allowed to play it back and you reset it.
Yeah, good take there by the Diamonds. And that baseline drive, we've been seeing a lot of it. But yeah, another opportunity for Muka. And you know, it's those long passes that are really working against you, Muka. There's no one driving to the ball, and they're getting punished there by the center goal defense of the Diamonds because they're really agile. They're ready for those balls, especially the cross passes. There is no way you can play those balls with those defenders.
Yes, Nontle, all you need to do is, if they're defending your front space, take off them so that you can just go in front. If you're going from behind, you cannot attack from behind because what are they doing? As soon as you're trying to clack, they're closing that particular space. If you're going backwards, they're much taller than you. They're going to get those intercepts. So it's not working going backwards. Now they need to think and realign and re-energize. And the walking is not also going to work either.
As you see, the Diamonds trying to crowd, you know, the mid-court. I think it's a strategy. They're trying to force for those high balls. Yes, the ball is still in. Goal attack completely unmarked. Goal defense away, just running inside the circle. Who are you marking is the question. Who are you marking? Wow, is that you are marking A? As Dumisani Chako will say.
Look, yeah. Who are you defending? There's nobody, there's just there, you're just standing. And you must. What I'd like to also give credit to the Diamonds because they're actually opening their court up. So they realize that they're using the full length of the court, the full width of the court, so then as to confuse the defense. But the defense needs to have a strategy because some are one-on-one, some are floating. So you don't know if it's area defense or it's floating, but you can't float too far. Like you said, you're defending A. And she pops it over. Nice tall shooter. Whoa. Now she makes it
You know what? Fissa is not the most accurate shooter. If Muka can position themselves or push her away from the zone 1, they can, you know, create more chances for themselves. Because, you know, you're forcing her to take that long shot in zone 2. That is the mid-court, section of the shooting circle. The one closer to the pole is zone 1, and the one further, close to the line, it's zone 3. So you want to push her away from her comfortable zone, which is zone 1, to force her to take those long shots. And what you don't want her to do is to get the rebound. But if she's taking those shots closer in zone 1, there's no way for the defenders, given their height. They already have a disadvantage. So what I will do if I was a keeper, push Fissa away from zone 1. Brilliant take.
Nice steal.
Much better play, good patience. She's right in front of you. The girls really put the pressure on themselves, the Muka team. The wing attack of Muka was right at the edge of the circle. The defender was behind her. That ball was supposed to go there, and they're putting themselves under pressure. Relax, girls. You have this. You still have a lot of time. 17 minutes is still a lot of time to turn, maybe 5 balls, just to get yourself in the game.
Nontle, I'm with you there, like 100%. Breathe. You have 3 seconds. 3 seconds is not that quick. 3 seconds, just wait, and then give it. It's that patience. But I think it's that panic that, okay, the ball is here, we need to make sure that we're shooting. But you've got that 3 seconds. It's fine. Look forward. If the option is there, give it. And they could make use of the triangle much more than just trying to play it inside the circle. It works in this instance because the placing was there, but rather move it around. You'll give yourself much of a much better opportunity.
Still a 14-goal lead between the two sides. Still the Diamonds who are in charge. Look at that drive from the center. Oh, now that was a good defensive unit effort. I think they worked well together. They covered that space. So amazing. Still, this is where the struggle comes from the Muka side. No leads, absolutely no leads. When they attack together. When they clear, they all clear at the same time. And you can't have that. Because when you attack, you need 2 people at least. You can't have everybody there, otherwise you're crowding your own space. And when you defend, when you also attack and you drop, you're creating space for the opposition to come and intercept. So really, there's a lot of work, a lot of discussions that needs to be done for Muka. They are capable. You can see there's talent, and it's just that the execution of the game plan is not consistent.
Yes, Nontle, because there are passages of good play, but they just need to be consistent. Just going back to those basics, like you're saying, the lead coming from here, you understand, having your options. You can have a square option and the lead coming. It's just getting back to basics, because they felt under pressure. They felt under pressure, but that was a pass, Nontle. That was a pass.
Listen, I didn't think they was going to make it. They were going to make it. Really, those are risky passes inside the circle, but it worked for them.
Played out.
Why put her under pressure? Play out, like you say, Nikki. You have a wing attack center that is available, but I think they trust her and they know that she can handle the pressure, and she has done so well. They're now starting to really bridge that gap. It's out on attack outside the circle. She's gonna pass. Watch it.
Oh!
Now this is the netball that we want to watch. Amazing defense coming from Muka. Really, really good play there by the keeper. But her head was down right now.
That split second. It's that split second, Nontle. It's you drop your head, that split second, but you also have to give credit to the feeders that they can see it's down that split second and then they give. So they say you hold, don't hold for 2. Intercept there, feeding. It's the feeding. Not if the feeding is not on. Some people are awake, hey? I'm a wing attack, but I also defend. That was very good, and Fissa makes it count.
That was a beautiful movement there from Fissa. I think they complement each other very well. Nikki, I've been seeing the same movement all the time from the center of the Diamonds. She passes to the wing attack and crosses to get the second one at the edge of the circle, and then offload to Fissa. And it's been happening a lot. Someone needs to pick it up. Maybe the goalkeeper needs to play loose so that she can go for that second pass.
Yes, Nontle, I think she's misreading it because she doesn't see that it's actually closer than she thinks it is. Hey, wing attack is awake, huh?
I think it's a third or fourth intercept that the wing attack of the Diamonds is picking up. She's
And
really
then the
awake.
pass. What a pass.
Yo, we've been treated here at the Telkom Netball Championships. These teams are really showing us their talent. Look, the same movement, and now is Fistel's going for the second pass. But still, it was a great opportunity for the keeper to go for those balls. And also, I mean, I think the wing defense really needs to drop and close that space and just crowd that space for the center.
Yes,
if it's been happening 3 times, it means there's an opportunity there for an intercept.
Yes, Nontle, if the wing attack is coming out for the center pass, she's beating you on the center pass all the time. So like you're saying, drop. It's coming in the same side. If you drop, then you eliminate that pass into it. So sometimes some of the players don't need to see it. The coaches need to help them pick it up. But you can see it's the same thing that's happening. If she's beating you, then obviously that first pass is not the one that you go for. Then the second one automatically drop. So even if you might not get the intercept, you actually eliminate that straight pass coming through. Awa.
Force Fisser away from the zone 1 is what I would say to the Muka defense. They're flat-footed. You never leave that baseline open. Close it, make it hard for the for the shooters. Force them to go the long way. Third time, lucky Fisser.
Yes, Nontle, she just shows it like you're saying. If she stays in that zone 1, she's getting all those rebounds. She's taller than them because that means her hands and everything is closer to the pole than everybody else is.
Good play by Muka. Oh, and she does sink it. And Lindene, the goal attack has really been amazing for the Muka side. Brilliant give and go there between Fisser.
Nontle, I need to commend Diamonds on their attacking lines. They have options, so it's not like this is the only center pass they're using. If you try and get it, then they adjust. The full use of that court has been absolutely amazing.
There's still a few more seconds on the clock. Before the end of this third quarter, still the Diamonds in the lead as they attack all the way. Oh, too easy, too easy.
I always say how train. No robots to be able to stop everything.
Beautiful play there by the Diamonds. Strong start and a strong finish in this third quarter. Oh, what a play. Solid play. Good teamwork from the shooter to the defenders. And I think for them, what is making Muka difficult for them to actually penetrate the attacking side is the solid defense, solid wall of defense that has been set up there by the Diamonds. It is great work. Unity and also that shooting duo in the shooting circle of Fisser and Hugo really complementing each other as we see them. And, you know, the give and goes and also the feeder, the wing attack for me has really stepped up in the third quarter, Nikki. Well, one more quarter to go. Stay tuned in this Telkom Netball Championships. We still have a lot of exciting netball to come. We welcome you back at Hoërskool Waterkloof, and this is where the Telkom Netball Challenge will take place in the next 3 days. It is the under 17, 18s and 19s who will be showcasing their talent here. And there's a lot of talent in South Africa. As we get underway, it is Muka who gets us underway as we see them struggling to get into that shooting third. But the other thing that I've just spotted now, the wing defense of Muka is high up in that transverse line trying to attack. Now she's crowding the space for goal attack and wing attack. So she shouldn't attack over the center circle. She should stop halfway. So that's just to allow the goal attack, wing attack to actually have those leads and those drives.
Yes, Nontle, I think she can go to the center. I agree with you. She can go only to the circle if they need that reset and they're further back in closer to their shooting circle.
Opportunity for Muka. A stepping error. Pressure is mounting from the Muka camp. And I'm always going to revert back to this. There are no leads that are coming from the Muka camp. There's another opportunity for them. But as you see that the center goal attack are right, the wing attack is right at the transverse line for Muka. So she's not creating enough space for her to actually attack. You know, and we see the opposite for the Diamonds. They're creating and set up those leads way before. You know, they are well prepared and they know who is going to go to. They know which space they want to occupy, and they never crowd the midcourt.
They think two passes ahead, Nontle. So I think the attacking game, we always say you must know, yes, you don't pass, you must pass. Oh, I had to interrupt myself there. That was very good. That was brilliant. That was a brilliant intercept, well read, and she actually sets it up. You make it as if the attacker is open, and then you go for the intercept. We see there's a timeout called. There's an injury call. And it's on the goal attack, the new goal attack that just stepped in. So we have another one coming back in. Nontle, does that not look like the goalkeeper?
Yeah,
she's going to play goal attack.
Goalkeeper.
Oh, interesting.
It's exciting, eh? We've seen centers playing goal defense. Yo, what a drag.
You can hear it from all the way up
here. You
here.
can hear it from all the way up here. Yeah, so it's quite interesting to see what the goalkeeper of Muka, sorry, the goal attack now, who was the goalkeeper? I think it was Malda.
And she offers the first lead that you're looking for. Somebody coming in.
And she's high up also. That's also a concern, because you don't want her to come all the way up, because that's the space for the goal defense and wing defense.
Yes, that's where your squares are supposed to come through, because if she goes all the way up, who is she going to pass to? Because then there's nobody there in front of her. We see Fissa has been off to take a bit of a break. Yeah.
Another opportunity for Muka. Stepping error called against the wing attack. No one. Yes, we need leads. Brilliant drive there from the shooter. Yes, much better play coming from Muka. I like the patience, you know, and this is what we want to see. The patience, especially as you're approaching the shooting circle. You don't want to get there, you're under pressure, and then you end up offloading an unnecessary pass to your shooter. But it's not the feeder's I mean, bad pass there. There's not a bad pass from the feeder. I think the goal attack really turned. She didn't give a clear option or side as to where she wanted the ball, and that is what is happening. I think there's a miscommunication there.
And she stepped off court, so it was a throw in. So she stepped off court. See, it's those basics, like it's the controllable areas that you can do. It's unforced. You're there. You cannot afford to step off court. Like it's that patience. Just do the basics right. I would like to also see that, Nontle, like them going back to basics, like you're saying, including some of the leads with people showing the options, but also just protecting your ball. Basics like let's tidy up on the basic areas. There's a line. I know where my line is going. See, it's very interesting now with the changes in the Diamonds camp. With Visser not being there, she's the tallest one. You'd expect her to be the standing shooter, but now you're finding both of them. The shorties are both coming and then standing in the circle, waiting for those short passes to happen. I think they can keep a moving circle. Shooting is not to be. Fetch it, fetch it. So that's a good call, Nontle. So what people must understand, if an attacker, you're allowed to go outside the circle, but as a defender, I cannot defend you off court. So it's called defending off court while you're off court. But I can stop you from entering, but I can't defend you off court. And that's what is a call for. So it's either you're obstructing, but it's defending off court, and then it's a penalty to the attack. So if you're a goal attack and you're a goal shooter, and you can see that, oh, it's tight in the circle, they're not letting me go free, get outside the circle. You're allowed to, and then find a new point of entry and give them options.
Yep, give them options. You need to be creative. Oh, that was a good attempt.
Nontle, you were speaking about some with different position changes. We see the goal defense. She was the center in the previous. She was the center in the previous quarter. Options. Play your triangle, but the wing attack and the center need to be there. So in order for them to be able to give options, if the shooter is defended, so I'd like to see at least the center and the wing attack showing up at the pops of the circle, not even at the pop, even at one on the other end, in order to give them options.
(35-17) is where we're at in this last quarter between the Diamonds and Muka. As you see, Muka on attack. Are they going to put it? Yes!
Yes, she gets it.
Oh, unfortunately, it's a stepping error. I think she did well there. I thought she did well, you know, well balanced and then control of the game. Of the ball, and then she quickly released it. But before that, she walked, and Muka retains the favor. Another opportunity. Good pick up there by the wing defense.
Oh, beautiful base drive. Beautiful base drive. You could actually even hear the defense saying base, but she was there too quickly. Unfortunately, she doesn't make use of it.
Beautiful work there by the goal defense, who was the center. I think she drives very well. Strong, solid drives. As you can see here, the bench of the Diamonds screaming, hold! But that ball, now that was amazing.
It's the use of the feet, Nontle. It's the use of the feet. So with the goalkeeper, it shows you don't need to be very tall, but if you use your feet, you use the feet brilliantly. That's why she was able to get at least a bit of a tip or a deflection. Oh.
That was good play there by Muka.
And she sinks her first goal in.
Three minutes to go before the end of this quarter.
And that's another goal added to the Diamonds. Nonja, you know what I'd also like to see? So I see the Muka is attempting to drive, but then they're driving too flat out and not towards the ball. So you know, like when we say basics to little kids, go towards the ball. So you might not go, you might try. Oh, girl, that outside hand and that beautiful timing, and she returns it. Thank you, defense, and she goes again.
Now this is what we want to see: the battle of the defenders.
Attackers, let's make sure. Let's go forward, forward, forward. Don't force it, don't force it, don't force it. You still have a minute, 2 more minutes to go. Keep it short, short, short. You can still get your 2 goals in those 2 minutes to make it count, but it's not to be. Diamond says, no, not today, not right now.
Yeah, I've really been impressed by the Diamonds defensive unit. I mean, they started with Zandile Dwane on wing defense and Alice Berger, goalkeeper, and also Janke Kutsia on that goal defense. And even when they started changing and putting new players, the momentum really didn't drop. They still applied the same intensity, and you can see the communication is still the same. And I really, really am happy and impressed by the performance of the Diamonds. And also, I mean, Muka also had moments of brilliance. We've seen Malda being put in that goalkeeper position, and also now playing the goal attack. You see the versatility from the teams. You also saw, I mean, the defenders also hustling for Muka. So it was not consistent for the Muka side. But I must say, there were moments of brilliance, and they should be happy about some of the things that took court, that happened on court. And maybe going to the next encounter, they should just, you know, build it up and maybe break it down into quarters. This is what we want to achieve now. Maybe we want to make sure that we keep our own center passes and, you know, just break it down quarter to quarter and not take it by the match, because I think when you really break it down, you always see the growth, and also to realize that, you know what, we have achieved this, and you also can identify where you actually start to drop the momentum as a team. So it's a good effort by Muka, but the match goes to the Diamonds. I think they were dominant from the word go. Another pickup there by the center. I mean, the goal defense, I get so confused because I'm so used to her playing that center position. And all smiles from the Diamonds camp. What a performance, and that's how we end things off. It is the Diamonds who are winning this by 19 goals. So you can see all hugs, all smile coming from the Diamonds camp. They really, really put on the fight. They put their foot in the accelerator. Led from the word go. And I think even with the inclusion of different players there from the Diamond, we saw Kaho Mutwana sitting that one out, and we saw Shante van Staden on that wing attack. The momentum didn't drop. We also saw the center, Lubba, on moving into that goal defense position, and the momentum was still there, the intensity, the ball placement, and it was a well played match there by the Northern Diamonds, but also Northwest really putting on the fight, Nikki, there. And I think there were moments of brilliance, and I thought they were coming strong, especially in that second quarter, but it was not to be, because the Diamonds really, really denied Muka the opportunity. But Muka, we must give it to them. In that second quarter, they won it by 1 goal, led 7-6. And, you know, there were, like we're saying, that there were moments of brilliance, but the consistency wasn't there for Muka. But they should be happy. The lady that we were impressed with from Muka was Malda, who initially started on that goalkeeper position. who then moved into center position. It was amazing to watch her. Sorry, who moved on into that goal attack position. It was very interesting to see her there. Quite a versatile player. We are so happy to see this. But all the glory goes to the Diamonds. Well-deserved win. As we go down to Andy Mahamba for the post-match interviews.
Absolutely sparkling performance from the Diamonds to secure the victory here as they faced off against Muka of the Northwest. I am joined by Jo-Marie Libbe of the Diamonds as we chat through your team's performance. Another victory for your side, and the smile on your face says it all. You guys look like you're having quite a great time on court.
Definitely, I think, it's just very fun. I'm having very fun and it's great, and we have a nice team. So yeah, it's just great and it makes me smile.
Now, a number of your team members were saying the weather conditions are slightly different here to what you're used to perhaps back at home. How have you guys adapted and adjusted to that?
I think we just as we are committed, and then we are just playing. That's the least we can do. I mean, the weather, we can't change it, so yeah, we just play.
Looking at the positives that you were able to draw, how do you make sure that you maintain this run of form as you continue in the competition?
Well, we just stay positive, keeping the smile, and yeah, our God is very big, and He has blessed us with many talents, and yeah, we're just grateful to be here.
Indeed, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That is Jo-Marie Libbe of the Diamond side, as we're going to bring on from the Northwest Muka, as we're going to take a chat about how they performed in this particular game, a game that didn't go your side, but it was very encouraging to see that you were fighting all the way up until the end.
Yeah, that was very encouraging. First, I want to say congrats to Diamonds for winning. They played really, really well. We are really proud of them, and they were the better team on the court today. But we are grateful still to be playing here, to have played against them. Yeah, so.
Do you feel perhaps the team could have performed better in this game? Where do you think the areas of difference were?
I honestly feel that my team played really good today, so I'm not even going to say that there was an area that we could have performed better. Unfortunately, one of our players, she got hurt, so two of our players are out, so that's a bit of a bummer. But I really think my team played really well today.
At the end of that second quarter, I heard your coach saying you guys just need to be a bit more clinical, a lot of balls being thrown away and not really hanging on to your possession.
The second quarter we played really good. I felt like we played really good, but I think it was a bit of stress the first quarter. The second quarter we played really good, and then the third and the fourth I just think we got tired. Yeah.
How do you bounce back?
I think we just go rest today because we are done for today, and then we come back tomorrow with a bang.
Hard luck.
Thank you.
Well, they're going to hope to come back with a bang tomorrow, not to be today, unfortunately, completely outplayed in that game against the Diamonds. The action does continue. We're going to be seeing the Cape Winelands taking on Dr. Kenneth Kaunda in the next game. Do stay with us for more Telkom Netball Champs action.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside, a continent touch! Of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. The cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
Hello and welcome back to the Telkom Netball Championships broadcast to you by DSTV's Now app. And we are broadcasting live from Hoërskool, Waterkloof with the next game. It's the third game of the day that's about to kick off. And it should be an exciting clash coming up in that under-19 division. And really, I think it should be a big match up on our hands as we're going to witness Dr. Kenneth Kawunda that will be taking on the Cape Winelands. As always, I'm not alone in commentary. I am joined by the lovely Nikki Sono. Nikki, as we look on that starting lineup for Dr. KK, looking quite strong and solid up front with the likes of Dixon as well as Matlapang. But what can we expect from the seven that will take on this responsibility?
Hi, Simi. Thanks for the warm welcome. I think, Simi, when they start off, they're just going to do the basics well. So just feed with the standing shooter and get them and then convert those specific goals. So I'm looking forward to seeing most of the basics happen. So just basic netball, catch, pass, move, and channels, moving nicely into their channels.
Yeah, so keeping it simple and basics is exactly what is expected from both these teams. And looking on at the Cape Winelands as well, I mean, quite a full team, solid players there. Would love to see exactly what it is that the tall shooters in that circle, what that's going to bring and present in terms, of the feeds and the shooting accuracy in that circle. But they are a tall team. They're a very strong side as well. Again, it is about how they show up on the actual day. So there's a lot that we're looking forward as the two teams will be facing each other. A lot of history, between the Cape Winelands as well as Dr. Kenneth Kawunda, and not just at a schools level, but you take it all the way to a senior level and perspective, and it's always great sportswomanship.
Oh yes, Simi, it is. I mean, you look at even within the first division, how all the teams have been going with the Stings and also with the Flames to that level, and also with the Spar Champs. So it's going to be interesting. And this is some of the feeders, the kids that are coming through, and it's nice to see the opportunities coming through. Thanks to Telkom, thanks to SuperSport and DSTV.
Yeah. So just a few moments before we get the fourth game underway. It's the fourth game of the day. We've seen 3 already. So yeah, the action still continues. Really exciting times here at the Telkom Netball Champs. And just to confirm, the previous clashes in this competition so far. So both teams do feature in that first division, and they've already played a single match each. Dr. KK did come out with quite a huge loss against Tshwane yesterday, coming down 43-25. And Cape Winelands came out tops against eThekwini with a 34-27 result. So Cape Winelands will definitely be looking to build on that momentum, riding on that high from their victory, while Dr. KK is coming in as the wounded team and perhaps looking strong to secure their first victory.
Yes, Sami, and it's always an opportunity. So with log standings and playing round robins, your first day is out, your nerves and everything is out. So now you're like, no khatons, it's time to go. We're going to get this. Let's do it. So you can actually feel on the court where they're anxious, they want to go, they want to get going. I think if they could just pull the stopwatch, they'd rush it to go there. So it's going to be a good game.
Yep, it certainly is. And just to confirm that lineup from the Winelands, so you've got Barnett, the tall, towering shooter in the circle, and she'll be working alongside Michaelin Lombard. And on wing attack, you've got Karen Nobrega, and midcourt, Audrey Carstens, and wing defense will be Azria Sylvester with Laura Stein and Lindry Johnson working defensively. Quite a nice, strong bench in Renezia Andrews, Lisa Goos, Tara Rodimeyer, Nicole Paul, as well as Shalene Bezadenhout. And the head coach is no stranger to school's netball, Freda Kemp, who comes in with a lot of experience and somebody who has been highly involved and active as far as school's netball is concerned. And just to confirm that lineup yet again, two teams have got a long history of competition amongst the two. But like we said, it's going to be all up to the team that wants it the most. The team that shows up this morning is the one that will walk away tops at the end of the day. And I mean, Nikki, based on your history and experience and, how you've seen the two teams perform, what can we expect from both of them in terms of, the strengths or, any areas of opportunity, just based on your own experience as well?
I'm expecting to see quick ball releases, especially from the Winelands. When they receive the ball, quick ball releases and just nice feeds into the shooting circle. And with Dr. KK, just a bit of movement. So they'll play around with the circle a little bit more. So I'm expecting to see that. They could change, I don't know.
But I guess we're just seconds away before we get the fourth game of the day to get started, and it is Dr. Kenneth Kawunda that gets us going in this thriller of a match.
Oh, and the pressure comes in already from the Cape Winelands.
Yeah, it's going to always be like that. We expect, and I think you spoke about 5 minutes yesterday, Nikki, where, the turnaround is 5 minutes for the teams to settle in, get their feet, and also just suss out, how their position is or how far they need to stretch themselves. So I expect nothing different in this instance.
Nothing different at all. Even with the seniors, they actually take a little bit less than the under 17s and 18s. So with the under 19s, a good 2-3 minutes. Once the ball has been down, like about 8 times or so, then they can be able to tell, okay, 3 balls have gone this way. This is their natural action. This is how far they can reach. This is where they can go. Sorry, Simi.
Yeah.
I can already see that it's going to be also a very physical game. They're going to put their bodies on the line. They're going with everything that they have. Oh, what timing. What an intercept.
That was exceptional indeed. Great take and well timed.
Still untidy, but we're talking to, it's still the beginning stages, so let's let them feel each other out. But for me, I would rather them start settling, just go slowly and see where they can open up. But then again, it's with the speed of the ball.
It certainly is, as we see Cape Winelands sinking their first goal in this match. And he has an opportunity for a second one. A little bit short there. Yeah, you look shocked, Nikki. Talk us through that.
Simi, most of us get shocked if a very tall shooter, because they're like, she's closest to the pole, so it should be a little bit easier. It has to travel further. And on top of that, she's still in a space to get the rebound. But, they always say, like you said yesterday, when it's closer, it's harder.
Yeah, it is indeed, and we've learned that. But what a great take there from Lombard. Fortunately, that ball turned yet again out of the shooting circle of Cape Winelands.
And let's see what Dr. KK does with it. There's the screen. You see, it gets to some of the coaches and some players when people don't see that particular screen. As soon as the goal defense is out, what needs to happen is look straight into the circle. Your goalkeeper and your goal shooter and your goal attack need to make sure that they put themselves in a position where it's easier to feed the ball straight into the shooting circle. Screen the defense out of the game so that you can pass to the person behind, slightly behind.
Yeah, it's quite an effective way, to defend your space and mark it. Oh, good take there. It's quite an effective way, to defend your space, Nikki, like I was saying, because often defenders aren't ready for that or they're not expecting it. And it's always, I think, shows how your attackers are thinking about positioning themselves, recreating, space and creating opportunities. So always lovely to see that in action.
And Simi, I just looked at just after the shot, the goal shooter of the Winelands had just missed it again, and I just saw her wing attack talking to her, and what her wing attack was saying, and then they had to say ankles. So she's actually she's not bending her knee, she's not actually following through with her ankles. You know, they say like lift your ankle, so it's just in her follow through. That's very interesting to note. Then it means the wing attack and the goal shooters actually have communication, that they know what your shooting action is, and if it's not going in the way it's supposed to be going in, you don't need to wait for the coach. They can tell you on court, okay, lift your ankles, or, you know, bend your knees, or follow through.
Yeah, and I think that's great to keep that communication going. And you're 100% right. You don't need to wait for your coach. I mean, if your teammate can assist and bring in some words of wisdom, why not?
Collision.
Yeah.
Oh, discipline there, discipline with the over a third. I think it was the miscommunication. So it's those long passes that are happening. It's just a slight miscommunication.
Oh, that's good piece of play there from Matlapeng to Dixons. Falls short, but good rebound nonetheless. Yeah, Dr. KK still not able to sink in those goals. I mean, they're still sitting on 0 points. And Matlapeng finally saves the day and is able to crack that scoreboard. So it is still a 1-goal game between these two sides.
That's a step and pass, Simi. So she stepped and then she passed the ball, but it worked because the feeding was on. She saw where she was nicely positioned, and that will work because she's so close to the post. And when she feeds it over one-on-one with a person there, she's almost like a head taller than the other one. It's there. She could have stood still, but then that one she was already in the motion and she looped it over. That works.
Yeah, so
might not look pretty for you,
but it works. And I think you know, that's the message at the end of the day. As long as it works, Nikki, it's perfectly acceptable. You can't expect it to be, you know, a regular feature, because we're always talking about the creativity we expect from some of these players.
Look, I just, sorry, Simi, let me get it right.
It's all good.
Simi, sorry, Simi. Simi, I just noticed the wing attack from the Cape Winans. She has this beautiful move. She just goes around the edge of the circle and collects the ball in the pocket. I would like to see the wing defense stopping that space from the edge of the circle, because she's following her to the edge up until she goes into position. So whenever the ball comes into the wing area, the wing attack runs around the circle and then she comes in. If the wing defense would stop her and then at least make her movement change instead of allowing her to go all the way there, then that option of the wing attack in that pocket wouldn't happen, or the top circle edge.
Yeah, it's always quite a difficult one if you've got a strong wing attack. And I think that's why, you know, we always look out for wing defenders, the ones that are able to cut down a wing attack. Because if you've got a strong wing, you know, it really can be difficult. So she does have her work cut out for her. So that ball turned around in favor of Dr. KK. And immediately Van Jaarsveld looking down court. And that's a good move there. Interplay between Scaife and Matlapeng, and fortunately that ball just not sinking in. It's just not working at the moment, at least.
No, not at the moment. Not at the moment, and it's already 7 minutes in.
Yeah, there is a bit of I think, you know, start for Dr. KK when you think that they've settled in. They just, you know, not really in there as yet. As we see the Cape Winelands trying to break away. 3 goals difference at this stage. Oh, this is lovely. I love the support and the work that Lombard has to do. So clearly there's a double block on Barnard. She's the taller shooter of the two. But I do think that Lombard has to play herself closer. You know, perhaps Barnard moving away from the goalpost to try and draw the two defenders and open it up a little bit for Lombard. She doesn't have to take those long-range shots, but can play herself a little bit closer.
I agree, Simi. Just get used to the pole, get your eye in, play yourself closer. That's much better. Play yourself much closer to the pole. It's easier closer than further.
Yeah, it is, as the Cape Winelands sinks in another goal. So 4 goals difference at this stage. Oh, that's well played.
Oh.
She kept her space, but then just not able to hold on to that ball, or was it a little bit of pressure, you think?
I think she just couldn't hold on to the ball. Maybe she was just a little bit flat-footed, but that was good placement. And maybe her hands are wet. Anything is possible. But it was a beautiful front hold, and that is probably one of the hardest to defend because it's going straight to her stomach.
Yeah,
unlucky.
And I was happy with how they actually moved that ball down court. But to your point, the shooters have a huge responsibility to make it count. And somebody that is stepping up is none other than Lombard, the goal attack of the Cape Wildlands. She's certainly,
making it count.
Yeah, she is making it count indeed. Yeah, that's a good offering. And great rebound from Barnett.
Simi, I'd like just to see just a little bit of variety from our northwest, our Dr. KK, with the defense. If you're sticking with the goalkeeper sticking too tight on the goal shooter, she's not allowing herself much movement. If she was to stick a little bit looser, just use her feet in order to move around, because some of these passes, if you can see, Lombard is getting that, she's pointing her finger, she's getting her in one side, on the right-hand side. If they were a little bit more mobile, then they'd be able to contest for some of those balls. But if you're sleeping on the player and sticking to her too much, then it makes it a little bit difficult. She's stuck on her too much, and from the back, with her having so much space, that's not going to happen. Move around. And when we do it with little kids is, when the ball is coming, move to ball side. When the ball switches, move to ball side, so that the goal shooter doesn't hold on to you and position themselves against you. Once you're tight on the body, there's no way you're getting that specific ball.
Yeah, you're kind of signaling, actually, to the attackers that you can throw the ball just a little bit higher, or you're basically giving them, indication of exactly where to place the ball. So I agree with you. I like the idea of starting a little bit away from the body and create the illusion that, the shooter is available, and you won't put as much emphasis or effort into it as opposed to when somebody is right on the body. That's good support coming through from Van der Merwe, wing defense of Dr. KK.
Beautiful long drive from the goal shooter. I love visionary goal shooters like that. You can see that there's nobody on that side, and that is that nice long drive that they needed in order to connect, to come into the shooting circle. So she wasn't watching netball, she was participating in it,
Yeah, and I love the fact that she swinged that ball back to the mid-court, or the middle channel, so to speak, just to allow, better offload into that circle. And that is a really good and solid piece of play coming through from Dr. KK. They are still trailing by 4. So it is an important centre pass for the northwest side. The wing attack is right inside that circle, but I think there may have been a little bit of a push in there, and that's why the umpire didn't pay too much attention to it.
Hey, I saw that. that's the footwork that some of the goal shooters do, Simi, and they actually don't realize that they're not landing simultaneously. So it's a small and then they move. Obviously, they want to move closer. Good vision, and well seen by the umpire.
Yeah, they always move the wrong foot, the one that is certainly not the landing foot. But we are only at the end of the first quarter, so a lot more action coming up your way at the Telkom Netball Champs. So right now, we are looking at the end of the first quarter, and it is the Cape Wildlands that are leading by 4 goals. But don't go away as yet. There's still a lot more action coming up right after this break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
So just to confirm that score at the end of the first quarter, it is the Cape Winelands that closed off with a 4-goal lead. It was a strong start, for the Cape Winelands, Nikki. They looked a lot more settled and in dominance and in control as well. But Dr. KK also had pockets of brilliance, but just perhaps not as consistent as what we saw from the Cape Winelands.
Yes, Sami. So the Cape Winelands were a bit stronger, especially going into their shooting circle. And the KK, they're not far off, Sami. So it's a 4-goal difference. It actually means they got only 2 of their centre passes turned. But they're still in the game. It's still early times, early days. And I believe they can make it work.
They certainly can. And you're spot on. Just 2 turnovers or 2 missed opportunities, and they basically back in it. So not much separating these two teams, and hopefully we will see Dr. KK hitting the ground running in the second quarter. They're more than capable. There was some lovely interplay, especially in that shooting circle with Matlapeng as well as Dirksen. So the Cape Winelands Costins get us started in the second quarter, and immediately a great steal by now, the goalkeeper of Dr. KK, and the ball's just swinging left, right, up and down court. Nobody seems to want to score any goals as yet.
Yeah, Sami, it's a first centre pass, so let's just see what happens. So Sami, I'm liking what they were doing there in that circle. So it's just obviously the feeding is very good, but when they're doing a double mark on the shooter, but it's a little bit of a loose double mark, but the person who's one of the people need to sweep for when the goal attack comes in. So that almost happened. It can work.
It certainly can. So Cape Winelands, look at that super hands coming through from Costins. Oh,
beautiful.
It was a great option, by Van Jaarsveld to go for Dirksen. She was better option, considering the fact that Matlapeng was slightly sandwiched between those two defenders. But still 4 goals in it. Yep, I can see Nikki waving her arms around to signal that Lombard is down the base, and she was unmarked.
Sami, so people must remember, when you're doing a double marking, the person, you need to be awake. It doesn't mean you're stuck to the shooter up until the end, up until they get the goal in. You understand? So whoever, if she's coming on base, the person who is at the back of the goal shooter is the one that's supposed to come and pick her up. So you're not stuck there, because if you're looking at the ball, obviously, and you're looking where play is. When somebody says base, that means I'm behind the goal shooter. What am I doing behind her? I'm the one that's going to pick up the person who's doing the baseline drive. So you still need to move. You're not stuck like glue. There's the base drive. Watch, but nobody's looking. They're all looking only at the ball. So somebody, whoever's coming, if I'm covering stomach and the ball is coming at the top, the person who's at the back, I'm covering that base drive. So, and I need to commend Lombard, because what she's doing beautifully is that she's not occupying top circle. She's doing the baseline drive, and it is difficult as a defense to counter that, because she's actually separating and dividing you guys.
And it's worked, because if we look at what happened in that first quarter, there was a double block on Barnett, and I think immediately Lombard kind of knew what her responsibility is, and that's splitting the defenders. And like you said, Nikki, it is working beautifully so far.
And just to add with the double mark, sorry to hamper on this, but I think it's something I enjoy talking about, and maybe we all share different ideas about it. So there's always this person on the stomach. It's besides a double block, it's also there's always that person on the stomach, and there's the person behind. Now, if there's a person on the stomach, you are the one, because it's closer to the post. You stay on that stomach. The person who's at the back is the one that should release in order to be able to sweep and see whatever is coming there. Because if the person on the stomach moves, that is the easiest pass, and that is the closest pass, easiest in order to get a goal in. So the person at the stomach must not move. So the clever attacks will come, and then they're sweeping around the top of the circle. So what will a defender tend to do? They move off stomach, and then that's the ball in.
Yeah.
So the person at the back, you're the one, because what are you doing behind? You can't get a ball from behind a person.
Yeah.
You're the one that's supposed to actually they're relieving you from being defended. You must do the sweeping around. So sometimes it takes a while in order to be able to do it. But if you're able to see it, but it's the communication that must happen. That is, like I must say, sweep like the goal attacker sweeping. You do the sweeping inside that particular circle, and I'm covering the stomach.
Yeah, it is quite an interesting, insight, Nikki, because you find a lot of players thinking that they can come around from behind. It doesn't happen, often, and you're most likely going to end up causing contact anyways. But looking back in this game, it is Dr. KK that turned the ball, so he has an opportunity for them to sink one more goal. It was a much tougher start to the second quarter for them, but here's a chance for them to bridge that gap. And the ball is not flowing as easily for Dr. KK. And that's exactly why you've got a Johnson who is tall, who's got good elevation. She shot straight up for that intercept, so very well done there. My goodness, look at that steal from Van der Merwe right on the line of that circle. But she was also at the right place at the right time, so she can be grateful for a bit of luck as well on her side.
Yes, and she's setting it up, Simi. She's making it look like that person is free, and it's going to be an easy Lexi-daisy pass there, and then she's there. She's setting it up for herself, but the work needs to happen from when it's coming. But everybody needs to be doing that specific setup.
Look at this, Dr. KK is turning ball, and they just needed to back themselves. And I'm grateful that Mahlapeng actually sunk that in, because it was an important ball that was turned away. So 2 consecutive goals for Dr. KK. And this is what we're talking about, the power of a turnover or an intercept. It really just puts you back in the game.
It does, Simi. So it's a turnover, and then after that you can get a goal. That's already 2 points. You're allowing yourself 2 points, and you can shorten the gap. Now, instead of 6-12, now they're on 8-12. Can't convert, and there's another opportunity. But now they must relax. Let's see the drives in.
Oh, she took too long there. Way too long. Armstrong, Van der Schaaf was right in front of her, available, but just no quick releases there. By the time she was ready to offload that ball, the defender was all over Van der Schaaf.
Yes, Simi, then there's another 3-second hold. I think sometimes what happens to defense when they're looking at attacks, you can be there, but you're standing still. And as a defender, you want a person who's standing still so that you can cut in between it. So if she had just taken one extra step, and the feed, they just need to relax coming into that circle. Need to relax in that shooting circle, play it around, relax, and then pop the ball over.
So there's a quick substitution being made at the moment by the Cape Winelands head coach. And we will confirm exactly who it is that has come in place of Lombard.
Beautiful sweep. So she swept from behind, and that's what goalkeepers do. If the goal defenders do, if the goalkeeper is holding that front stomach, that overfeed, that's what you're sweeping to get into. That was absolutely beautiful.
And I love just how, the Dr. KK defenders are turning a lot more ball in that circle. They're creating the opportunity for their shooters, but I think the accuracy perhaps an area of concern.
Yes, they just need to go back and practice. Some of the best shooters say you can never have enough practice. Practice. Know what's wrong if it's in terms of your motions. you must know what's going on, you must know what's wrong.
Yeah, so just 3 goals in it. And Dr. KK has a chance here to even close that margin a lot more.
Simi, I'm just looking at the attack of the of Dr. KK. I would like to see the center help even more. It's like she's watching netball. It looked like she did her first center pass, but not giving the options. Like they're looking for that triangle. She's there at the top circle, but then she's on the wrong side.
Yeah.
You know, at least give it an option. If it means go a little bit wider, go a little bit wider. But you can't just stay in one spot. The attack wants to get herself closer because she's realized, you know what, I'm not shooting from this far. She doesn't want to pop it over because the defense is all over. The wing attack is the only one who's offering the option. So top circle, you know, you need to give different options top circle. I can't go too wide because you know the intercept can come through. So just giving just a little bit more options in terms of that that triangle and that attacking third in order for them to just restructure, rebuild it in order to get it into the goal shooter, because the Winans are making it very difficult for them.
Yeah, and I mean, centers are usually, you know, the dynamites on court, the guys that are creative and constantly on the run. But not just running, you know, aimlessly. There has to be purpose. It has to be about angles. But I mean, look at that great steal there from Sylvester. So yeah, I mean, the center's going to have to step up. The center of Dr. KK. So that's a lovely offload into the Cape Winelands circle, and they do make it count. So that's a great. You know, conversion from them. It was on the back of Dr. KK's center pass. And good deflection there from Dr. Armstrong. I mean, from Armstrong, not Dr. of Dr. KK, rather. You know, sitting there with the 3 feet defense, and that really was well timed by the Dr. KK side.
Lovely pop, one-on-one on top of it. Oh, well seen by the umpire. Most people tend to like tip it on the fingers, on the arm, just in order to interrupt the wrist action of the goal shooters. But umpire was not on my watch. Beautiful pass. I think the center heard us, Sim.
Yeah.
And that was a beautiful pass. Brilliant vision.
So it really was a much needed conversion for Dr. KK. They are only trailing by 2 at this point. So a good comeback in the second quarter. Just less than a minute remaining as we claw our way to the halfway mark.
Beautiful move there by the goal shooter. You cannot be caught standing as the goal defense and goalkeeper on the same side, because it's more like you guys are defending each other. Simi, I've just also noticed most of the center passes from the Dr. KK are coming very wide. I don't know if they want to receive as a goal attack, wing attack, and the wing defense is wide, or it's the Cape Winelands forcing them to go wide. It would be nice if they would do like a knit one so on, where somebody is in the middle, just to give them options, because then the center can't pass because all of them are too wide out and the ball is either being intercepted or it's going on the outsides.
Yeah, and there really hasn't been that many options, you know, for Van Jaarsveld on center in terms of those center passes. But we are exactly at the halfway mark at this point, and I think we've got, you know, 2 more quarters still remaining where we'll get an opportunity to see how Dr. KK does make adjustments as far as the center passes are concerned. But for now, it is the Cape Winelands that is sitting with a 4-goal lead at halftime. But do stay with us as the action continues at the Telkom Netball Championships between these two sides. But we'll come back right here on your DSTV Now app straight after this break.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Well, Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
She has a little bit more speed, so just to see that extra help in the drives. Remember, as we're saying, coming into the shooting circle. So unfortunately, our goal attack not able to convert that specific ball.
Yep, so it is back in the Winelands attacking side. And I think the weather here in the city of Tshwane also getting a little bit warmer as the day is progressing. Perhaps, you know, being influenced by all the action that we're seeing, as things are quite heated between these two teams. They actually equalized at second quarter, Nikki, when we're looking, you know, at the first two quarters.
Yes, Sami. So Dr. KK came, there were 4 goals down, and like they showed, they're still in the game. And then that second quarter, the scores were even Stevens, and it was 8-all.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how they compete in this third quarter. My goodness, that was absolutely magnificent from Armstrong. She took that ball, saw that she was off balance, but released it before falling off court. So that is intelligent play by the youngster.
And athleticism, like Samir, I love it when I see these young kids like being athletic and, you know, they're working on it. They show that they're working very hard on it and very disciplined and released on time. Look at the center giving the options. She's the one that's giving the options, and that's what we really needed. But I'd like to see just work the circle more. It's fine. They're staying there and they're double marking because they're clever. What they can see is that if you're a goal attacker and you're not accurate from far, they're going to leave you there. They're going to leave you go far, and they're going to stick on the goal Oh, beautiful outside foot. Outside hand. Beautiful use of the feet and good outside hand. Oh, a bit of a forced one. We didn't need that to happen. Settle, settle, settle. First 2 minutes, settle. Find your rhythm with the new changes, and then build it up. Then you can see what you do from there. Held ball, good pressure.
So only 5 goals in it. You know, it almost looks like Dr. Kenneth Kawunda wants to take the lead, but perhaps not believing that they can, because at one point they were 2 goals behind, and now we're back to 5-goal difference, which is it's not a big margin regardless, but still you just don't want to be playing a chasing game for the duration of the match.
No, you don't, Sims. You don't. Oh, beautiful cheeky pass there. Nice. I think what the goalkeeper anticipated it being played outside, and then she moved, and then they swung it straight in. So what is happening now is once it's coming closer to Dr. KK's side, most of them are staying on the goal shooter because they can see that the goal attack is just having just a difficult time converting some of those goals. Her movements are beautiful, but she's not converting. So they're leaving her to get most of those balls.
I wouldn't put my eyes completely away from her because she is a solid player as well.
Yes, and she actually sunk that in, and to show you, yeah, I can sink it in. Now I'm going to make you think about it. So her movements have been brilliant. It's just the shooting that wasn't working, but now she's gotten that out of the way.
Yeah, it's certainly out of the way, and a little bit more rattled. Barnard trying to chase the ball.
Yes, the defense there is working hard.
Yeah,
you're not allowed to touch the ball.
She did. She tried to deflect the ball, but it looked more like a snatch. But umpire in full control on court.
Can you see Simi them moving outside, being on the outside for the center passes? So they're making it so much harder. Wait.
Oh, that's unfortunate there. I thought she gave it a good attempt, Johnson. But yeah, as you're correctly saying, for the center passes, they are still too wide on the outside. Whereas the point I think you were making is you need to have one driving closer to the center and the one a little bit outside just to create those options.
Yeah, so that's why for me I wanted to know, is it their strategy or is it the Cape Winelands that's forcing them to be on the outside so that they can intercept the balls? I actually must watch when they go for the center pass where your goal attack and wing attack stand, then we'll be able to tell. Oh.
Yep. Fortunately, Mahlapeng not able to sink those balls in, and they have figured it out already, as you correctly highlighted earlier on, Nikki, that Dirksen is the key player and she's the key shooter in that circle. So they are completely unfazed by Mahlapeng, but I still would not keep my eyes off her. She's such an exciting player.
Maybe move her around just to get her to get the play in. So just for the excitement, maybe at a wing attack position if you have somebody else shooting, or if she just comes closer, because she's not going to be able to feed that ball in with those 2 defenses up there on top. So she's moving beautifully, however she's not able to finish off. So not taking eyes off her completely. Maybe put her in a wing attack position if you have another if they have another goal attack. I'm not too sure who their other goal attacks are, because she works that circle so beautifully. But it's not sinking, and players are trying, and then she's probably also getting frustrated with herself because she knows she's got the capabilities of doing that. But sometimes, it's not sinking, it's not your day. So maybe get her to relax, or maybe get the goal shooter to start moving out. Let her start driving out. Let's see what then they're going to do.
So second ball in court, so umpire's time there, but they quickly get it off court and get the proceedings underway. I mean, the two shooting circles are almost a mirror image of each other. You've got a very exciting, very agile and athletic goal attack, and then you've got a standing shooter as well. But I do think that the Cape Winelands probably have the upper hand as far as that strategy is concerned.
And the shooting accuracy. So they're more accurate in terms of the shooting.
Yeah, and that's what matters at the end of the day, right? So you can move as much as you want, but if the balls don't sink in, you will be on the back foot. So unfortunately, Dirksen stepping off court.
It's the holding. She just couldn't hold on to it. And she was holding front beautifully. You see, that's what you want to have happen, that they're driving a little bit quicker. So it's harder for that double defense to automatically be set up.
Yeah, she did so well, Nikki. I agree with you in terms of defending the space, but then unfortunately just falling short.
Beautiful.
Yeah, umpire's time, unfortunately. I think
his shoe
sneaker decided to take a little bit of a breather, but he is getting all of that in order, and the game can resume. I mean, that was quite something. It doesn't happen often. We used to sing the players, lose a sneaker too.
It shows you that umpires also run. Hey, umpires also run. They also have to do yo-yo tests.
I was about to say, because I've always been fascinated. I mean, you're an umpire yourself, Nikki, but I've always been fascinated by umpires warming up, stretching. I'm like, but guys, is it necessary?
It's very necessary. You need to keep up, because you guys are going to be saying, but they missed it.
Yeah.
As much as, and think about it like this, the players are playing in the court. The umpire has to run around the court. So by the time it goes into the circle, they need to already have gone around the circle in order to see the contacts, the obstructions, the footwork, all of that. So you need to warm up, and the older you get, you need to warm up and stretch so that you're already coming in the game with the players. Look how quickly now he's back at the around the post in order to see any infringements that happen there. So you need to. That's why they yo-yo test you.
And the ball speed, of course, right? Because you have to keep up with the ball. Just track where it is. So no, I do have appreciation for what you guys do, Nikki, and I think you're always under fire. But people not really, I think, having a full appreciation of what actually happens in an umpire's world.
It's like you have to multitask. So you have to look at that, look at what those ones are doing there, and you look at the whole half, and you have to run, and you have to look at the ball, and you have to see that they're not pushing each other in the center circle while the ball is there, and run, and also then speak and say, obstruction. No. It's hectic.
Yeah, no, it really, I mean, I can only imagine from where we're sitting. But, I mean, how marvelous is this goal attack, Nikki, going back into this game? She's such a playmaker. I think just exciting, and I love the transition. She took over from Lombard, and absolutely no difference whatsoever. But, I mean, look at Steyn as well on that goal defense position, turning ball. Timing is superb. Really, Cape Islands is looking like a solid team here.
Simi, they're setting it up. They've actually set it up. Why? And how it's easier for them to be able to collect those intercepts is the pressure is coming already from the middle. So what the goal defense is doing, she's hunting. So she can see that the goal attack is standing still. She looks free. The goal attack is waving. She's thinking, I want that ball. So she goes across. It's like one of those that it looks so brilliant, but it's already set up because you're standing still. They always say, and I saw Dr. Alsha earlier on, and she always used to say, stand still. You can't pass the ball to somebody who's standing still. You're standing still. You need to make a drive towards the ball, even if it's a few steps, because as soon as you're standing still, it's that food that the defense is looking for. She's hunting for it. She's like, yes, it's coming. Yes, it's coming. This is what I've been practicing for. Kan nie stil staan nie. Jy moet beweeg.
Yeah, jy moet beweeg. I fully agree with you, because if you've got a sharp defender, they're just going to take one giant leap and they are right there with you. It's well picked up there by Dr. KK, as they're desperately looking for the attack and the support. But look at Steyn again, turning ball for the Cape Islands. Really, I mean, she has been absolutely magnificent on the goal defense position.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So here's an opportunity for Dixon then to make it count. Yeah, they just have to lift their shoulders, keep their heads up, because we all know that Dirksen is the one that has to, take that responsibility, because Matlapeng hasn't really been the most accurate in this match. But they do have to encourage each other and try and keep each other in this game.
Samir, I'd like to also see the defense is really working so much, but just even the center court defense, just assisting them a little bit more, because they're waiting for it to get defended inside the circle. But also with the attack, just rustig. So I'm just thinking if just with a new wing attack, maybe moving Matlapeng maybe to a wing attack position, getting a new goal attack, because some of the drives coming into the circle are not working very well. So they're not finishing off on that, and they just need to settle, even if they take their time. Look at that. Nice, clean two-hand passes. Kids watching, please take note of that. Beautiful.
Yeah, and what she did is exactly what I think you are highlighting and encouraging, starting slightly off your opposition. So really well done there. But just to have a quick recap, it is the Cape Winelands that are still sitting there with a 9-goal lead as we bring the third quarter to a close. But do stay with us. One more quarter remaining in this Dr. KK Cape Winelands clash. We'll be back with you right after this break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
We welcome you back to the Telkom Netball Championships. It is the final quarter in this battle up between Dr. Kenneth Kawunda versus the Cape Winelands. Cape Winelands still maintaining their dominance at the end of the third quarter, but we're really not expecting anything different, Nikki, in terms of what can transpire or take place in that final quarter, just given how strong and solid the Cape Winelands attacking and defensive side has been for the duration of the first three quarters.
That's true, Simi. I think if any changes, it's just to give anybody who's on the bench just some time to have a run in, just to see what variety they can give, and to just give Freira just options of what she can also do with other games. So if it was to bring any changes, it's just to get them to get some runs. I'd like to see some of the changes that are happening with Dr. KK and see where their thinking is. For me, it's more in terms of that attacking end, just finishing it off, and also then just the shot conversion.
Yep, so it is all eyes on court one, which is where all the action is taking place at Hoërskool, Waterkloof in the city of Tshwane. But it doesn't seem that your calls have been heeded, Nikki, especially in that shooting circle. Matlapeng still retaining the goal attack bib, as well as Dirksen in that shooting circle.
Yes, I think the only changes I see is a new wing attack and a center, so just to get the drives in there. But I think it's more the conversion that's not necessarily working for them. It would be interesting to see the exact percentages, but it's more the conversion that's not working for them. But in the attacking end, they are making those changes, so let's just see the patience that's going to happen in order to get them there.
That's a beautiful shot there by the goal attack of the Cape Winelands.
She's been having a very good game, Simi. I thought Lombard was fantastic, but she's also maintained it, brought her own dynamics into it. That shows you short goal attacks can also work. You just need to keep working that circle, drive the baseline when you need to, pop it in when you need to. Unfortunately, she doesn't sink it in there. But look at her fighting up until the end. She's been absolutely great.
Yeah, totally. I think an exciting player to watch out for. I also have been enjoying her mobility and just the confidence, that's oozing from the young goal attack of the Cape Winelands. Oh, I think Dirksen got away luckily there. Steyn was called for contact, but I felt that her feet were already, off or over the line. But nonetheless, they do make it count.
And Simi, now they're opening up the court even more. You understand? So that's what's happening with the new thing that's coming on. That was very interesting, Simi. I think the call there that was made, so you can come from outside the court, but your feet need to touch the court before you can get control of the ball. So her foot was not inside, had not touched. You need to touch. Let me say this again. So her foot needed to touch the ground inside the court before she could get the ball. So that was the call. She wasn't grounded before she caught the ball while she stepped inside.
Oh, that's good hands. But yeah, it worked. That's absolutely good hands coming from Nubriga, the wing attack of the Cape Winelands. And umpire was quite clear that she had full possession. So that's very well done. Love the transition, changing it up, switching it up from defense, from the attacking mode to defense rather. And that's the benefit of super teamwork.
Yes, I mean, just to comment on that position, I remember a friend of mine was asking me, but where in the rule book does it say that? It does say possession, but we don't blow for possession, because when you blow the whistle, that means there's an infringement that happened, so a fault had happened. So possession, so somebody's like, but it can't be, it must be a contact. No, sometimes you guys might get the ball in quick succession. So it seems like we got the ball, but somebody had it like a split second before, so it didn't happen simultaneously. So that's why you give the possession to the other person. You don't blow it because the other person didn't necessarily contact up, but you only blow it up until then. You understand, this person now tries to hit it out of, then that's a contact. But possession means we gained it quick succession, but I don't blow my whistle because there wasn't an infringement.
It was a simultaneous.
Going for the ball. So quick succession.
Yeah.
So that is what possession means. So this person quickly was in possession of it quicker than you, but you didn't contact.
Yeah, and then at some point when the umpire feels as if, you know, the one party's not letting down, then they will, or perhaps they're held on too long and then they cause the infringement, then they will call out.
Then they'll blow for the contact, because now you are contacting the person, changing body stance or stuff like that. That's when they'll blow for the contact.
You live and learn in this game of netball. It's certainly never too late to learn a thing or two, as we have seen. So Cape Winelands still retaining that 9-goal lead. But Dr. KK's shooting circle really, I think, has been the one area for me, Nikki, that hasn't risen to the occasion. I mean, the defenders have been exceptional in terms of turning ball, creating more opportunities, but just not able to sink it in where it counts the most.
It's sinking it in, Simi. So with them not sinking it in, the goal difference goes much longer, and it's not a true reflection of what the game has been, because the game has actually been hectic. So one end is sinking it, and as the points are counting, then the goal difference is much higher.
So they do have another chance here if they're able to take it all the way. Yeah, so contact called against Costans.
Much closer.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful drive there coming from Matlapink. And that's what we've been talking about, just how exceptional she is in terms of making use of that circle. You never know what to expect from her when she enters that shooting circle.
Yes, that's true, Simi. And I'm glad she was able to get it. So now she can take a breath. She's got some more time, and then she can get another goal in.
And getting going in the other circle, it is Barnett who continues on her shooting spree. It's goal after goal for the Cape Winelands shooters.
Recycling the ball, it's allowed. It's okay. It just shows your patience.
Yeah, but a call has been made by the umpire. Looks like it was an offside. Yeah.
Almost. She just took off on the player.
Yeah, that's a good attempt nonetheless from Cape Winelands Johnson.
that looked like it touched the finger. You know that flick on the wrist? That flick on the wrist that you can't see from far. And how you're able to identify it is the release of the release of the shooter doesn't finish off. Then you know it's just that little tip that the defense did on the shoulder, and the ball goes nowhere. So she wasn't able to finish it off. So that's clever, you know. You shouldn't do that, but it's clever. It's actually clever. So the ball didn't go anywhere because of that slight deflection when they're jumping up for the ball. No one there.
Yeah.
All alone.
In the base.
House to let.
Yeah, it is. It is house to let indeed. But really, I have to tell you, I've been so impressed by the youngster on goal attack and just how creative she has been, especially, you know, taking over from Lambert's shoes, which on its own, I thought, you know, she had done a phenomenal job herself.
Let's see them build it and build it and build it.
Yep, there was a hook and a hand in there.
Yep. And she finishes it off.
Yeah, that's much better piece of play coming from Dr. KK. It's still 10 goals in it. I'm not as confident as I was earlier on, you know, giving a little bit of hope for Dr. KK's side that they may be able to claw their way back in. But, I mean, 10 goals and not much time on the clock, just over 4 minutes remaining. I don't know, Nikki. I don't think they do have a chance. They came in here with one loss and one victory for the Cape Winelands. But the way things are looking, Cape Winelands has pretty much secured their second victory.
They have secured it, Simi. I think what Dr. KK can do for themselves is just close down that goal margin. They can close down that goal margin. We won't sit it, well, not like that. Not if we're going to do held balls like that, so people need to be able to fetch it. But they just need to finish it off. That last 3 minutes, they cut down on the score. Convert their centre pass, turn just 2 centre passes in order for them to get, you understand, in a comfortable 22-23 score.
Yeah,
you don't want the goal difference, sorry Simi, you don't want the goal difference to be so high, because you get a time where when your playoffs happen, goal differences, you can have 2 losses. But when your goal averages are so much shorter and they calculate smaller and they're calculating the goal difference, you have a chance to be there. So don't give up just yet. It's the last 4 minutes. Yes, we might not be winning the
match itself.
But shorten it, make the goal difference so much smaller. Keep playing your game up until that final whistle.
Yeah, that's quite a valuable, you know, I think, suggestion, Nikki, because a lot of players perhaps are not aware of that come crunch time, you know, when it's all up to the goal difference. You'll remember moments like these where you could have kept that margin at 5, you know, or as opposed to 10. And it could be a semi-final or a 5th and 6th playoff.
Oh yes, Simi. And it could be the difference of whether you make it through to bronze final or, like you're saying, play for 5 and 6 or gold final. Because what I'm finding is that some people are winning maybe 2, but then we lost 1, we won against this one, you lost against this one. You understand? This is where it matters. So every game you play up until the end of the whistle, up until the whistle. Oh, she saw it miles away.
Yeah, and what
she saw it from Cape Town while it was in Joburg. She was like, I'm going for this one.
Yo, I'm all in
I saw her move from the time it was in the center circle because she saw it from miles away. Beautiful vision from the goalkeeper. She's also been very impressive.
Yeah, and I think what she did well for me, you know, Nick, in that last piece of play is that she also blocked off the wing attack from going towards the ball. So she's defending the attacker, but she's also going for that turnover. So I thought it was exceptionally well done.
She's also had a lovely game. Oh! There's another one who saw a pass from Joburg, from Cape Town. You saw her feet moving and she's reading it, and they had set it up, and you need to commend that because they're doing that as a team. They're helping set up intercepts for everybody. So they're not doing the second defense, but they're confusing space. They're confusing space and then they're there. Very beautiful, and that takes a lot of work to do it, and it works when you're consistently doing it as a team. See there, they're slowing it down. They know it's towards the end, so you know what, ball for ball, take it easy, no need to rush. You understand?
Yeah, but somebody who's still getting all charged up is Renizia Andrews, the goal attack.
Nothing but net. It doesn't even knock.
Yeah, and really, I think, you know, for me, she has been a superstar
And really, it looks like you can't keep it down. You know, can't keep a good, solid player down. And I mean, look at that range. It's disallowed, unfortunately. It has been disallowed for a 3-second call. Can you believe it?
Unlucky for her. I think it's the fourth quarter, but I don't think anybody told her she'd still go on for 3 more quarters. Like, it's almost the end. Her engine hasn't died down. She can go on some more.
Yep, she certainly can, but unfortunately not much time on the clock. We are going towards the dying stages of this match as we see another missed opportunity in the shooting circle of Dr. KK. But really, what a super performance from the Cape Winelands under-19 side, who come out victorious in this clash. So it is 2 out of 2 for Cape Winelands in terms of the wins so far. And Dr. KK still yet to secure a victory. So it really has been an incredible match on our hands, and really a well-deserved victory for the Cape Winelands side. And you can see them, the team is completely elated. It is big hugs and cheers in the camp as they look on. And really, it has been a super performance from the Cape Winelands team. But for now, we're going to take it back to our lovely presenter, Andy Mahamba, who is joined by some of the players for the post-match interviews.
Together with Nikki Sono bringing us all that action. So the Cape Winelands then make it 2 out of 2 in terms of their performances so far in the Telkom Netball Champs. I'm joined by Renisia, one of the players that made a big impact in the side here, coming on in that second quarter. As we chat through your team's performance, of course, you did start off on the bench, but coming on straight away to make an impact. What did the coach say? What was your role expected to be in this game?
Okay, so I needed to capitalize. I needed to do everything I can do to get the ball into that hoop because my team and everyone else depended on me. And I need to just play my heart out and give it all that I got to give.
Are you still in school? How do you balance having the netball being played and, of course, having to have your academics all in order?
It's all about time management. I need to make time for academics, make time for sport, and just have to wobble everything.
You and Audrey, of course, I know each other very well and play together. It did show on court in terms of the understanding and feeding into the circle.
Yes, Audrey, she's at our school, she's our center. I really depend on her because without her, I wouldn't be able to be where I am right now because she carries me and everyone else on the court.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Renisa of the Cape Winelands side. Of course, both of them playing for Paul Gymnasium in terms of her, as well as Audrey, who played in that center position for the side. I'm going to bring on now a player from the opposition, of course, Dr. Kenneth Kawunda. And we're going to chat about how your team has performed here today and in terms of what you think didn't work so well for your side.
Well, I think we've got a few basic things that we really need to work on, basic mistakes that we keep on making over and over again. I think we should just slow down, get our nerves in check, and then just play our game.
And I did hear your coach shouting those instructions, saying you guys need to be a bit more patient and, of course, come to the ball because a lot of people cowering away and wanting overpasses.
Yes, that's the main focus at this point because we're not playing the game that we practiced, so it's kind of hard getting what we want, the results that we want.
You also were contending with quite a bit of height in that shooting circle.
Yes, well, at this stage of netball, everybody, if you get a goal shooter, goal defense, everyone's tall, you gotta keep it up.
What do you think your coach is going to be saying to you when you get back to the bench in terms of how to turn things around as you go forward?
Well, I think she's going to hammer on the basic things that we need to get in check. We need to give our leads because we don't have strong enough leads going forward.
All the best.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's what they're going to need to do in terms of getting the job done. Dr. Kenneth Kawunda, not fortunate to get a result this time around. The result will go the way of the Cape Winelands, which is starting to be the team to watch in terms of this division. Do stay with us. Still lots for you to watch at home for the Telkom Netball Champs.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Hello and welcome back. It is game 5 of the day as the action continues at Hoërskool Waterkloof. But coming up next, it is the under-19 clash between Nkangala, who comes all the way from Mpumalanga province, and they will be facing up Bojanala, under-19 side that hails from the northwest province. Should have been another exciting clash between these two teams. There has been a lot of action to date. 4 games done and dusted. But looking at Nkangala, that's how they're going to be lining up today with Leanne Mdau and Khosana in the shooting circle. Gumede, Pretorius and Mahlangu will be responsible in all the mid-court action. And defensively, Oliphant as well as Baloy will be looking to turn as much ball as they possibly can for their side. And then looking on at Bojanala and how they will be lining up. Kekana alongside Tebe in the shooting circle. And mid-court, it is Pelwe with Masekwameng and Mabusela. And defensively, it is Modang and Monyaga that will be turning ball. Only 4 bench players in this instance then. But still looking on to see what options the coaches will be exercising for the duration of the match. And taking on this opportunity as well to welcome my co-commentator this afternoon. It is the lovely Charmaine Bard, former Fast 5 shooter, as well as a former SA under 21, and obviously dabbing now as a teacher, coach, a lot of hats on this lovely lady. Charmaine, it's always great to have you with me in commentary.
Thank you so much, Simi. I'm so excited for this match. We saw Nkangala earlier this morning and they were so good, but it was just the basic errors that crept in for them. And I'm excited to see that Jamie Lee Oliphant, she's actually moving into that goal defensive position, which she ended on in that game. And she was really phenomenal. She's got an elevation that could make you sit back and, you're in awe. So I'm excited to see her start in that position. We haven't seen Bojanala yet, so I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting clash. I know that when these two provinces do face each other, there's always fireworks on the court. And we're certainly expecting the same intensity, the same focus coming through from both teams. But what has always been a standout for me is just their mid-court. And how they run that ball, how dynamic and agile they are. And I'm certainly going to be sitting on the edge of my seat trying to keep up with all the action.
I'm also excited for that, especially the speed that they play the ball with. I mean, they don't necessarily play on the first second, but the speed the ball goes down court, it's phenomenal. And that's exactly what you want from an attacking and, a mid-court perspective. So as attackers ourselves, I think we're really excited to see that especially.
Yeah, indeed. So just a few minutes before we get this match underway, we did highlight earlier on that the under-19 is the section that has the most teams participating at this year's Telkom Netball Challenge. And it just tells you, how rich that pipeline is in terms of the players that potentially could transition into that varsity netball level. So the future of South African netball is indeed bright. And so is the weather starting to heat up a little bit. I know we're welcoming that from where we're sitting. It's an open commentary booth, so we get all the, the wind and the cold. So I know that we're very excited to see things heating up as far as the weather is concerned.
Let's hope the court heats up as well with some great plays. And you know what? I don't think the players want the sun as much as we do, but you got to make do if you play outside. But I'm really excited, and I'm so pleased that we've got so much to offer, especially in the younger players in our junior sides. So I'm so excited for the future. There's no worry that we'll be able to fill any gaps that will be there in the Proteas and the under 21 side eventually. And that just makes you so excited for the future of Netball South Africa.
Indeed. So just a few moments and we will get things started here in the 5th game of the day. But for now, let's take it to a break and we'll be back right away.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Wongyam Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Hello and welcome back to the Telkom Netball Championships. It is Game 5 about to get underway between these two sides. Nkangala under 19 facing Bojanala under 19 side as well. Should be a cracker of a match. And you did mention earlier on that you saw Nkangala playing early in the day, Shemaine, and what is it that we can look forward to from the Mpumalanga-based team?
Quite some awesome defense from the goalkeeper and the goal defense especially. I just want to see some more, confidence in the shooting circle especially. They've got the height, they've got the movement, so I just want to see them take the ball, be confident and take the shot.
Yep, so a lot of confidence is certainly needed. That is a good piece of play, but a little bit short from Khosana, perhaps trying to settle down. And they manage to crack that scoreboard. It is the first goal up for Nkangala under 19 side. They are in that B division, so a nice allocation of the teams across the A, B1 and B2 sections. Yep, that's good patience. They're not releasing that ball hastily, but look at that super take from Mutiamo Masetwaneng. Wing attack of Bojanala.
I didn't expect her to get to that ball, but she was quick. She used her feet and she got underneath it, and that was a great intercept and a great take from her.
So they managed to equalize things and get their first goal in as well. Oh, that's a good take there from Urenilwe. I think what I loved, she charged straight up without falling back or causing any contact. So, I mean, she's not the tallest of keepers, but certainly that elevation will go a long way for her.
I couldn't agree more, but also, I would just like the center of Nkangala, lift the ball a bit. If you want to pass an over ball, make sure it's a strong pass still. It can't be hanging in the air for too long.
Yeah, that's a clever little bounce pass into that circle. Well picked up by Kekane, the goal shooter of Bojanala. They do take the lead, managing to score on the back of Nkangala's center pass.
She took that ball basically from the ground and up. I would have stayed right down there. That was amazing, sure.
Yeah, great skill being demonstrated here at the Telkom Netball Champs. It's good hands there from Lerato Baloy, the goalkeeper. She is a tall player, but, she maintained a 3-feet defense. And I think her timing, even with that jump, was spot on.
And she was doing that the previous game as well. She was so good on the overballs, and that forced the other team to actually stop playing the overballs. So let's hope Bojanala actually picks that up and don't try and force the overball.
Yeah, so it is 2 goals apiece. Only in the first 3 minutes of this encounter. And Nkangala's Matapelo Khosana then gets 1 goal up for her side. Yeah, they're playing short passes, as many as they have to, but I mean, they have to back themselves up with their placement. The placement sometimes falling short, not exactly where they would have liked it to be.
But I think Kangala did well because they forced them into that middle space. There was nowhere else to go. You know, the sides were open. I would have loved to see the goal shooter maybe taking out to the circle. You know, running out and creating that diversion.
Yeah, she could have been a nice link, you know, to try and break away from that congestion. But here's an opportunity for Bojanala, as it was well picked up by the wing defender Papalo Mabusela. There, the short passes. They'll play as many as they need to as they slowly chip away down court. Yeah, not the best of options. I mean, Lerato was right in front, right with the goal attack, goal shooter, beg your pardon. So perhaps a dodge or playing back would have been a better option.
I think the shooters need to prepare their movements. They're very much relying on, as soon as the passers look at them, then to move. So maybe just do a roll beforehand, or like you said, do a dodge, but prepare that movement a bit earlier. That was the feed that we were talking about earlier. She just lifted a bit more and it was still a strong pass. So that was the type of feed that you expect from a center into a shooter.
Yep, indeed. So Nkangala starting to charge ahead and looking to break away from Bojanala. They are leading by 3. We're only 5 minutes into this match. Yep, that placement, it's going to get even more crucial in this match. Haven't really gained much ground here. I think it's a long-range shot, but Dipalisa Kekane says she can certainly take it, and I thought that was well executed.
I enjoy seeing long-range shots. Oh, it was a beautiful one.
Yeah, so Leanne Mdao decides to play a cross-circle ball to the center. Kayla Pretorius trying to get themselves closer to that goal post. Yeah, even that doesn't help. But it was a good attempt nonetheless from Nkangala. And Bojanala gets the throw in. And I mean, what do you make of the two attacking styles, Shemaine, from these two teams? I mean, we've been talking about the short passes, you know, coming through from Bojanala, but, you know, what is distinct in each of the teams, you know, that separates them at this stage? The goal doesn't really say much in terms of the margin, but I think the style of play, you know, quite different.
So I think at the moment, Bojanala, they don't mind playing in one space, and they actually executed quite well in that space. When Kangala, they actually split it a bit wider, which allows for a bit of those, you know, longer passes, which can be detrimental, but for most part, you know, it works out for them. And then Bojanala, I mean, they played that one ball out to the side, and look at that beautiful goal they just got. So I think for now, they're sticking to the short plays and, you know, a bit more congested, but it's working for them. And
it's quite difficult, you know, to defend that type of play, and they seem to just be honing in on it. And I mean, at the moment, we have to talk about this, you know, they were trailing by 2, they've come back to equalize things, and all they've done in those 2 consecutive goals is short passes, short, and then straight through to that shooting circle.
Because we're going to go in between the ball and the player if they're playing really short passes. You know, it's difficult, as you say, to force yourself through there as a defender, and I think that's really frustrating for the Nkangala defenders at the moment. So where do you go from there?
Yeah, where do you go from there? Indeed, but it's also quite a taxing style of play, so it's going to be interesting for us to see if they're able to maintain that game plan, that strategy going into the rest of the match. But Kangala still only edging by 1 goal. Look at that exceptional intercept from Kayla Pretorius.
They did it in the previous game as well. You know, they get that beautiful intercept and then try and force a long pass, but we've seen it throughout yesterday and today already. You know, the girls get so excited after an intercept that they tend to just see the glory pass and try and go for that one instead of just playing a quick short pass, maybe even a square, to just settle everyone's nerves again.
Yep, indeed. It does come with time and experience, so we hope that the more exposure some of these players have, you know, the more they'll learn some of those tricks. But it is going to, you know, to come the more time that they play. So we're sitting starting to see that same patience, the short passes from Bojanala. I mean, look at that offload, exceptional piece of play. But unfortunately, Dipalisa Kekane not able to make it count.
Oh, they got out of that defensive third so quickly. There was a lot of speed on the ball, and that's what we saw a bit earlier from Bojanala. Like, they just ran through the court, and that's what you need to get out of your defensive third.
Yeah, and they're not shy to swing the ball, you know, from one side, from the left-hand side of the court down to the right-hand side. I mean, look at that, another super take from Mulerato Baloy, the goalkeeper, who's always on her toes, always on the mark, looking for those passes.
And you can't ask for more from a defender, especially a goalkeeper. You want them to be on their toes.
Yep, and look at that take from Upapalo, the wing defense of Bojanala, returning that favor, saying, I can also show you how to take these super intercepts. So really, I think the two defenders in both sides showing us exactly how it's done.
Oh, that was a sneaky roll around by the goal attack there.
Yeah, and she used her feet so well, you know, to plant herself, to make sure that she's able to get close to that goal post.
But I think she also used to her benefit because the goalkeeper was flat. She wasn't turned towards her, or she was only turned towards the ball. So well done to the goal attack.
Yeah, indeed. Stepping error there called against Kayla Pretorius. So Bojanala back on the attack, looking to equalize things yet again. I love their dodges. I love how the two shooters in Bojanala's circle are recreating themselves, reinventing themselves. You know, they don't stand and wait for the ball. They will fight for it.
It's exciting netball to watch. And Nontle and I actually spoke about it yesterday. We haven't seen so many dodges on court.
Yeah.
And look here, they just showed us that we can still dodge and we can do it extremely well.
And also, it works, right? I mean, it really works.
It's so basic and it's so efficient. I don't know why we use it or utilize it more.
Yeah, so penalty shot for Nkangala. And Leanne Mdao, she's a sure thing, you know. The ladies know that when the ball gets through to Leanne, she does exactly what's needed of her. She's so calm, lots of control and confidence coming through from Nkangala's goal shooter.
I would just love to see her get the ball a bit more. You know, when she switches her body around, that the attack actually sees that what she's doing.
Sure.
So that her space is still open. I think they're so focused on that one space that she had. And that's what the Bojanala girls are doing well. You know, they see their goal shooters moving around. So they're adapting a bit quicker.
Yeah, so throw in there for Bojanala. There isn't much time on the clock. Possibly just enough time for them to sink one more goal and potentially equalize things again. Yep, and it is their go-to girl, Dipalisa Kekane. She has been really phenomenal in that shooting circle for Bojanala. Oh, there was an offsides there, and a very visible one, because I think, you know, Tiamo saw that Kayla is in the space, but she still got a foot into the, well, not even a foot, it was a proper leap into that circle. But nonetheless, it doesn't make a difference. We are against the clock as we reach the end of that first quarter. And just to confirm that score, it is 7 goals apiece. But 3 quarters remaining in this battle up between Nkangala and Bojanala. But do stay with us for more action. We'll be back right after this break.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Wabonga Mzomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Hello and welcome back to the Telkom Netball Championships. An exciting first quarter it was between these two sides in the under-19 B division as they drew that first quarter 7 goals apiece, and it will be all eyes on court to see how they show up in that second quarter. And Nikki, we spoke extensively about the different attacking style from the two teams, and just how exciting the circles, I think specifically for Bojanala, has been in terms of how the shooters have been creating themselves, creating opportunities. But what else, have you spotted as a potential area of improvement for Bojanala? Because they are in there, they are definitely in that game. But what else would you look on for potential improvement?
I think there can be a bit more pressure in the midcourt, especially on the wing attack and on the center. They're getting through the midcourt quite easily, and then the pressure picks up again when it gets to the shooting third. So I just want them to be a bit more on the body, if that is their defensive method that they are using.
Yeah.
So just a bit more pressure in the midcourt itself.
And for Nkangala, because they've been taking the lead 2 goals, but also something perhaps missing that's not allowing them to really break away from Bojanala. But what is the 1 or 2 things you would like to see specifically going into this quarter?
I just want them to finish off what they start. So especially when they get to the shooting circles, don't get overexcited. Just take that one breath, pass on the third or the second, take your time, and then also a bit more pressure again in the midcourt. I feel like the midcourt defense is lacking for both teams.
Sure.
So just to pick up that pressure. And you can see that is already happening for Bojanala. I mean, they turned the ball right now, but everyone was pressing forward.
Indeed, but it was a great pickup for Bojanala's Mahloki Mudawung, the goal defender. And we always talk about defending right up to the transverse line or attacking right up to the transverse line, but that's exactly the benefit of all the players being involved in whatever piece of play is currently in motion. Oh, good pickup from Renelwe Munyaka, the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I think the center was a bit too hasty in that pass there because there was no one available. And I think she knew the 3-second call was coming. So that was a brilliant pickup.
Bit of a long range shot from Palesa Tebe.
I'm really glad to see the girls aren't afraid to take those shots. It shouldn't be something that scares you. It should be something that actually just, boosts your confidence.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of people were calling for Dipalesa to pass the ball over to Tebe, the goal attack at the time. But she wanted to take the chance. And as you correctly highlighted, Shemaine, it is a calculated risk. She's not going to do it with every shot. But it's good. It's rather try than shy away from it altogether. So possession for yellow has been called by the umpire. Oh, good hands from Lerato Paloi, but not able to hold on to that ball.
It's those arms, man. She's got a wingspan and a half. No, she's playing a really good game. She's been turning ball for her team, and exactly, she's been turning ball for a team. Now they just need to settle and take a breath and then convert the beautiful intercept that you got.
Yeah, so we are 3 minutes in this quarter. Not a single goal has come through from either team. So it just tells you that ball's been going back and forth with no real conversion. But here's an opportunity for Leanne Mudau to sink it in, and she does break what was a 3-minute dry spell, sinking in the first goal for Nkangala. Yep, Palesa Tebe says thank you to Litabo Mahlangu. She'll have it, but unfortunately a stepping error called by the umpires.
And that's one of the fears you have when you play this fast, you know, is that someone can't control the speed of the ball and the type of ball you're passing as well, you know. So maybe just slow it down, because everyone's throwing on the first second at the moment. I usually always shout to my girls, second, so you can just take a breath and then take it on the second.
Yeah, so a bit of a push in there. That's a good attempt by Jamie Lee Oliphant.
Oh yeah, she went offside when she jumped forward.
Yeah, there seems to be some confusion there. The umpire's trying to signal that it was on the other side, or yeah, it went off court, so it is a throw-in. Yeah, there was a bit of confusion because we were also looking on to say, is it offside? You know, what actually happened? But the umpires are closer to the action as we see another off-court ball.
You know, I worry because why are the goal attack and the wing attack for Nkangala all the way up to the transfers line if it's their throw-in? You know, get out of that space, open up the space, because you're congesting it.
Yeah, and you're needed right there at the back. So
exactly.
you're 100% right. Perhaps a trust issue because, you know, you've got your defenders who are more than capable of bringing the ball down court. So I agree with you. They need to move, clear, stop crowding, and go to the back of the court where the ball is ultimately going to land up.
But that's one of those systems that you have to run over and over and over and over until, as you said, that trust is actually there. That comes with a bit of experience as well.
Yep, it is reinforcement. We see a little bit of a clash there between Ndao and Khosana, but Khosana sinks it in. So this is what we've been waiting on from Nkangala to see if they able to break away from Bojanala. They are leading by 3 with 6.5 minutes remaining. I mean, that was great change of direction and just leaping ahead from Leanne Ndao.
Yeah, she took her defender with her, you know, and she dropped her right there and she came back into the circle, into that space. And great timing also from the wing attack to actually wait for her to pass that ball.
So 4 goals separating these two teams. There's that long-range position for Dipalesa Kekana. But Palesa Teba, unfortunately, missed opportunity there. Yep, they've been stuck on that 7 goals, which they earned in that first quarter. We are halfway in the second quarter, and Bojanala is yet to score a goal. And as we say that, that finally does count or come in handy for Bojanala, getting their 8th goal, so only 3 points separating the two teams.
Look at all the space the shooter has. It's just the wrong pass, unfortunately, but that's great work from her to actually move and get all that space available to her, to push the goalkeeper essentially to the front of the circle. It's all about placement there.
Yeah, I also thought that she may have moved a little bit too early. So it was a combination, you know, like you say, of not the greatest of passes, or the wrong pass in that instance, but maybe holding a keeper a little bit longer and then jumping on that second or third second, you know. And you're talking about, you know, how these players are moving or passing that first second. They forget they've got 3 seconds.
And it's longer than you think until the umpire blows the whistle, of course. But,
of course, yeah.
But as a shooter, you know, you have to wait for that ball to be right above your head, and that's when you move. And as you said, she might have moved a bit too early, but I think, as you said, a combination of both pass and too early, you know, the movement.
Yeah, so Bojanala under a lot of pressure. They are being kept in that mid-court and unfortunately handling error. But that's the beauty of constant pressure being exerted. You know, the errors are bound to kick in, whether it's a stepping error or mishandling. And that's exactly what we saw now, and that's good work from Nkangala.
It's as if they heard us when we said we wanted them to put more pressure into the mid-court. And I'm glad that they've picked up on that.
Here, throw in taken by Palesa Tebe. She's the goal attack of Nkangala, has been working beautifully with Leanne Mdau, and she does make it count. So 12 goals for the ladies in blue and white on court.
Another unforced error. You know, these are basic things. It's a controllable, so can they fix it? Definitely. And I hope they do.
Yeah, and I love the fact that she's saying it's a controllable, because also there wasn't any pressure. You know, there wasn't we're challenging, we're contesting. It's basics. They're not forced errors. And really, you don't want to put yourself on the back foot, because it's a discipline issue as well.
And that's unfortunate because, but I also think, you know, these girls haven't played in so long.
Yeah.
So a lot of that, you know, oh my gosh, I haven't played in a year and a half. That sometimes anxiety or stress about it, that could creep in as well.
Yeah, because you're right. I mean, court time allows you to reinforce certain things, and being out of action does hamper, you know, some of these skills. So Bojanala back on the attack. I hope this time around, though, Kekana will release that ball, because Balesa was right in front of her earlier on, but she opted to take the shot.
See, me as a shooter, there is nothing worse than knowing you're available and you're the right option. And then the wing attack looking at you in the face, or the goal attack, and then turning the other way.
And you're there.
Yeah.
Oh, no. So abstraction in that circle. Tebe takes that ball and she's aiming for the shot. She does get the rebound. Yeah, placement, it's critical.
People say goal shooters are queens because we want the ball to be placed exactly right. But yes, we do. We want it to be placed right.
Yeah, you have to. You know, you don't want to get that ball all flustered and under pressure. You just want to receive it where you want it, and then, you know, you do the rest for the teams. Fortunately, not the greatest of offloads from Oratile Pekwe. I mean, Papalo was never going to be able to go through that transverse line. So if she really wanted assistance or support from the wing defense, play shorter and then drive towards that shooting circle.
And if you want to play that ball, not a straight solid pass, maybe just a loop overhead, you know, so it places itself into that space you want the player.
So just less than a minute remaining as we make our way to the halfway mark. Unfortunately, a 3-second call against Nkangala. Yeah, that's much better support. You know, she picked it up, that flat, strong pass is not going to work. And I'm glad to see the adjustment coming through from the wing attack.
I don't know if you saw it, but the goal shooter and the goal attack actually double blocked the goalkeeper earlier. And that's something I haven't seen in a really long time. I think the goal defense was just out trying to hunt for a ball. So if they looked in quicker, they would have had a 2-on-1 in their advantage.
Yeah, straight into the shooting circle, right? Yeah, a lot of congestion in that mid-court. Everybody trying to help. But it's amazing. I think it always fascinates me how players can't see the value of clearing after you release. You offload, you clear. You offload, you clear. Yeah, so there is just a few seconds remaining, but stepping error called against Kekane. Yep, there isn't much time on the clock. I think, you know, that time that was called earlier on for the ball, it was umpire's time, is probably all that's remaining. But can Bojanala make it count? I don't think they're aware that, you know, they need to move forward and need to move quickly, but not like that. It has to be purposeful, you know, towards your shooters. But unfortunately, they do run against the clock as we reach the halfway mark. So it is Nkangala's under-19B side that gets us to halftime with a 4-goal lead. So 2 quarters remaining in this battle up. Do stay with us as we continue to bring you all the netball action from Hoërskool Waterkloof.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
A great first half performance between these two teams, with Nkangala closing off that second quarter with a 4-goal lead. Now, Shemaine, we've been talking about, certain areas of improvement, but I think you mentioned how that looked much better for you in that second quarter, and from both teams. I mean, is it exactly what you're hoping for, or, was there any scope for improvement? Because it really did look a little bit better considering what we saw in that first quarter.
No, definitely. They did pick up their defense in the mid-court, and that went really well. And, in Nkangala, they stepped up in this shooting circle. They took the balls, they took the confidence to take those shots. However, now what's happening, because of the pressure in the mid-court, everyone is there the whole time. So we need that one player from a team to just take the ball and kind of swing it into the open space so that there is more, court space for everyone to run into. Maybe a shooter running out to just create that link like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and I think what's quite strange is the fact that, I think at some point we felt Nkangala is actually opening the court up. They were swinging the ball from the left side of the court to the right-hand side. But then at some point they also started to draw in, and close themselves in that mid-court. But, the third quarter is still about to get underway, so perhaps an opportunity for them to fine-tune and go back to that first quarter performance where things were a lot more clinical and much more open.
That's great space there again by the goal shooter. She keeps the space so well.
Yeah, she does indeed. And look at that great close off by Palesa Tebe. So 13 goals in favor of Nkangala. Bonajala only managing to score 1 goal in that second quarter. So that second quarter was a bruising 12 minutes of play for Bojanala. Hopefully they'll bounce back and stay in this match.
Oh, that was a clever little pop over the pole. That was really smart. Just unfortunate that you couldn't, just settle. I think they're very rushed in their shots at the moment. So just take a deep breath.
I mean, do you think they rushed because, there's pressure, or it's just a decision? They're getting that ball and want to release it quickly.
At the moment, it seems like it's the pressure because the ball's taking so long to get to them. They just want to get it in for the team. But you need to take and use the 3 seconds that you have. It's exactly the same as when a pass comes. Utilize your 3 seconds instead of trying to rush through it. So I think it's a pressure thing at the moment. So just take a step back, reevaluate, and go back to basics.
Yep, so all about basics. That's been the talk of the Telkom Netball Championships. And I mean, it is the right age group, to still fine-tune and make sure that you've got a strong base as you continue to build on and progressing in your netball career. But Nkangala still, shooting the lights out as far as their overall performance is concerned.
And she's using her fast feet again, and that's what we missed in the previous quarter. She's got such amazing footwork. Utilize it, use it. You're faster than the keeper. Go for it.
Yep, she definitely is got that quick feet advantage. And she needs to capitalize more on that. So here's a stepping error called against Nkangala, an opportunity for Bonajala to break through that double-digit mark. Fortunately, not meant to be. 3-second call has been made by the umpire. Again, no clear leads coming through.
Everyone was congested again. Well done on the defensive side of things, but we want to see that one person coming through that defense, breaking all the defensive strategies, just someone to take that lead and take the action for that. Have you noticed that most of the umpires' calls against the defense for Nkangala are the obstruction calls? They're playing a lot with their hands.
Yeah, they are. So, I mean, obviously I think that's something that the coach would have picked up and try and instill that discipline, because you don't want to be out of play for something so small, that can be fixed quite quickly. So 5 goals in it. That's good patience from Bonajala. And a clever little pop over into Dipalisa Kekane.
Palesa had the perfect, front hold there. Just unfortunate that they couldn't finish off on that brilliant take there. That's the kind of interplay I love between a goal shooter and a goal attack. She literally turned around and just popped it over. There was no doubt in her mind that she was going to get that ball.
Yeah, it was clear. That eye contact, and she kind of knew that she was there, and she would grab the ball, because she did do it so well and timelessly as well. Oh, that's good pickup from Bojanela's goalkeeper, Urenilwe Munyaka. Yeah, she really is giving Leanne Dow a tough time in that circle, because Leanne has to work hard.
But that's what you want from a goalkeeper. You want them to press and push and irritate your goal shooters. We like to be comfortable as shooters. We want to be as comfortable as possible. So the more you frustrate and irritate, the better.
Yeah, this is good interplay from Uradile straight through to the shooters. And this is what we've been talking about, Jermaine. It's not that the ball is not getting through to the shooting circle. It is. But I think just perhaps the concentration or the shooting motion, slightly lower than what it should be. So they do need to look at that, because, I mean, the defenders are working tirelessly trying to turn ball, but they're not backing themselves up and making it count.
If you doubt yourself, get closer to the post and take it from there. Just get that confidence back up, because they're trying to take mid-range, long-range the whole time. Get closer, get your confidence up.
Yep, so we see another ball being turned by Bojanelo defenders. We've been talking about that and just how tirelessly they've been working. But it is all up to the attackers at the end of the day, and how well they bring the ball down court and link up with their shooters. But shooters also have a responsibility at hand.
How did she get her hand onto that ball?
Yeah, no clue. I still think a bounce pass would have been better to Dipalesa. And they wouldn't have put themselves under pressure. And Dipalesa Kekana does make it count, taking her side to 11 goals. This is definitely a better third quarter for Bojanala, but they still need to continue chipping away and playing exactly how they did with the last piece of play.
I see the same team that we saw in the first quarter. They're going back to what they know they're good at. They're playing front. They're not playing these overpasses, and that is something to their benefit.
Oh my goodness, great deflection, but I mean, called out for handling error. That's so unfortunate.
Oh, she must be feeling so frustrated right now.
Yeah, she definitely is. I mean, I think the goal attack did exceptionally well to keep that ball alive. All she had to do was to grab on it.
But sometimes the ball comes so quickly. I think you're so excited and stressed. So, yeah, shame. We feel for her, and I feel like we've all been there.
Yeah, indeed. When you get the ball, not necessarily on high alert. I mean, I don't think she even, believed that the goal attack would keep the ball alive. But you have to expect the unexpected at all times on court. But like you said, sometimes, these balls do come in fast and furious.
That's small discipline things, going offside, contact around the circle edge. And again, it's controllable. They can fix that.
So here's an opportunity at goal for Leanne Mdao without a keeper who's just been called for contact. And Leanne just sinks it in. She takes it in her stride, oozing all the confidence. And Nkangala enjoying a 6-goal lead.
I think Nkangala are capitalizing more at the moment. So the times that the ball does get to their shooters, they actually make it count.
They do. And I think, it doesn't feel like too much of an effort, like they have to play too many balls. They're just taking the ball down court and making look at that super baseline drive from Matabelo Khosana.
That was such a cool screen because she kind of, Leanne kind of screened both of the defenders and then she just came around the back.
Yep, and it's that good understanding that I think you alluded to earlier on between the two shooters of Nkangala.
Much better placement from the wing attack for Bojanala. Just again, that finish.
Yeah, the conversion rate hasn't been, I think, their best so far for Bojanala. In fact, I suspect they may be missing the previous goal attack, Upalesa Tebe, because, she was taking some responsibility. Haven't seen one being sunk as yet by the new goal attack. A lot of focus has been on the shooter. And as soon as Jamie Lee, Oliphant, as well as Lerato Paloi picked it up, then Bojanala is going to find themselves even in a much tougher position than they're already in.
Definitely agree with you with that.
Yeah, it was an offside first, and then the contact happened. But the first error was definitely that offsides.
Oh, she had both defenders on her, and the one was in front of her. I wouldn't have passed that ball.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of decisions, but I mean, how exceptional was that take there from Mudawong coming out there with a matrix move?
The curl of that hand, it just came around. No, that was a wonderful take.
But again, the shooters, dropping their shoulders and things not working in their favor, unfortunately.
And here in Nkangala, they're actually splitting the court a bit more. They're not as congested. So, again, I think they heard us.
So, just over 90 seconds remaining in the third quarter. And really, it is going in favor of Nkangala on all fronts, just given how they have continued to rise to the occasion. At halftime, it was a 4-goal difference, and already Nkangala is sitting pretty with an 8-goal lead.
Oh, that was a brilliant feed from the wing attack to the shooter. Great placement, and as we said earlier, just waiting a bit longer from the goal shooter, and that's exactly what she did.
Yep, it's exactly what went down here. So Nkangala reaches the 20-goal mark. So 9 goals. It's starting to get less and less attainable for Bojanala. Oh my goodness, Kayla Pretorius. Great steal there by the wing defense. She started off on center and then moved to wing defense. And if you're in doubt, that's exactly why.
That was a brilliant take. Earlier today, she kind of hit the ball, she deflected it where she could have taken it with both hands. So I'm glad she took that one and she grabbed it with both.
So another opportunity for Bojanala to sink it in. Only 20 seconds remaining. I hope this time around they are aware that they don't have the luxury of time. And they can go straight through to that circle. That's good release from Tiamo to the goal attack. But again, just not able to make it count. I mean, that's disappointing to say the least. And with that, we do reach the end of the third quarter. It has been a super third quarter for Bojanala, who closed it off with a 9-goal lead. They'll be particularly impressed with how they showed up and charged up in that third quarter. But one more 12 minutes remaining, or one more set of 12 minutes remaining. So do stick around as we continue to bring you the action.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
We welcome you back to the Telkom Netball Championships. 1 quarter remaining between these two sides. And Nkangala having done a great job in the third quarter to try and break away from their counterparts. But it is all eyes in that last 12 minutes of play to see if Bojanala does have something left in their tank to try and close down the margin. Shemaine?
Yeah, I really hope that the goal shooters and the goal attacks for Bojanala take the ownership of the circle and actually just turn around and shoot, but also get closer to the post. You're taking long shots and you need the opportunity to get closer.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I think perhaps playing themselves close to the goalpost, but I also wouldn't be surprised if the head coach does bring Palesa Tebe back, who was the goal attack for the first half of the match. I thought she did a much sterler job, compared to what we've seen in the third quarter from Bojanala. But nonetheless, I'm sure they are getting a few tips here and there of how to try and bridge this gap, which is starting to spiral and get away from them. And looking on then in that circle of Nkangala, it's been a great, I think, all-round performance, certainly as far as the attacking side of things is concerned. But we enjoyed Kayla Pretorius in that wing defense position and thought that she was putting enough pressure to try and cut the supply into Bojanala's attacking side.
Yeah, there was a smart move from the coach. She saw there was maybe not a gap necessarily, but there was an opportunity for her to fill that position. And the coach has made some more changes, and I'm excited to see again what these two shooters for Nkangala can do, because they've been really impressive. Their communication and their trust is really something to be proud of.
Indeed, it is something to be proud of. As we get the final quarter underway, it is Nkangala that is sitting with a lovely lead at the beginning stages of the fourth quarter. Yep, that's the one. So great to see that they have reintroduced Palesa Teba on goal attack. It was much needed, and I'm really happy to see that the coach has reverted to that shooting circle that we saw initially.
Yeah, I think the shooting circle, it's also, I think those two players, they've played together a bit more, because this has been their combination for most of their games. So don't change something necessarily that doesn't need fixing.
True, absolutely. So if it's not broken, there's absolutely no need to go and try and fix things. So that's well picked up there by wing attack of Nkangala.
They look more comfortable now, don't they?
They do, and I think that's exactly what we were hoping to see on court. And definitely there has been, I think, a lot more comfort, a lot more confidence as well going to this final 12 minutes of play. Oh, great take. Yep, that was good work from Matapelo Khosana, but the umpire had already made a call, and that's why we saw a little bit of a reset there inside the shooting circle.
Yeah, no, and she took that ball again with that one hand, that flare coming through, and beautiful end off on her own intercept.
Oh, that's good work from Dow snatching that ball.
Unfortunately, the center went offside for Bojanala. That's such a difficult ball to intercept. Simi, did you ever try to do that?
I'm sure I have. You know, you also get so eager because you know you're close, but there's obviously then that, you know, the line that is also is kind of restricting where you can move. So, but your heart still wants to go out and try and get that still. Exactly what we saw from Tiamo of Bojanala.
That's something Erin Berger was extremely good at doing.
Yeah.
She could fly. It's as if she flew across the circle.
Yeah, and she had good hands, long arms, and was highly impactful on that edge of the circle. Yeah, so a bit of a clash there with the two centers, but Tiamo had ball possession. So the contact was called against her counterpart.
Yeah, that's a clever little step forward. There was no pressure, no hands over her. So I was smart of the goal attack for Bojanala to actually just step into that shot so she got close to the post.
Oh, look at that. Great take from Mutawung.
Oh, so well deserved. You can smile big.
Yeah. Her timing was impeccable, and as well as that offload into that shooting circle.
It's just ending it off, you know. I think as she shot, she kind of pulled back a bit too quickly.
Yeah, I think, you know, when they look at how much opportunity, the attempts at goal, you know, when they do get the post-match feedback and the analysis, I think they're going to beat themselves up because they had the possession, the ball does go into the circle, but not able to finish nicely, as you said. That finish is crucial.
But now something they did not have available earlier was footage of their game, and now they can actually go back as a team, analyze their runs, you know, see how congested they were at sometimes, and then now they can look at their match again and not just hear coaches, you know, words necessarily, because sometimes you trust your coach, but you need to see it for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely, Shemaine, and I think, you know, there's so much power and value in, you know, some people are visual, some people are audio people, but and others will touch and feel to get a good sense of it. But I think the power of actually, you know, being able to see what you do, how you look on court, has so much value for some of these players. So I agree with you. I think, you know, Super Sports Schools and DSTV now is doing a fantastic job by making sure that, you know, we're able to witness this and all this content, and, you know, I think just footage is available for the players to also learn and improve on their own skills.
They just impressed me, the defense for Bojanala. They continue to turn ball, but then there's no leads coming from the attackers to assist them, and it's as if it becomes stagnant towards the midcourt.
Yep, indeed, and we have been talking extensively about that, but I think, you know, you made a point around the shooters as well, because I think shooters could also be an avenue to assist. Not expected a lot of times, but it could, you know, just change things up a bit and be the source of that lead.
Yeah, it should be something that, you know, you can pull out of your box if you really, really need it. And I think sometimes both these teams could actually have utilized their goal shooter more to pull out of the circle.
Oh, that's good footwork coming through from Bojanala's goal attack, and what a super finish with that piece of play. So only 8 goals in this match. Oh, that is heartbreaking. It's their own centre pass. They had an opportunity to close that gap even more. You know, they're looking so different, so energized, Bojanala, and I was excited to see them take that ball all the way.
But again, these are the things they can go back and fix. They don't have to, you know, feel that they did everything they could and it didn't work out. We can turn away from this and go, we made too many stepping errors, you know, some of our placement on the ball was not accurate. You know,
As
we
you said
miscatched, you know. But it happens. This is the sport. Imagine if Netball was perfect. It would be boring.
It would be dead boring. You know, we'd be sitting here with absolutely nothing to say. You know, just clinical precision. But we want, you know, we want all the excitement. We want the errors to come in because, as you say, you know, the errors also come up with opportunity to get an intercept.
Yes, and we love to see intercepts.
Of course.
Let's be honest. Oh,
that's clever little play coming through from Balesa Tebe.
yeah, she's done really well since she's come back on, you know. She's but she's been taking ownership of the circle.
Yeah.
The goal attack, and that's my worry.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Dipale Sakekana has been somewhat quiet in this quarter. You spot on. So it's quite a lot of expectations on the goal attack to do everything in that circle.
And remember, the goal attacks, she's defending, she's attacking, she's bringing the ball down. So it's a lot of running to do. But they ended off really well, good teamwork in the end. And that's what netball is. You have to work together.
Yeah, so only 7 goals in it. And unfortunately, that is disallowed. It is a bit of a late attempt coming through from Tiamo Masetwana. Oh my goodness. Oh, she could have let that one go, but I think her eagerness to try and keep that ball or get that intercept, she perhaps wasn't aware that, she could have just let it go.
I thought she was going to land inside. And then just one of her feet, landed on the outside of that line. Very unfortunate. Kudos for a great take still.
Yeah, it still was. Still give her 10 out of 10 for a good attempt. Yeah, that started with the footwork for me. I don't know if she was trying to, step forward, but you could see that her footwork, she was off balance rather. And you know how you always talk, and you'll know from your coaching perspective, you have to have both, not necessarily both, but good balance for you to be able to offload accurately. And what we saw is exactly what happens if you don't have the right balance.
Yeah, it's like one of my coaches always said, you kind of look like a flamingo because you go onto one leg and there's no control over your balance. And
yeah.
What is it about a pass that makes it good? You've got control over your balance and to where you're passing the ball to.
Yeah, so Dao saved there by Khosana with that rebound. And this time around, Mdao makes it count. 24 goals for Nkangala then with just 9 goals difference between the two sides. Yep, good choice.
I'm quite impressed with the wing attack that has been brought on here in the last quarter. She slotted in so well, so easily. It's as if you don't even miss that it's a new wing attack, So her feet have been on point, and that's exactly what you want.
And I also find that, she's quite calm as a wing attack. You expect a lot of movement, but she's not moving without purpose, Looking at where she's standing right now, she's almost on the top of that circle, which is telling you that, she's always thinking and considerate of where's my center, where do I need to balance? And that's exactly what you need to be doing as a wing attack.
And you would know, Simi. I mean, you said yesterday a wing attack's perfect position is on top of circle edge.
Absolutely. So it's fantastic to see that that's exactly what the players are doing on court, and specifically Nkangala's wing attack, who was introduced in this final quarter. Yep, that's good. Give and go that we're seeing with the two mid-court players. And again, discipline, getting themselves on the edge of that circle to make sure that they're not putting their shooters under pressure.
And you can see the shooters for Nkangala, they don't want to take that risk. So they pop over to one another, they get close to the post. Unfortunately, this time it didn't work out in their favor, but they've been doing it throughout the game, and that's a very big positive for them.
It certainly is. Just 1 minute then remaining in this match. And Nkangala manages to steal the ball back. Nope. Not this time around. I think she wanted to pass the ball back.
Oh, I thought she had that one for a second. Good attempt at a rebound.
Oh, that's good patience being exercised by Tiamo Masekwana.
I can't believe she had control over that ball. That was a brilliant pass.
Yeah, it was, because she was on the 1 foot and almost, looking and running out of time. It was a lot happening all at once, but really a great, I think, demonstration of skill from Bojanala's centre.
I couldn't agree more. That was a lot of skill shown in one movement.
In one movement, indeed. But we do run against time. Not much remaining in this match. Perhaps an opportunity for one more goal for Bojanala, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be as we reach the end of what has been an exciting battle up between these two sides. But it is Nkangala's under-19 side that walks away with the victory with a 25-17 goals result. So a very well done to the Mpumalanga base side. And really all the work was done consistently throughout the duration of this match. Bojanala didn't sit back. They didn't shy away from the challenge. They stuck it out and continued to raise their hands. But in the end, there can only be one winner, and credit must go to Nkangala. And just as we usually do, we're going to hand over now to Andy Mahamba, our presenter, for the post-match interviews.
To our commentary team taking us through that game. So after that disappointing result in the earlier game, it is Nkangala that will get the victory on this occasion as they took on Bojanala. I am joined by Lerato Baloi of the Nkangala side as we chat through your team's performance. Of course, a disappointing result in that earlier game, but able to bounce back on this occasion.
I'm really proud of my team. We managed to work out on our mistakes and we managed to play well this time.
Yeah, I did speak to Jamie a bit earlier on, and she was saying it's all about composure, getting the ball down court, and of course making good use of your chances, and it does seem like you got that right here.
Yeah, we worked on it, we spoke about it, and finally we managed to work on it.
And looking ahead then, going forward, having seen the games that you've played so far, what are some of the areas that you still think need a bit of patching up?
We just need to communicate, work hard, focus, and stick on the game plan.
And looking at that partnership, you and Jamie, of course, she also plays in that centre position. Yeah. Where do you prefer?
I prefer on goal defense.
I sort of knew that answer would come. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That is Lerato Baloi, of course, goalkeeper from the Nkangala side, being joined now by Oratilwe from Bojanala. Thank you very much for your time. Looking at your team's performance, a good start initially, but never really able to challenge for the result today.
Compared to the previous games we played yesterday, I feel like my team did really good. They had a very good comeback. I'm really proud of the goals. Our defense was working very good. The only thing, unfortunately, was the conversion of goals, but we'll fix that in the next game.
Do you feel that you guys are starting to gain a bit more momentum as you go along?
Yes, we do. Some girls is their first experience, so as we play more, they get more experience. So I think the next game they'll do better.
And looking at your shooters, are you guys going to get poles? How are you planning to get around that shooting deficit?
We really need to work on our shooting range, guys. It's really bad, but I believe in the girls. They just have to believe in themselves as well.
Well, there are some positives to be drawn from this game, and as you say, a bit of improvement. So what are some of the things you're hoping to carry into your next games?
Conversion of goals, definitely. I want my defenders to keep up and with the defense because they're really working hard. And then the centre passes as well. Like, girls need to keep to basics. Silly mistakes are costing us a lot.
Hard luck. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Of course, the result not going their way, but quite positive there in terms of how they can turn things around going forward. It is going to be about getting those goals taking over in that shooting circle, because it is goals that win games in netball, and at the moment not going quite as planned for Bojanala. But they have time to turn things around. They have time to tweak that to make sure that they get the results going forward. And speaking about going forward, we do still have a lot of action in store for you in the Telkom Netball Challenge. Do stay with us. Still more to come.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside, and comes to the touch. what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. Cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
Hello and welcome back to all our viewers on the DSTV Now app. It is Game 6 about to get cracking in the upcoming clash. It's also an under-19 battle app as we continue to bring you all the action from Hoërskool Waterkloof. So Ilembe will be coming up next, and we are really looking forward to what it is that they will have to showcase in this battle up. So 5 games done and dusted, and another 2 more remaining. So do stay with us, as we are certainly excited to see what it is that happens right here at the Super Sport schools. So just all the action at the moment taking place on court 1. There are also other age groups, under 17, under 18 and under 19, that are participating at the Netball, Telkom Netball Championships. And also I think a couple of underage groups as well at Janssen. They're participating in the all ages competition. So it is a week of netball, depending on where you are or how you want to catch it. But really, I think it's been some exciting times as far as netball is concerned. So only second day of the competition as we claw our way to the playoffs and looking to crown the Telkom Netball champions on Thursday morning. So having a look at the previous results, that under 17 clash opened the day for us, and really it was an exceptionally well performed game by Mopani's under 17 side. And then later on at about 11:45 we saw that battle up between the Cape Winelands and Dr. Kenneth Kawunda, and the Winelands came out strong and dominant on all fronts. But that under 19B battle up that we saw as well between Nkangala and Bojanala was quite a thriller, but Nkangala definitely much stronger of the two sides. So as mentioned earlier on, 2 games remaining for the day. It has been an action-packed Monday morning, and certainly the matches have lived up to the expectations. As always, I'm not alone in commentary. I am joined by my fellow former Spar Protea goalkeeper, Nontle Gwavu. Nontle, so wonderful to be working with you this afternoon, and it really has been a great day of netball.
It has been, Simi, thank you so much. I mean, we had some exciting netball today. I mean, starting at 8 o'clock up until now. We have 7 rounds today, and we've seen a lot of talent coming from under 17, 18 and 19. And I keep on emphasizing the importance of this tournament. Telkom really giving these girls an opportunity to showcase their talent, and boy, there is a lot of talent here.
Yeah, certainly a lot of talent, Nontle. And I mean, we keep talking about 60 teams that are participating at the Telkom Netball Championship. So Telkom really making sure that every single player has an opportunity to showcase their talent.
Contact called against the goal shooter. I mean, I think that this team have equal strengths, Simi, as you see them. Also, more or less the same height, similar style of netball. So I'm expecting to see more bounce passes, more short passes. You know, I'm not expecting to see those long diagonal balls. One hand shot by the goal shooter of Fezile Dabi.
Yeah, that's a good interplay there. I think a bit of patience and a look at how marvelous those drives are into the circle. No, really, these players, I think, shooting the lights out and showing us exactly what it is that they have to offer. So Ilembe sitting at 2 goals, with Fezile Dabi only on a single point. So not much separating these two sides, as you correctly highlighted around the fact that they are equally matched, so we expect a lot of fireworks to be taking place between these two sides.
Throw in there by Ilembe, and Ilembe is a team playing in the black bibs, shooting on the left-hand side of the court, and Fezile Dabi are the ladies playing in the yellow and green dresses. Opportunity for Fezile Dabi. I like the speed of that ball and the placement.
Yeah, I think at the point, the only concern for me is that, you know, there isn't a clear lead towards the ball. They're almost kind of running away from the ball. And Fezile Dabi does have to come towards the ball, you know, and I think set themselves up nicely, because at the moment they're putting themselves under pressure by running away from the ball.
Look at that one-hand shot, Simi, by the goal shooter.
Yep.
Oh, Fezile Dabi.
I know you want to weigh in on that. I think the last time we saw that was back in the 90s.
Oh. I mean, we've seen that, I think, in one of the Diamond Challenge. I think from Swaziland or Zambia.
Yeah.
I mean, they use a similar style of shooting. And I know you're totally against that.
No. I was talking in a South African context. You know, the shooting action has transformed and changed over the years. And that's why I'm saying I think we're getting a bit of a flashback from the 90s. But, I mean, that's what this is about. All the players are getting an opportunity, you know, to learn something different, to learn something new. I mean, that's a player that you can take, change your shooting action, and she's back in the mix. As we saw that super intercept from the goal attack. She's an exciting goal attack for Fezile Dabi.
And there was a good turnover there by Fezile Dabi. And they now take their own center pass. Much better play. Yes, beautiful landing. Good pick up by the goal defense of Ilembe. Ilembe now is on attack. And I always emphasize this, you know, when the goal attack or any player actually, when they get the ball, I would like them to actually turn their shoulders towards the shooting pole. Over a third.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nontle, and I think it just sets the shooters up for success, because you've got your feet facing the goalpost, you've got your shoulders facing the goalpost, and those are all basics which ultimately do contribute in how successful you are as a shooter. So I agree with you. I think not a lot of players familiar with that stance, but all of it does add up at the end of the day.
A nice pop-up to the goal shooter. The goalkeeper's head was, the eyes were down. I mean, it's always nice to take the opportunity. Once the goal defense or keeper's eyes are down, that's an opportunity for each and any feeder to actually, you know, pop that ball there into that shooter.
Yeah, unfortunately, a bit of a bullet pass there coming through from Ilembe. So Fezile Dabi has the throw in. Yeah, we knew this match was going to pretty much go toe to toe. We're exactly at halfway through this first quarter, and 3 goals apiece. Yeah, this is much better attack that we're seeing from Fezile Dabi. Although at times I felt that it was a little bit too early, but at least now they're driving towards the ball. There's a lot of intent, there's a lot of focus, and I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing at the moment.
Yeah, stepping error there called against Fezile Dabi. And Ilembe will make use of that.
Oh, that's good hands. Great attempt there by Fezile Dabi's goal defense, Ulindilwe Mokele. Yeah, there's a lot of balls being flung completely off court. Just talks to the placement that is missing in the early stages of this match.
And I did mention at the beginning of this quarter, Simeon, I said, because we see the height of these players, I'm expecting to see a lot of bounce passes, you know, quick passes, chest passes, and I'm not expecting to see those cross loopy pass in the shooting circle, because I mean, that's not your strength. You want to give your shooter a comfortable ball so that she can shoot comfortably. So if you now putting them under stress, and then you passing those balls that they probably won't get, so you're not going to get the best out of your shooters. You always want to make them comfortable.
You have to make them comfortable, don't you? Because, you know, it's not an easy job sinking those balls in. I mean, there's a lot of pressure that goes with it. So the last thing you want to do is to add pressure to your shooters, you know, by getting them flustered, off balance, all sorts of funny things. So I agree with you. And I mean, Shemaine and I spoke about it earlier on, about the shooters being the queens of their circles. And you need to embrace that fully in its entirety to ensure that your shooters do what's the most important job at hand, as we see Fezile Dabi's Karabo Akosi do that and sinking it in, equalizing to 5 goals apiece.
Opportunity. Oh, that is a contact called against the goal shooter of Ilembe.
Yeah, so they are back on the attack, but unfortunately Ilembe not able to hold on to the ball. So it is Fezile Dabu that is back on the attack. And I mean, this ball being swung left, right, up and down court. No one really wanted to take ownership to make it count. It's actually quite interesting. I mean, the defenders are working tirelessly, trying to turn as much ball as they possibly can, but not going all the way through to the shooting circles. But it is Ilembe that sinks in one more goal, taking them to just a marginal edge up against Fezile Dabi.
Yeah, that was a good call. A good call there by the goal shooter. We saw the shooter of Fezile Dabi really pushing the keeper, and a brilliant call there by the umpire. Yeah, those are the balls that we're looking forward to see, those bounce passes that are very difficult to intercept. A good pickup there by the goal defense.
I think there was a bit of confusion there, Nontle, because Ukumui Kalima was, I think, still waiting for the umpire to make the call, but umpire saw nothing wrong there, and it was a clever pickup from Uspelele Dlamini. Unfortunately, the shooters of Fezile Dabu just letting them down. They do get saved by that stepping error that was called. Absolutely enjoying watching Upindile Zungu, the goal attack. They do say dynamite come in small packages, and that's exactly what we have been enjoying from the goal attack of Fezile Dabi. Oh, good hands from Spelele Dlamini. She maintained her 3-feet defense and elevation superbly timed.
Yeah, this is a good netball to watch, Simi. I mean, you can see them. They're starting to open up that midcourt, and those are the dodges that we would like to see. Beautiful base drive there by the goal attack.
Yeah, absolutely loving Upindile Zungu Nontle. I think she's so creative, and she's got quick feet, quick hands, But we do reach the end of the first quarter. It is 6 goals apiece and still a full 3 quarters remaining in this action. So really some exciting times ahead. And just to confirm that score, it is 6 goals apiece in this battle up between Ilembe and Fezile's under-19 sides. But do stay with us. We'll be back right after this break.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside, a continent touch! A case of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. The cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
Hello and welcome back to all the action taking place at Hoërskool Waterkloof. We are all ready and set for the second quarter in this battle up between Fezile Dabu and Ilembe. We close things off with a 6, or with an equal footing on 6 goals apiece at the end of that first quarter. But it really was a closely contested first 12 minutes in this match, and really some superb pieces of play coming through from both teams. But what is it that stood out for you, looking at that first 12 minutes of this battle up?
For me, Simi, it was the transitioning of that ball, especially for Fezile Dabu, as they approach Akhosi, Ukarabo, and that goal shooting circle, and also her accuracy and the way, her creativity in the shooting circle alongside with the Galimo as a goal attack. So I'm looking forward to see what the goal defense and keeper, Udamini and Uandile of the Fezile Dabu, of the Ilembe, what are they going to do against that accurate shooting? So it's still early ages, as we see the game is quietly still very tight. I mean, 7-all in the second quarter. It's quite interesting, and that's what you want to see, And we always depend on that third quarter, which team is going to pull away, which team is going to put their foot in the accelerator. So it's how you finish that counts, not how you start. As we see a brilliant intercept there by the goal defense.
Yeah, it really is about how you finish things off at the end of the day. And really, I have to tell you that I've been impressed by Fezile Dabu's goal attack. Upindile Zungu. No real answer, to her fast-paced performance on court. I think everyone, sometimes it takes for granted when you've got a short shooter or shorter, relative to her opponent. But my goodness, her speed certainly makes up for it. Yeah, that's a great shot coming through from Kumwe Kalima, the goal attack of Ilembe. She was completely unfazed, unwavered by the towering Spelele Dlamini, and she took that last goal in her stride.
Good defense there. Oh, brilliant intercept, and that's exactly what you want to get to see in this game. Two defenders, even the wing attack, wing defense working together just to set up that intercept.
Yeah, so a bit of contact called there by the umpire against Amanda Ngata. Oh my goodness, that was good piece of play, very intelligent, use of space coming through from Kumwe Kalima. Yeah, a lot of play taking place towards the left-hand side of the court. Yeah, that one-hand shooting action from Minentle Mthembu still yielding the desired effect. She's taking those shots confidently, and really, I mean, they are proving to be accurate and exceptional for Fezile Dabi's shooting circle. So only one goal separating these two sides. Ilembe still enjoying, the lead at this point, but 11 goals versus 10 is not really a huge margin as we see Fezile Dabi equalizing yet again.
Yeah, it's going to be very a tight one, Simi, between these two sides. Similar style of play, and the team that utilizes the opponent's turnovers will win, as we see another deflection there from the wing attack.
Yeah, super shot into the circle, and Kumwe gives it an attempt, but she is saved by Karabo Akhosi, who sinks it in. And only 5 minutes into this second quarter, still pretty much going toe-to-toe. We knew it was going to go right down to the wire between these two sides, and that's exactly what we are seeing. A little bit of miscommunication into the shooting circle. I think that ball being blitzed down court, but unfortunately there is an out-of-court ball.
You know, it's so interesting and exciting to see the players utilizing the midcourt of the, the midcourt. And because we've seen in the past that, they always use the left-hand side or the right-hand side and playing next to the lines. And, that's exactly what the defenders want, because they want to press you so that you don't get that ball. You might even step off court, or the ball being may fly out of court. Give and go, that is what we're looking for from Fezile Dabu. And it's the goal attack, Uzungu, that takes the shot.
Yeah.
Well, and you know what I like about the two Sim is that they share responsibilities.
Yeah.
Uzungu and Mthembu in that goal shooting circle, and that confuses the defenders, because we've seen that a lot of defenders like to double mark the main shooter, but now Uzungu is also taking responsibility, so they can't now just focus on Mthembu. So everyone needs to mark their own partners.
They do not. That's a good piece of play or take by Fezile Dabi's Amanda Ngata. The wing attack, she came out there, well-timed that intercept. And look at that connection into Pingile Zungu, as you highlighted correctly earlier on, Nontle. So here's a penalty shot. And Tembu leaves the ball and lets Zungu take it. And that's exactly why. Zungu just had to bounce the ball to Mtembu. And Tembu was expected to sink it in. It's not part of the plan, missing at such a close shooting range.
Yeah, that was a good pickup there from the keeper of Ilembe.
Yeah, so ball turned, it's an out-of-court ball, so it will be a throw-in for Fezile Dabi.
Yeah, she's taking too long to make that pass, Simi. And, you know, when you do that, you're giving the opponent, your defender, an opportunity to recover, you know. And now she ran out of space. She didn't know where to go, and that's why they lost that ball.
Oh, my goodness. What an exceptional take from Uspoka Mhlongo, the wing defense, second phase defense. We don't see a lot of that happening, Nontle. But unfortunately, I think she got called out for obstruction, and I thought it was exceptionally done.
Yeah, I think it was well timed there, and I think the 3 feet was excellent also. And the elevation.
So here's a penalty shot for Ilembe's shooter, Karabo Akhosi. And she does make it count. So 2 goals separating these teams. And Ilembe enjoying that lead. It's not too big a lead. I mean, 1 intercept and Fezile Dabi is back in it. Yeah, a lot of, you know, I think tight marking happening in that shooting circle. Oh, that's well done there by Kalima, the goal attack of Ilembe's under-19 side.
And you know what, Simi? She is doing the most shooting, Kalima, the goal attack of Ilembe. And what I would do if I was the goal defense, Udlamini of Fezile Dabi, just to force her out of the shooting circle.
Yeah, keep her out of the circle, and once she's there, make sure she doesn't come back in, so that Akhosi can actually take a bulk of those shots. That was a live replay or handling error. She picked it up and continued as if nothing happened.
And that's the trick. So when you've done something wrong, stop looking at the umpires, because you know it. You're making it obvious that you've done something wrong. Be confident, you know, even when you go offside.
Yeah, my foot didn't go offside. I mean, I thought that was exceptionally done by Kalima Kume, because she knew she had possession, but continued with the task at hand. So great intelligence by the players on court, as we see Ilembe starting to break away from Fezile Dabi. 4 goals separating their, it's their own centre pass. I mean, look at this. You said it, Nontle. You said that Ukalima is the main player, the main shooter. So Usphelele Dlamini has to pick that up.
Yeah, and she has, I mean, she picked up a very beautiful intercept. But what I'd like to see from Udlamini is to deny Ukalima space, not even allow her to get that second pass. And I will actually push her away and keep her in that center third. I know it's going to be very difficult, because she's quite agile, Ukalima, but, you know, it's worth a try, because you want to delay that that pass to her, and also you want them to actually, you know, offload to Akhosi Karabo, who we haven't seen much of in this quarter.
So penalty shot just outside the circle, and Zungu gets the attempted goal. Yep, so they do get saved. Minentlem Tembu will get another opportunity. It is a penalty shot. She takes it confidently, so 1 goal separating these 2 sides. So yeah, so it really hasn't been a clear-cut match, Nontle. You know, at one point we thought that Ilembe is pulling away in this match, and then Fezile Dabi says, no, hang on. They will not, you know, allow them any chance whatsoever. And there isn't much time left on the clock. But it's all these little errors, you know, stepping offside, you know, just placement, the ball not really going to the intended recipient. That is all, you know, I think at play. but it's not too much to worry about because the score is giving us an exact reflection, an exact snapshot of what has been going down here as we reach the halfway mark. So just to confirm that score then, 24 minutes done and dusted. The first two quarters out of the way. It is 16-15 and Ilembe just edging by 1 goal. We're just going to try and see if we can get close to that bench to perhaps get a snippet of what is happening across the bench.
Shooting area so that it would be easier to so it's very important, look at what I'm saying. It is very important to do a communication. If you see that your goal attacker is far from you, just talk to your goalkeeper so that she can go to defend your goal attack. You know what I'm trying to say? Then after that, if you come with the ball, if there is an infringement in nearby the shooting area zone where you're scoring this side, you must make sure that all that penalties, you leave it to the goalkeeper, you go straight to them.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Welcoming you back to the Telkom Netball Championships, and if you missed out on any of the action, here's a quick recap of what went down in that first half between the Ilembe and Fezile Dabi battle up. Nontle, it was 2 quarters of equally matched performance, and we're talking just about how these teams were pretty much going to go toe-to-toe from the start to the end.
You know, Simi, we did expect this. I mean, we also mentioned the fact that we're expecting similar style of play, bounce passes and short passes, and we've seen exactly that. And I really want to highlight the Fezile Dabu combination in that shooting circle. We see Umthembu, the goal shooter, and Zungo. I think it's a very strong combination. But also, we've seen the same thing happening on the side of Ilembe, Akhosi Karabo and Kalimo. Quite a strong combination. So it is still going to be toe-to-toe as we go into the championship quarter. But I always say it is a team that capitalizes on their turnovers that will win this game.
Yeah, certainly the team that capitalizes on the turnovers. And really, because I mean, you're 100% right. Both teams have equal opportunities as far as the center passes are concerned. But it is the team that is able to take it down all the way and also create more opportunities through the intercepts, through forcing errors and through the turnovers. But Ilembe back on the attack. They did close off that second quarter with a 2-goal lead. And they are certainly looking strong going into this third quarter as well. Unfortunately, a 3-second call against Kalima. She held onto that ball way too long. And look at that superb pickup from Kalima, who offloads to Karabo Akhosi, handing her, the responsibility to take those shots. And I think you highlighted that earlier on to say that the difference in this game is the fact that with the Fezile Dabi, there's equal responsibility.
Yeah, and as you saw that from the Ilembe side, we saw that the main goal shooter, Akhosi Karabo, giving Kalima the ball because she's not comfortable enough to take those shots. And that is something that we don't normally see, the main shooter giving away the shot. But it is the difference between these two sides. From the side of Fezile Dabu, Mtembu Zungu combination, they share responsibility, as we see a miss again from Mtembu. But also, see what bothers me is that when a shooter misses a shot, she doesn't even go for, apply that pressure just to try to win that ball back. She just feels sorry for herself, and then she was within her feelings, and that is something that as coaches we really need to emphasize and teach these kids that you will miss goals, you will throw away balls. It's how you react on recovering that ball that counts.
Yeah, it is all about your bounce back game, because we know that there will be missed attempts at goal in the day. But I agree with you fully there, Nonhle. You have to defend your space and make sure that, you don't miss any opportunity for a possible rebound. So back on the attack, it is Fezile Dabi's troop, the ladies in yellow and green. They are trailing by 3 at this point. So contact called against Candy Ramaisa. So here's Minentle Mtembu Nontle getting another opportunity at goal. But that ball just flat out refusing to sink in.
And also, also the technique. I mean, the way she's also standing. I mean, the coaches are saying you need to open your feet a little bit, your shoulders over your feet. She is like she's going to church, your feet together. She's all tied up in the shoulders. You really need to breathe before you can release that ball. So the technique really needs to be worked on for Mtembu, but she does have the potential.
Yeah, so hopefully during one of the intervals you'll show us exactly what that church walk looks like. Nontle, I'm quite looking forward to that. But I mean, I get the gist of it. She needs to be relaxed and comfortable, and also I think stick to the technique of a shooter, which does start with your base and your balance and your shoulders as well as your arm action. So all of it packaged together really set you up for success and better accuracy rate, as we see that great close off from Mukumwe Kalima, the goal attack of Ilembe. They are leading by 4 goals, not too much in it, but Fezile Dabi just has to guard against complacency and perhaps not allowing themselves any opportunity at goal. And exactly as I say that, Upindile Zungu, I think silences me for a second or so.
Yeah, there was a good play there, Simi, from Fezile Dabi. But Simi, I've been highlighting this. There is absolutely no pressure against Kalima, the goal attack of Ilembe. She is completely unmarked, and she's the main shooter. She's the one who's creating space. She goes and fetches those balls, and I would really like to see pressure being applied, and also I would like to see the goal defense of Fezile Dabi really working hard on pushing Kalima outside, or keeping her outside the shooting circle, because she is more dangerous inside that shooting circle.
Yep, that's good patience from Fezile Dabu. Desperately looking for support, and it does come in the form of the dynamic Pindile Zungu. So penalty called for obstruction, and Zungu, unfortunately the contact now called against Minentle Mtembu. I think she was trying to defend the goalkeeper. You were talking earlier on about how shooters sometimes don't defend their space or defend the opposition, even in the instance of rebounds. And I think Minentle was trying there, but not really the best of decisions, because she actually forced the contact in the end.
Yeah, good pick up there from Fezile Dabu, Mwango and Dlamini, that defensive unit. And a beautiful lunge from Minenhle Zungu.
Yeah, you can lunge all you want, Nontle. At the end of the day, it has to count. She has to sink it in. I don't know how many balls, have been turned in that shooting circle of Fezile Dabi, and I think, the score would have been slightly different if they actually had capitalized on all those opportunities that they did enjoy as far as possession is concerned.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of opportunities, the Fezile Dabi's team. But I think it's in that shooting circle now where things need to turn, because the defenders are giving them opportunities. Minenhle and Zungu are getting the opportunities, but the conversion rate is starting to drop.
See, this is where Uzungu needs to either play herself in or just pop it over to Mthembu, because she's not going to take the long-range shot. And she shouldn't, so it's the right decision, but we see Mthembu. Okay, she bounces it back off to Uzungu. She went for the rebound. She did.
She did, Simi, but Mthembu was right in front of her. She just needed to offload a straight pass, and take that comfortably.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it would have been a better option to just, play it to Mthembu. Okay, a bit of over-eagerness coming through from Amanda Ngata, the wing attack of Fezile Dabi, but she's trying. I think it's always encouraging to see the wing attack and the goal attack caught up in the mix of all the action. Just looking at how high up they are close to the transverse line.
Yeah, it's the hustle that we're looking for. They're looking for pressure. I mean, they're looking to pressure the opposition. They're looking to for intercepts, because they can see that Ilembe is pulling away, and they don't want the score margin to be huge, and because it's going to be very difficult to close that margin in the last quarter, as we know that teams really, you break or you thrive in the last quarter. But some teams really break, especially if they are behind. But we've seen some good finish from certain teams, so I wouldn't want to be far from. If I was Fezile Dabi, I wouldn't want Ilembe to have a huge margin ahead.
Yeah, and rightfully so, Nontle, because at some point it becomes less and less attainable. So 4 goals, I mean, is not really too big a difference. And I agree with you. 2 turnovers and they pretty much still in it. But no one really wanting to take this ball or make it count, as it's been going back and forth for the longest of times.
Yeah, we see the goal defense of Fezile Dabi. Dlamini is called for contact, and I thought she got that deflection very clean. I mean, I didn't see her contacting anyone.
Yeah, it's always an interesting call, I think, from where we're sitting and what's happening courtside, because sometimes, we get a glimpse of the decisions and we're like, a bit questionable nonetheless. But still, the point you made around the margin, 5 goals difference it is at this stage. And Ilembe just continuing to charge up. That is Kalima, who goes after her own rebounds. And an exciting goal attack in that Ilembe circle.
And what we're starting to see from Ilembe goal attacks is that she's now missing. She's not as accurate as she was in the first 2 quarters. So that's an opportunity for the defender of Fezile Dabi to pick up rebounds. As we see the goal shooter of Fezile Dabi completely unmarked under that pole, and that's a much better play for them. And it was a turnover.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of miscommunication there, Nontle. Ulindile Mokele as well as Ukitidi Matsi, Sibopa both going, they were shutting down Minenhle Mthembu, and then I think they both assumed one would stay back. And I mean, it was really, I think, beautiful to see Mthembu on her own in the shooting circle. I mean, look at that yet again. And that was credit to Zungu as well, because I think she drew the defenders and opening it up nicely for Mthembu, and that's how they need to continue, playing as 2 shooting combinations.
Yeah, it was all work done by Uzungu, the goal attack of Fezile Dabu, allowing the goal shooter Umtembu, space in that baseline. And we see this all the time. We see Ilembe lead by 3 goals, but towards the end of the quarter, you see that Fezile Dabu is starting to, close that score margin, and it's very beautiful to watch, because that means that they really have the capabilities, and they have the strong finish. It's just that the consistency that is, that is worrying me from Fezile Dabu.
Listen, for me, it's the shooting. I can see all the flair. I can see all the nice things taking place. I mean, I can even see how superb that defensive circle has been turning more ball. The shooters have to sink it in. They have to make it count. And at this stage, I think they have been letting themselves down.
Yeah, they are letting themselves down. Also, Ilembe, Simi, I mean, they're saved by the whistle, because Fezile Dabu was close in that, yes, they still have few seconds just to sink in the last one.
Yeah, there was a bit of a lazy offload for me into the circle from Mutandu Sasiyanda. Missed opportunity. I mean, all she had to do was just to release the ball to Minentle Mthembu. But unfortunately, it's not meant to be. And we have reached the end of the 3rd quarter. It is Ilembe that is leading 22 goals versus 19 of Fezile Dabu.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
We are in the final quarter in this battle up between Fezile Dabu as well as Ilembe. But before we get into it, just to try and see if we can get a glimpse of what's happening on both benches of these teams. And yeah, at the moment, really, I think a good first 3 quarters between these two sides. And Ilembe just edging ahead of Fezile Dabu. And Fezile just not able to get back into this game. It's just been 2 goals, 3 goals, Nontle, that they have been straddling and not really able to, claw their way back in and try to keep up with Ilembe. But 1 lost quarter remaining, so it's going to be interesting to see what tricks both coaches have up their sleeves going into this final quarter.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Simi. As we see another turnover there, it was actually a give from keeper to goal attack. It was not even an intercept, no deflection. She was just given.
She gave it to her.
She gave it to her, right inside the shooting circle. And it's another opportunity for Fezile Dabu to actually get into that 20 goal points.
Yeah, and they certainly can. I mean, I would think, they know exactly what's at stake. They want to walk out, victorious in this encounter. They're more than capable of doing that. And it really is a lovely way for Fezile Dabu to get their final quarter started. So 2 goals in it. And this is a much needed era that I'm sure Fezile Dabu would have been praying for and looking forward to, because if they do make this count, they've got the next centre pass and they could potentially equalize things.
That'll be very interesting to see, Simi, because this is the last quarter and it's quite close. As we see now, another turnover there for Ilembe. There was no one coming forward from Fezile Dabu, and these are the things that really gonna, add up and work against Fezile Dabu.
Yeah, I mean, my heart goes out to Amanda Ngata because she held onto that ball for dear life, desperately looking for support, and you could see her almost, wavering, trying to call out for someone, but not a single person to support her. Yeah, there we see Kumwe Kalima just continuing, taking all those shots in her stride. She's confident. She knows exactly what's expected of her. And you made the point, Nontle, that she's actually been the key shooter for Ilembe.
Yeah, she's been the key shooter. She's fetching, she's shooting, and she's also opening the space for the goal shooter, who also haven't taken a lot of shots for Ilembe. So what Fezile Dabu needs to do is to close down the goal attack on Ukalimo, and she is the main one. If they can just, it's like closing down Nikki Taliat.
Yeah.
And then it's game over.
Good luck. Yeah. We know exactly what or how that script ends. It's almost an impossible task. And, I mean, this is the reality of some of the things we're seeing here. So you're not really going to try and keep up with somebody like that, like Kumwe Kalima. I mean, look at that. She's driving there on her own, and then already she's looking into the circle. But what you want to do, you want to rattle her. You want to put her under pressure. You want to force in those errors, because if you try to run and keep up with her, you will fall short.
Yeah, Simi, you wouldn't want to do that because she's fast, as you see right now, very quick on her feet. So what I would do, if the goal defense of Fezile Dabu, Udlamini, is not up to it, then give it to the wing defense, Umhlongo, to actually rattle her and allow goal defense then to hang for those loose balls and also to help out in that goal shooting position. Another bullet pass, and I don't know what to say. This girl is brilliant.
And we knew that it was going to come from the shooter straight to Kalima. So Ilembe just breaking away in the final quarter. It is crunch time. It's the quarter that everyone is marveling on, as we see a great offload from Amanda Ngata to Pindile Zungu. I'll tell you this, Amanda Ngata has actually also been one of the standouts for me in that wing attack position for Fezile Dabu. The wings don't really get a lot of credit, but I think she's been doing an exceptional job. Her wing defender, her wing defender hasn't been able to keep up with her for the duration of this match. And all she's done, she drives out for the centre pass. She gets involved in a give and go here and there. But her offloads and her understanding of the shooting circle has really been admirable.
I totally agree with you, Simi. We always overlook the wing defense, wing attacks. We don't give glory to them. And they're the people who actually set up the intercept for wing defense. I mean, wing defense will set up for the goalkeeper and goal defense. And the wing attack are doing most of the work, the dirty work. And also making sure that the queens of the circle, which are the goal shooters, are fed properly and comfortably inside the circle. Another opportunity for Fezile Dabu. I mean, Simi, this is interesting. They're still, Ilembe is still leading by 3 goals, but look at that intensity and the ball speed from Fezile Dabu in this last quarter.
Yeah, they're playing like they want to walk away tops in this match, and I agree with you. There's just been a renewed sense of urgency, a lot of energy and a lot of focus coming through from Fezile Dabu. It's 2 goals separating these two sides, but I agree with you. They are playing like the team that is going to come out victorious in this encounter. So here's another turning point for Fezile Dabu. It was a line breaking against Ilembe, but unfortunately a lot happening there. Footwork, handling errors, I think just a little bit of excitement, and it's early excitement because the job is still not done.
Another opportunity here for Kalima.
And Nante, you know, I want to labor that point. You know the excitement when you think, I just need one more turnover. And when you get it, you know, you're so consumed by that you actually even forget to do the basics. And I feel like that's what we're seeing right now from Fezile Dabi. They need to keep calm. They need to retain their focus. They can do it if they absolutely, you know, control how they finish the last quarter.
Yeah, I hear you, Simi, and it happens, I mean, to the most of us, that you start playing with the hot potato. You just want this responsibility, you know, to go to the next person. You want that ball to get into the shooting circle, and you end up missing the opportunity. You end up losing the position.
Yep, indeed. That was quite interesting there because Minentle Mthembu was the tall shooter. She was right under the goalpost, but she gave it to Pindile Zungu to take on that responsibility. And I think it's good respect, you know, of each other's craft and just having faith and trusting each other to do the job. So it really, I think, was something admirable for us to watch play out.
Oh, good defense there from the keeper and goal defense. That defensive duo of Fezile Dabu. I mean, we saw the goal attack, Kalima trying to work that baseline.
Yep, I mean, how brilliant was that last piece of play, Nontle, between Uzungu and Mthembu. But Mthembu needs to convert this one. She has to make it count. It brings them to a 1-goal difference, and it is Fezile Dabi's centre pass.
I did mention that, Simi, Fezile Dabu is a team that knows how to finish. As the centre of Ilembe breaks that momentum, Ramaiso.
Yep, someone saying, oh, guys, oh, as in slow down. But we do know that when it gets to the hands of Kumwe Kalima, it's almost a done deal as she adds one more goal to Ilembe's scoreboard.
You know what I find that Wadudlamine and Umnwanga, the keeper and goal defense of Fezile Dabi, are doing to themselves is they're putting themselves under pressure. They're allowing Kalima to get inside the shooting circle. If you really want to stand a chance, keep it out. You don't want to be playing, you know, with your head turning side to side. You want to know exactly where she is. So push her outside the shooting circle.
Yeah, indeed, as we witness an opportunity yet again for Fezile Dabi, but an opportunity that they haven't capitalized. Still, you know, I mean, the defenders are working tirelessly, Nontle, in that circle, but really I think Fezile Dabi has to tidy up in that mid-court in terms of connecting that, you know, defensive third through to the shooting third.
Yeah, it is the links now who really need to do the work, because the defenders are really playing well, and the shooters really need to convert. Make sure you convert. She had an opportunity to pass that ball. I mean, they're taking too long.
Way too long, Nontle. You called it. You know, I feel as if Uzungu was there. She was ready, a quick bounce pass, and they could have sunk it in. But nonetheless, it does count for Fezile Dabu. Ilembe still leading by 2 goals, just less than 3 minutes in this match.
Now this is what we want to see. That was wild time there by the center of Fezile Dabu and the Shandu. No one driving forward.
Oh my goodness, unfortunately that's the pressure. Fezile Dabu unable to, to contain themselves. I mean, there was a sweet intercept taken by Utandi Swasianda, but just not able to make it count. And these are the things that are working against Fezile Dabi.
And you can see that Fezile Dabu now is trying to get another intercept, but no! Kalima took that loose ball. She was very quick.
Listen, she's undoubtedly the standout in this match. Has been superb and has really, I think, some impressive speed and agility and just intelligence all round in court.
There's still more time, Simi. 2 minutes. It is enough to defend 2 center passes.
Yeah, I'm fully with you there. You know, I think there's still an opportunity that, you know, well, for Fezile Dabi, and that this match could go either way. Sure, there was a major leap, giant leap. sometimes called stepping when spotted.
Yeah, it was a huge one. I thought there was an opportunity there for Fezile Dabi to, turn things over.
Yeah, but you know what? We've got to give credit to Ilembe, because I think Ilembe has been working consistently for the 4 quarters. They knew that they've been under pressure, because that's the other, being on the other side of the spectrum, you're ahead by 2 or 3 goals. You also have your own pressure, but I think they've just held their own, and they continue to capitalize on the strength that Tukalima brings into that circle. So credit to Ilembe, really, I think, for holding their own and, so to speak, really, I think, maintaining that marginal lead that they've had.
Yeah, Simi. I mean, the other player. I mean, we've been mentioning Kalima, the goal attack of Ilembe, but another player from Ilembe, goal defense, Mokele, has been really instrumental to the team, and I think she took most of the center passes and driving that ball down and making sure that Okalima and the goal shooter Akhosi are getting those balls in the circle.
Yeah, so last piece of play remaining in this battle, but really credit must go to Ilembe, who came out in this match and I think to cement their dominance, and they're forced to be reckoned with. And it's a 4-goal lead. It's pretty much done and dusted, and we do reach the end of this match. It certainly lived up to the expectations. We knew it was going to go right down to the wire. So just to confirm that score at the end of the match, it is Ilembe that comes out victorious with a 31-27 result. And Nontle, we knew that it was always going to be closely contested, but Fezile Dabu not really showing up consistently. So there were times where we thought they're in it, but I think Ilembe just disallowing them this victory.
They did, Simi. Totally agree with you. I mean, the combination of Umhlongo wing defense, Dlamini on goal defense, and keeper Umnwango, they really worked well together. But I think the shooters, Uzungu and Mtembu, really let them down from Fezile Dabu. But my goodness, that goal attack, Kalimo and Akhosi, they really played well. So all the good work played by Ilembe.
And now we're going to hand over to Andy Mahamba, who's alongside Dr. Elsha Yudan, just to catch in a few words from Elsha.
Well, indeed, I am in the presence of greatness, Simi. I do have Dr. Elsha Yudan, the SA Under-21 coach, with me to chat about what we've seen. Of course, we know Telkom coming on board with us this year for the Netball Champs and giving an opportunity to some of these young players to be showcased on television as well. What does this mean for you as a coach, scouting for this young talent?
Yeah, what a fantastic opportunity for the young ones, First of all, they can go and watch the games again and learn. So out of a coaching perspective, what a beautiful opportunity. And secondly, it's just about platforms and giving them the exposure, and it's just great to see them playing again after the 2 years we had in netball. And for us, obviously looking and scouting for 2025 World Cup coming up, we sadly this year it was cancelled, so now it's on to the next one. And the 16s and 17s that's in this tournament are definitely born in the right years and will be contenders for the team in 4 years' time.
Now, speaking about the right years, it has been quite a challenging year, or 2 years if we can say, with COVID-19. How has that impacted you? Of course, mentioning the cancellation of the World Cup, but in terms of your preparations overall, how has that impacted you?
Oh yeah, look, it was such a massive disappointment. We were building like 3.5 years with that team, and I remember when I had to tell the players that it was cancelled, the heartbreak and the realization that the dream is just never going to happen. But we are resilient, and we had to bounce back, and here we are. So out of a coaching perspective, we missed out on opportunities this year because we were supposed to be fully committed to that team, and we were. But I guess that's how life goes. But I know there's a lot of talk going about mental health, and it's knocks like that, coming out of 18 months and then have a knock like that, and it's young players, and even for us as coaches, you put your heart and soul into a project and then that happens. So for me, it was quite tough to come back as well, but very excited and very glad that Netball South Africa is still backing us, and hopefully we can take it, the next 4 years can happen, so we'll believe it will.
Well, the next 4 years starts now, Coach. So if you're looking at some of the players that you've seen on court here, how encouraged are you with the talent that you've seen?
Oh, there's some beautiful height here, some really good talent coming through, raw talent. Obviously, they're not strong enough. Some of them you can see they're just not strength-wise where you want to be, but they're babies. So the challenge now will be to get squads together, get them on programs and start tracking them. You know, if you have a plan and you see a player and you think maybe she must move to another position, the time is now to start that communication and tell this player to get some experience in that position, learn the position, so that once it comes to national selections that you have options available. So for us it's very exciting, and for me working as a very experienced coach, investing in the youngsters, taking them, it's about learning them the culture of the team and learning and keeping their passion alive, and for me it's just such a beautiful process, and it's all about the process. Yes, the outcome, it's nice if there's results at the end of the day, but the other day somebody asked me what am I doing, and I'm coaching people, you know, netball is just the way I'm doing it, so what a beautiful opportunity.
Of course, with all the challenges we've had, it means a congested calendar for netball. A lot of these players have just come out of the DSTV schools. They're coming into this competition. Some have been playing just a week before that. What do you think that does for the players? Is it good to have the high-intensity competition, or is it going to start taking a toll on the bodies and perhaps start leading to injuries?
Yeah, I guess it will take a toll, but obviously if your recovery is in place and you look at your nutrition, all of that should be managed, and you know they're young, the bodies recover quite quick, so it's about the coaches managing the players and making sure they're giving all of them opportunities, rotating them at the right stages, and then that comes back to coaching and managing, and that's how you learn as a coach as well to get your team through. But I guess with these youngsters, they're so excited to be back out there. They'll play netball week in and week out, and that's what they want to do. So it's been a long time not doing anything. Hopefully not, we won't see some serious injuries. We will see some tired bodies, but that's just part of the game.
Coach, thank you very much for your time. Always a pleasure chatting to you.
Thanks, Andy. Thank you.
That is Dr. Elsha Yodan, the SA Under-21 coach, giving us insights there in terms of what we've seen on court, what they've seen. Of course, looking ahead to that World Cup in 2025, the preparation starts right now with these young players that we've seen in the Telkom Netball Champs. And judging by what the coaches said, well, it's explosive stuff and quite something to look forward to in the future. So 6 games down for the day, 1 more to come. Do stay with us as we bring you all that action to round off day 2 of the Telkom Netball Champs.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside, a continent touch! A case of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. In cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula 1 season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Hello and welcome back to the Telkom Netball Challenge. It is the final clash of the day as we see the under-18 Morula side taking on Impala. So one more game remaining as we bring day 2 of the Telkom Netball Challenge to a close. And just to look then how Morula will be lining up Ravele alongside Sharbot in that shooting circle with a very dynamic and exciting mid-court, and defensively all up to Litswalo as well as Ngomeni to turn things around in the shooting circle. And Shamar Ngomeni was certainly one of the standouts in that Morula defensive circle. And looking on then for Impala, it is an exciting shooting combination in Sichedi as well as Esther Hasten. And defensively, no surprises whatsoever there with the combination of Erasmus on goal defense as well as Masike. But we're always talking about, how the teams are working in partnerships. And I'm particularly interested and looking forward to see what the shooting circle of Impala has to bring and how they're going to be matching up against the defensive duo of Morula. And to close us off in this final match, I am joined by Nikki Sono. Nikki, a former player herself, a current coach and a current executive in the Gauteng side of things as far as schools netball is concerned, very involved. Also on the umpiring side, Nikki, I mean, what is it that you don't do? I mean, we haven't even gotten to the commentary as yet.
Thanks, Simi, for that. Oh, Simi, let's not forget, at the Schools Challenge 2017, I won gold as a coach. So let's remember that. That I won't forget. But stressful, but yeah. I love schools netball. I love schools netball. I love junior netball. I think that's where you get all the talent and you get to see all the variety and you get to learn a lot from the different coaches at the different grassroots. So it excites me. Every single time I'm here, I get excited.
100%. And I mean, you talk about 2017 and 4 years down the line, and what has been the standout for you in terms of what you've seen from the talent, from how schools netball is growing, and really I think some exciting stuff that has happened in that tenure.
I think it's been absolutely amazing, Simi, when I've seen in terms of grassroots, not only talent, I've seen coaches being groomed and some of those coaches also doing well. I've seen the development teams get players that make Gauteng teams and become phenomenal players, even the standard of umpiring. And I've also been able to see partnerships between NSA and SASN, and it's been absolutely incredible for both coaches, umpires, managers, and us understanding how to work technically in terms of how NSA works. So it's been absolutely amazing. But I think what's been great for me is the coaching and the level of coaching and the types of play and the players that are coming through the ranks. It's been phenomenal.
And ultimately, that's what it's all about, right? Because it's about unearthing the talent, showcasing exactly the level of depth that we have in this beautiful sport we love. And I think SA Schools has done exactly that. And that's why we get so excited when you've got tournaments with the likes of the Telkom Netball Challenge, because I think it just continues to heighten and elevate this game of netball. But looking ahead then on this match that we're about to see with the under-18 sides, Morula, who hails from Limpopo, that will be facing up Impala, that comes from the Northwest province. We know that predominantly the Northwest, is usually a stronger province, but we saw exactly what Morula is capable of, and I think I mentioned that Shamango Beni is one player that stood out for me on goal defense for Morula, but what is it that we can expect in this upcoming clash?
So, Semi, I agree with you that Northwest tends to be much stronger, but that's when we come to senior level. In terms of schools level, anybody can surprise you, which is what's amazing about it. Looking also within the Marula team, I see quite a lot of, so I'm going to refer to school sport because obviously this is where some of the kids are coming from their school sports, making through to through districts and into their province. I see quite a few girls there from who just played now in the schools challenge from Rustenburg, Hoërskool Rustenburg, who played phenomenally, and also Ben Forster, Hoërskool Ben Forster. So there's quite a lot of things that we'll see. There's quite a lot of variation. So I'm very excited. I don't think it will be game where the score is too far ahead or too, but I'm very excited about both the teams.
Yep. So just looking at the previous 6 results in today's clashes, I mean, it was Mopane in the 17 that opened us in the day, and they walked away with the victory in that encounter. And then there was an under-18 clash between the Diamonds and Morka, but Diamonds coming out tops in that regard. And I think Dr. KK as well as the Winelands was also another exciting match, but Winelands are definitely proving to be far stronger. And in the 6th game of the day, which is the previous match covered with Nontle, it was Ilembe that came out tops against Fezile Dabi. So no real, tight match except that last one, but I really think that it's been an action-packed day with lots of excitement, and with Marula coming up against Impala, it should be a cracker of a match on our hands. And these two teams also participated in the opening clash of the Telkom Netball Challenge. And I mean, if you look at that result between Morula as well as Ikude yesterday, Nikki, it was a 61-14 result in favor of Morula. So it just gives you a sense that, they're very efficient. They're scoring on average, 1.5 goals per minute, if there was such a thing. And I mean, just tells you that ball moves swiftly down court. And for Impala, I think Impala had a much tougher opening campaign, coming out short against the Sharks yesterday. They lost that match 26-34. So 2 very different results, very different mindsets going into this match. Which one do you think is going to come out tops?
It depends on how they take the view. So when you're winning is a habit. So all you want to do is continue and sustain that. And if I'm looking at Morula's side and knowing what their coach is like, and Lean is all about work rate. She has so much fun with her kids, but then she encourages them to work hard continuously at every given time so they can do it. And coming back as underdogs, you want to show people, no man, yesterday was maybe a fluke. Now we're here to bring it. So we're going to show you everything that you've got. So either way, depending on who shows up at this game.
Yeah, it is all about how the teams do show up, how they match up against each other, and ultimately who it is that plays a consistent 4 quarters in this game. So really, I think it is all up to the 7 players on court, and really who wants it the most. So just 30 seconds before we get the final match underway. It is Morula under 18 side from Limpopo province that is taking on Impala's under 18 side from the Northwest province. And Impala gets us started in the final match of the day. Who wants it the most? You will have to stay tuned with us for the full 48 minutes of action as we bring day 2 to a close.
Already as we start, there's a beautiful tip there from the Marula. That's the current work rate.
Yep, that's good pressure that is being exerted by Radilwe Letswalo, the goalkeeper who's towering over Mile Esterhazen. And yep, that ball has been turned by Morula. They will get the first shot at goal. And you correctly said it, you said at a senior level, there's always like a top 4 province or, top 5, but it's not as clear cut at schools netball. And we're seeing that immediately as Morula gets to draw the first blood in this match. Oh, that's
beautiful play.
Yeah.
Basics. They work hard at some of their basics and they continue with the work rate, and that's what makes them go ahead. But obviously the shooters need to sink the ball. That's the most important. Yebo.
That's well picked up there by Melissa Rasmus. Goal defense of Impala. Yeah, they can't play so lovely, you know, and then where it counts the most, unable to finish it off. They do have to back themselves. The Marula side, that is.
Nice, and there's the pressure. Already starting with the pressure, putting on the pressure in order to be able to turn. Like I always say, if your shooters are missing as a defense, you need to keep working extra hard in order to give them more opportunities for them to shoot. So if they miss, turn again. Never give up.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about this height advantage that we're seeing from the Marula defenders. You've got, you know, Refilwe Adams, Shaman Gobeni, Riradilwe Letswalo, wing, goal defense, goalkeeper, and they are towering over the opposition. I mean, we saw already a 3-second call, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be a feature in this match, because really, I mean, they're tall shooters, they're looking athletic, and it's difficult if you're a short player and you're trying to offload or release or pass to your teammate when you're coming up against, you know, 3 towers on that defensive side of things.
Simi, and you are right, it's very difficult, but it is doable. So
Yeah.
what do you need to do? You guys are shorter. Keep it short. You cannot play high balls because those people are floating in the air. You need to keep it short. I mean, we all know down is a far place to go for a tall player. Whether you bounce it, that is not going to work. She is so much taller, it's not going to work. I think we've even said it earlier. You cannot point your hand up, be behind a tall player as if you know the answer to the question in the maths class. You need to come forward. You need to come forward. If you don't know how to come forward, dodge or start off the body. But I'm not talking about hanging on the body, but be in front. Be in front to give yourself a chance to go for those drives. Because if you start behind, they want to play in the air. They want to fly. Tall people don't like going down. So play it low as much as possible.
Yeah, indeed. They have to play it low. They have to, you know, come forward because they really, I think, going to have a tough time trying to get any high passes into the shooting circle. So here's an opportunity for Impala to crack that scoreboard. They haven't managed to score a single goal. Marula is currently sitting with a 2-goal lead, but those passes into the circle are not really going to work. Because, I mean, they've got long arms and, you know, they're coming around quite nicely, putting a bit of pressure.
Yes, Ame, and they move their feet. They move their feet, so it's not lazy defenders that just use your arms. They move their feet, they get around the body, they're able to tip it. So you need to have clear, concise passes. And what we always say is, how does Malawi play the ball? You know, we'll call it Malawi for most of us because it's easy reference and we all know. Protect your ball. Even if you have to play 500 passes, it's going to get there eventually. And what happens with tall players? Because you want to rush, if everybody's coming forward, they're going to tower over you. It's going to be contact, contact, contact. It gets frustrating for them. If it's in the air, it's for them all the time. You already see with Ngobeni, if it's in the air, she's contested. She will contest every ball until the end. So what do you need to do? Keep it moving. Come in front. Come in front. Bit by bit, bit by bit. You will get there.
Eventually, 100%.
Eventually.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there, Nikki. You know, the patience element is going to become absolutely crucial for Impala. And as we see their second goal was much quicker in terms of efficiency. Took them a whole over 4 minutes to get their first goal in. But, I mean, look at that. A superb take by Dyers, who's the center of Impala, but then again turned around by Morula.
It's the excitement. We got excited. Yo, we got an intercept. Now let's start. No, relax. We got an intercept. Yay. Okay. Let's build it. Let's build it. It comes, I think it comes with maturity, you know. Sometimes excitement gets the better of us. We all know even as adults, but it will come with time.
And experience, you're 100% right. It is maturity. I mean, it's just reinforcement of the fact that after a turnover, short pass, you know, and you drummed it in and until it becomes a habit.
Yes, Ame. And so even when we say short passes, we still don't mean bunch into one side. So we still need to sort of keep our channels intact, even if then we the width of the court is a little bit smaller because we want to fetch, but you must be able to open it when you need to. So what should happen is, while you're fetching, the problem is if you get yourself in one corner, then you're making the defense close you in there. You need to be able to, after you've kept it short, how do we swing it all the way wide in order for us to attack from a different angle again? And that's where your resets come in. So I'm fetching. All of us are here. What do we do? Reset, somebody clear the space so that you open up the court even more.
Yeah, so that's a much better finish there for Morula. They were, well, I think a little bit rattled at some point, but they do make it count nonetheless. Yep, they need a lot more bounce passes into that circle, Nikki. I mean, those aren't going to work.
It's not going to work. You're standing still, but you're also not, I think Shemaine mentioned this earlier with somebody else. You're not even opening up your shoulders. You're not giving options. You're just standing. So I think, when somebody says stand, or you are holding shoot, a stand, but with a purpose. So for me, that space is too small. Like, can we go further in the court? Yes. So the goal attack should have cleared that specific space in order to allow space for the goal shooter. So we don't stand there. If I don't get a pass, like sometimes some people think, okay, pass, I'm open. But if you don't get a pass, it's okay, move. Let somebody else get a pass. There's 7 players on the court, meaning that at some point you might not get a pass. So I don't stand there, how? I didn't get a ball. You stand there, you didn't receive a pass, clear. Open up a space for somebody else. Clear. Open up. I don't get it. It's okay. That's why there's other players. Move, you'll get a next pass because you're setting yourself up for the next pass.
Indeed. I think often at times players feel the need to get involved in every single piece of play, but clearing is actually being involved as well, not with the ball, but in terms of creating the space for other players to come in and assist. As we see a great take coming through yet again from Urifilwe Adams, the wing defender of Morula. Honestly, I think defensively I've been so impressed by what Morula is presenting. Still the first quarter, but it really has been, I think, a strong start from the Limpopo-based side.
And Simi, to add to that, it has been strong, but they're setting it up, and Impala's falling for the trap. So what they're doing, they're standing a little bit back in order to force them to either cross over or to stand still or run away from the ball so that they can come in. And what's working nicely is their intercept lines are beautiful because they're fetching, if the wing attack is driving, they're fetching it at that 45 degrees. So they're not going flat on the body. So they're waiting for you to come in here, and then they're going for it. It's a setup. It's setting up, and it's brilliant teamwork, and it's a clever coaching, clever playing.
Yep. So 6 goals separating these two sides.
Oh, Ngubeni.
Yeah. She's on the pounce, always on high alert.
But not in the goal circle. You're not allowed wing defense.
Yep, she does need to watch out for that. But I mean, look at this. They're sandwiching Lichalelo, and that's the beauty of unit defense. They're very clear about what it is that they need to do, and turning that ball incredibly well. But look at that, an absolute cracker of performance coming from Uliseti Masika. She's been turning good ball for Impala.
She has, Sami, she has, but they need to utilize it. So can you see what I mean by they're running away? So they're coming from behind instead of attacking the ball from the front. So everybody's coming from behind and trying to go. So what's happening is when they come from behind and trying to attack, that defense is coming with those beautiful intercept lines and getting those balls. She needs to convert.
So what's also happened in this match is that, the two shooters of Impala, Esther Hayson and Sichedi, have been out of action for a long time. So you also lose your rhythm. You also lose your shooting confidence. And we're starting to see them a little bit rattled. And that is because they are being smothered by Ngobeni and Ulitswalo.
Yes, Sami, you missed that. One of your favorites when goal shooters intercept balls.
Yeah, I always get excited about that.
She's been, like you say, she's been out of action. She was out of action for too long. So when a ball came, she's like, interception, I want to play.
So double-digit break for Morula under 18 as they reach 10 goals. Yeah, everybody's challenging, everybody's contesting. I mean, look at this. The center of Morula, Moloko Mokwala, just waiting in there, and unfortunately, handling error called against Scobert.
She just couldn't hang on to it, Sims. Simi, and for me, what's happening with the attack, that's why they caught running away. So what Marula is doing is pushing them to the front. So what they're doing, they're all congested in there. Instead of, we always say when we teach from basic, to say the goal attack and the wing attack, once the ball has been, it's now in your defending third. Do not go past the center circle. Go further back to allow yourself to be able to drive in. If all of you guys are there, there's nobody to pass to and there's nobody going forward. Because the goal defense and the wing defense, they want square passes. And you guys are there fetching, but where's the defense? The defense is right there. So what is that defense of Marula doing? If they're going high up, they're pushing them high up so that they keep the ball there, and if they run away, then there's the intercepts for them. So what they should try and do is the goal attack and the wing attack need to make sure at a center pass, not at a center pass, when the ball is on the goal line, they stand further away from the center circle to allow themselves the space to drive.
Yeah, so it is all about space creation and, always being on your toes and thinking about the next move, the next piece of play. But we are at the end of that first quarter, and it really was an impressive and a highly impressive first quarter performance coming through from the Marula under 18 side. And just to confirm that it was an 8-goal difference at the end of the first quarter, and Impala still struggling to get their foot off the accelerator. But we'll try and zoom in and see if we're able to catch a glimpse of what it is the coach is saying to his troops.
Plays the ball. Let's avoid these high balls. They all have height. Okay, so we're not going to achieve anything with that. We are definitely not going to achieve anything with them. So let's avoid that direct passes. Every time when she has the ball, you know what you do? Give her option. Come out, give her that ball. Okay, that's all we need to do. Difference, we're working. But then he said, you're allowing her to actually crowd you, okay? You're allowing her to control you. What I need you to do,
Yeah, quite an animated looking head coach for Impala, trying to get the troops to stay into this game. But it is a 10-3 goal difference at the end of the first quarter, with Marula enjoying a 7-goal lead. But do stay with us. We will be right back after this short break.
You're doing the outside arm, like from the outside. So you're doing this and then it's off. I need you in the center, set middle jab. They will be on the inside, reveal it, both of you, there on the inside of your players, pushing them to the outside. You check for the middle channel, because either one of them are going to roll and come back into the middle, or you stop your center from driving.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
11-3, I beg your pardon, is how we close things off at the end of the first quarter, with a dominant start from Marula's under 18 side. So it is all eyes on Impala to see, are they able to stay in this game, Nikki? And we did speak about it a little bit during the break, about what is it that they could potentially do, to try and bridge the gap. That margin, you saw a highly animated coach, trying to speak to his troops. And what is it that he could possibly be saying to the team?
Honestly, Sims, I think he was probably talking about their attacking and how they can drive the ball into that circle in order to make sure that they're attacking the ball, because they're playing everything into the defender's hands. And with the hand gestures that he was using, it seemed like he was talking about moving space, faking a ball whenever, and the faking will work with these defenders, because they'll go for the ball the first time. Remember, they like going for those long intercepts. So they're going to go for those intercepts. You fake the ball, she goes wah into your attacking third.
Yeah, and perhaps bounce pass here and there. I just feel as if those long passes are not going to work. And the creativity is not coming through. because literally, I mean, if you bounce the ball in, it would still be I want to say a tall order, but you know, contrary to that, it would be a huge task to expect the two keepers to go all the way to ground level. It's not easy to defend that.
It's a long way down when you're tall. It's a long way down, so the shorter people will get there quickly because in terms of gravity, they're closer to it. Try it. It can, you know, it won't work. Oh, it won't hurt. Beautiful. That's a beautiful intercept there, but it played right into her hands. You see, for me, the goal attack is too high up. That's why she has to play it back. There's nobody to pass to in front. So we always say a square comes from behind. So if you need a square pass, square from behind. Square from in front is not necessarily wrong, but you come and you square in front, then who are you going to pass to? You're not giving yourself an option to pass to anybody there in front. Oh, she had read that, but just mistimed it slightly.
Yeah, it was slightly mistimed. But again, you know, we see quite a starking difference between these two teams, because if you look at how Marula is bringing the ball down court, the court is open. You know, they're able to sneak in that long-range pass. And then if they have to play 2 or 3 short passes, then they do that. But I think there's a lot of creativity, whereas if you look at Impala is being forced to the one side or the one channel, and all of them are falling for the trap.
Absolutely, Sami. And I think it's what we call attacking lines. They open up the court, they know what the attacking lines look like. It's not, I catch a ball and then I just pass to anybody. I catch a ball and I pass to anybody. So I don't remember if we'd last spoken about this, and it was in terms of when you're attacking, you need to look at 2 passes ahead. So if I pass the ball to you backwards, what now? That means I must dodge. Who's fetching the ball? We don't have that clear direction. And moving down courts, our lines are looking all over the place. We don't have any lines. Everything is just scribble. I'm passing to the next person who's sort of free. No clear leads coming in, no clear direction of where we're going after that. So even if you have to do a short, you know where your shorts are coming in. Maybe the short drive is coming from the side, and then I give and go, maybe have a square, you understand, give you a square, and then another thing is coming. So clear structure. Attack also needs structure in order to get it down.
Yeah, certainly there has to be structure. On the attacking side. I mean, even defensively, you know, it is, netball is quite a structured game, even though people may think it doesn't look like it. But there's a lot of, you know, textbook, I think, execution and ideas that are always, you know, well, instilled to the players. So it's not just a case of luck, just keep moving, and then you may end up in the right place. No, it is quite well thought out.
Yeah, Sims. So, and with that thinking out, it's like every sport. There's certain third place or ideologies behind it. But the way you attack is differently, but we all know we need to attack. So some people might attack short, fast, swift. Some people might say long, swing it over every now and then. But everybody can still make full use of the courts. And what I've just noticed with the Impala team, their defensive unit is actually working. While it's going to the Marula side, it's not that easy. They have to play it back a few times, so that defensive unit is actually working. We just need the attack to settle down and just finish it off.
Yeah, so unfortunately a contact called against Lichalelo Sichedi, the goal attack of Impala. I think she was trying to break away from the Shamangobeni web, but in the process then got called out for a contact. So it is 14 goals for Marula. They are leading by 10.
There's a bit of that defensive pressure, but for me, they must be consistent. So when they start off the quarter, it's like they remember what they've been told, and then habit tends to kick in. And I mean, I can understand. I mean, these are provincial teams. We haven't had a lot of netball, so some of them have come from schools netball, but the teams probably have had less than a month together. And you know, with school and everything that's happening, some of them might not have had as much practice time together. And you know, you come from different schools and you're going to be part of a province, so you already come from different types of playing. So it's also going to be about the adjustment and learning agility of the players, how quickly they adjust, how quickly they learn, how quickly they take instructions, you know. But it all comes with time.
It does come with time, but what a super shot there taken by MJ Ravele, the goal shoot of Marula. She's got 2 on her, fearless in the shooting circle. And you know, her movement for me is so well thought out, Nikki, because she had two defenders, both in the left and the right hand side. Had she tried to move on either side, she would have been called it for contact. So the easiest for her was to come forward and come fetch the ball. So those basics are still drummed in, instilled in Ravele, and really I love watching that play out.
Oh yes, and the composure. She's like, okay, I've got two, they're on either side, I fetch the ball. You're so right, Simi. She's not making life difficult for herself. Oh, I thought she had saved that, but she's been called for out of court.
Yeah, so it is Impala back on the attack. They are struggling in the second quarter, trailing by 12.
Goal attack is too high up for me, Simi. She's camping on the defensive end. They can't use her in order for to get that particular drive. There's that cross ball, never ever gonna happen. It's just unfortunate that she was called for a stepping error, but that cross ball is never going to happen. Our goalkeeper, she's a hunting player, so she hunts and she looks for that, and that's food for her.
So just only 5 minutes remaining as we make our way to that halfway mark. And Marula just continuing with a force on court, trying to make things difficult for Impala. I think they've done a super job in terms of how they've started, how they've showed up in this match.
Oh, yes, they have, Sami. And then just commenting again on the defense of Impala. That defensive unit is working. And you say defense, you'll get turnovers when you keep pressure, and work rate. So you tip, you chase, you tip, you chase. And that's what ended up happening for them. Good work between our goalkeeper now and our goal defense.
Yeah, it's always about that consistency, right? All the time, if you continue chipping away, you may get, lucky the fourth or fifth time around. So you just have to continue working hard, and the results will definitely come through.
Now it's up to the attacking end just to seal it. Can they move? So the goal shooter needs somebody to pass to, but you have your wing attack and your center standing still. Like, who must she pass to? So we even said it earlier in one of the games. Just if you have a bit of movement, you need to help. The goal shooter is coming out all the way in the circle. She mainly belongs in the circle because she needs to shoot. So you need to help her get herself in, make yourself available.
Oh, that's good hands there. Coming through from Impala's defensive duo.
That's Melissa Erasmus.
But Marula's Ratilwe also responds with a great take. It's really been a show of the defenders in this match so far. And I think, as much as Impala has been turning good ball, what's been a standout for me again is that defensive trio of Marula. I mean, look at that. You get a deflection in coming from Adams and Ngobeni right there to pick it up. And that's the teamwork we're talking about. And then Erasmus gets into the mix of things yet again.
Simi, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And if the attackers knew how hard it is to work hard for a ball and defend it, then maybe we must just swap them for a quarter or two, and then they see, okay, we'll reward you. And that was unfortunate. I think she just stepped forward slightly, so her initial takeoff would have been fine for that obstruction and her timing. She just, her foot was just, when she shortened it distant a little bit when she was jumping it. See, everybody's running away. You've got Ngobeni and Adams going for the same ball. How are you going to get it through to past two of them?
Yeah, you definitely, I think, putting yourselves under tremendous pressure, unnecessarily so. And the point you're making, leaves me to wonder, if you've got two defenders going for the same attacker, where is the other attacker? Because surely there's somebody on court that is unmarked, and that's who you should be looking for.
Absolutely, Simi. So, meaning your vision of the court, you deciding, I want to pass here, so no matter what happens, that's where I must pass. That person must try and get free, not thinking, man, somebody's missing somewhere, so let me pass there. Or if you can't pass it to her directly because it's going to be a long pass, reset to somebody who's closer, and then it comes in.
Yeah, indeed. And Marula currently sitting 20 goals, so 4 times more what Impala has scored so far in this match. I mean, I think we can safely say, you know, it is a one-sided affair. And not because of any complacency coming through from Marula, but I just think they're more efficient, they're more clinical, and you know, they really, I think, just executing their game plan, leveraging off their strengths, and really that's what you know, has been a standard for me, I think, in the second quarter as well. And Impala still, you know, grappling with how do we break through these defenders. I mean, look at that, Adams, hands up, chasing that ball. I mean, what else could you want as a coach?
Yeah, if the coach was flooring them, I'd be like, but why? You know, because they're actually executing. You can see the game plan, and you can see they're actually doing some of their basics well. If somebody in front is not coming, somebody square is helping me. If somebody in front is not driving, I'm going square. Somebody square is helping me.
But also look, I mean, how high up Ngobeni and Adams are. They're not just, you know, strong on the defensive side of things. They're coming out for the attack. They're supporting the team and just being an additional, you know, source of attacking options for the rest of the team. But we do get to the halfway mark. It is a bruising first half for Impala. I mean, they're really trying. They're giving it everything they've got. But honestly, I think Marula has come out in this clash and shooting the light out on all fronts. So it is a 23 versus a 5 result at the halfway mark for Marula. They are undoubtedly the stronger side and cementing their dominance. But we are only halfway, and do stay with us as we continue to bring
It's a GK, ne? Back in GK. Yeah. Switch with it. Okay, guys, listen. Come here. Leave the score alone. It's okay. Let's enjoy netball. Let's play netball, okay? What we're doing at the moment, we're playing because we're busy looking at the scoreboard. Let's leave the scoreboard, okay? Let's focus on our game. At this point, the playing is a bit scared. Kali, the playing is a bit scared. Let's not do that, okay? Let's play our goal. Let's play our goal line. I've been screaming, no high goals. We're still playing those high goals. Because they're told we can jump, okay? Let's come out and get those balls.
MJ.
Try and change positions of what it is. I know it's fine. I'm not crossing, but I believe in you and I know you. So I want you to relax and I want you to enjoy it. But I said, not just promise me that.
I understand. But whenever I stay.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Halfway is exactly where we're at in the final clash of day 2 of the Telkom Netball Championships. It is Marula that has a dominant lead in this match, and Impala having no response yet whatsoever going into this third quarter. Nikki, I mean, we spoke about, just what a well-oiled machine the Marula side has been, but what is it that Impala could possibly do or try going into the third quarter?
Simi, I think just keeping it basic, it's the attacking end that they need to rectify. And what does that mean? They need to help attack the ball and keep it in play and just fetch it. As we see, it was their center pass. The attack is just not working. So it's just their feeds. What they need to do, just bit by bit, close down that score margin. And how do you close it down? Let's try and keep our center passes. So what is our objective? Okay, if our goal is let's keep our center passes or build it. Let's just see who's the leads that are coming through in every now and then you understand, then the goal starts ticking. Then it's a different story.
Yeah, and I think also, looking on, we're spotting a couple of changes that have been made by both coaches, but obviously the motivation behind it would be very different. For Marula, perhaps, bringing in a different combination, trying some fresh legs, and I think for Impala, desperately trying to find that combination that's able to counter, the wrath of the Marula side. But we haven't really seen, who it is or what it is that can make that difference. I mean, look at that. They still continue to force those high balls into that shooting circle, and there's not a chance because when you've got the likes of Uriradilwe, that ball is not going to break through her web.
It's never going to break through her web, Simi. And what I've noticed, if it's correct, I just see with Impala, they've moved Esterhazen into the goalkeeper position. And our previous goalkeeper, I think is it Erasmus? She's gone now into the goal shooter position. I think what the coach is trying to get is just get maybe a standing shooter or somebody who's got that height that they can feed the ball into. But for me, it's more create that moving circle. You see, they're all standing still. Everybody's going flat. So they're closing themselves in. Held ball.
Yeah, so it is pressure all round for Impala, and still not able to make things count. I mean, held ball effectively is, credit to the entire team as a unit for making sure that there were no options available and shutting down all possible opportunities.
Yes, and with doing that means you guys obviously are working as a team, and when you get held balls, you guys are going to actually realize that strategy is working. That strategy is working because you're getting the results for that. That's very good. So nice fly in. So she's reading it. If she could just keep her hands on it. So she's reading those intercepts and those feeds in, and Ulisedi is just driving in order to collect them. They just need to communicate a bit because the defense combo is now changed. So they just need to at least communicate a bit, because sometimes what happens is after you've been working defensively together, you guys automatically know if it's going this side, who's going where. But it's a different defense combo, so they need to check that it does. Okay, that's a good opening of the court, but now everybody runs to one side. And Simi, they're not running towards the ball, they're actually running flat out. So you actually need to run towards the ball. And
it's a bit of a tight one there for Impala. Unfortunately, we are 3.5 minutes into the third quarter. They've not been able to secure a goal yet in this quarter, and it just tells you exactly, everything that you've mentioned around their defensive work. I mean, look at that. They're falling for that trap all the time. It just it baffles me, Nikki. I don't know, how we can get it across to them, maybe virtually, to say it doesn't work. Stop forcing in those long-range passes. Bounce it in. Be creative. Come and fetch.
I think the coach probably said it. I can tell you they probably said it. It's like, when you have kids, you're like, my children, please listen. Just try it. Let's just see, try it. And let's see what happens. And Simi, for that, I was just also thinking in terms of attacking, we just said fetching the ball. And what we realize is when we say the ball can travel straight. You know, you don't want those long diagonals. But what we forget is that in order for you to attack, you must actually be able to work at angles. Meaning, if the ball is on that other side, how you fetch it, you don't just fetch running straight. You need to fetch across. Your body must run at an angle to be able to receive a nice straight pass. I was actually thinking in Afrikaans because they say rachet pala. So nice straight pass, so you're driving across, so your body can move at an angle, you know, and then just in order for you to go for that pass. So if you're moving angles and you're creating angles, that's when you're able to cut your defense out. You're able to cut your defense out, and they're not following you because you're running flat. So running, if the ball goes on one side and you all run flat towards the other side, there's no way you're going to get the ball. So if it goes across, run across to the other side, but at an angle in order to fetch and run towards the ball.
Yeah, and so we do have the confirmation of those changes, Nikki, and perhaps just to talk through them a little bit. So 2 or 3 more, I think, introductions with Anisipo, Dalelo that comes in the third quarter for Impala, and then you've got Tutlotlo Marumo also in the third quarter, and really, I think those are only 2 changes, but I think what has been standing out for me is the fact that every single quarter, you know, the head coach has made a change and nothing really yielding the desired effect. And then for Morula, only 2 changes up in the mid-court, and I want to get your thoughts around that because we do know that Morula is the dominant side with a 28-goal lead, but the changes coming up in the center with Urivoningo coming in, as well as Moloko on wing defender.
Simi, the teams are playing well. The circles are very solid, so she won't change that. But remember, you have players also on the court. Everybody needs to at least play about 50% of their games. Why not give them a chance, give them a run? And the people coming off, it's also a good conversation to have that. No, it's not that you did anything wrong, and no, you guys go on. Yes, let's maintain the momentum, and the momentum is being maintained. So nothing wrong. Keep it going.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And it's never really about, you know, I love the fact that you mentioned that. It's never really about something being done wrong or incorrectly. I mean, yes, it does happen at times, but, you know, there's always different considerations. You talk about the fact that all the players here will get court time, and I think that is important. Gone are the days where players travel just to occupy the bench. They have to have court time, so as coaches are making their selections, they must take that into consideration. And then number 2, you have to always be thinking about your position. You know, which combination may work better? Do I want height in the circle, or do I want a lot more mobility? And all of those considerations will be something that the coach has thought about.
Yes, Simi, and you know what's the weirdest thing as a coach? Oh, that was a beautiful take.
Yeah.
Beautiful safe hands take. You can see she's a defender. Defenders can keep the ball in their hands. That's a beautiful take, and she rewards herself with a goal. Simi, getting back to what you're saying in terms of the players, it helps a coach. Sometimes you practice at home and you think this is the combination that works. You get on court, and then there's kids who surprise you, and then there's some kids who don't really measure up, and then there's some kids who something happened on court and then you needed them to show up somewhere else, and they're showing you things that they never even knew they had. So it's also very good for a coach to be able to see that, identify it. You get to try your players out, and that's why you do have the 10. To see what's happening, and you find a team that has a different strategy, and somebody who's normally your strongest player cannot withhold that pressure, and somebody who nobody thought of just quietly gets along and shows everybody flames. So it is player management, and give everybody a chance. I honestly believe when you give those people a chance and you let them play, when it comes towards your finals, you know who's going to do what because you've seen them. You've put them under pressure, you've seen them, and now you don't have to think, oh my gosh, now I must fit this person in, because subconsciously then you make them feel like, hey, I'm not good enough. But you forget that they're the 10 that you chose from that province, who've made it from their school, they were one of the best, from their area they were one of the best, from their district they were one of the best. When they come to this level, yes, obviously maybe they might need to raise up, but nobody wants to feel like, I'm just sitting here, I'm not good enough. So give them court time here, give them court time there. Kids will show you flames, I'm telling you, which is what I get excited about.
And it's all about trust at the end of the day, and really I think, you know, reinforcing or instilling that culture of I do know that you've got what it takes. But looking back in this game, then unfortunately
Impala just not able to make it count. And we spoke about this and saying they are getting the ball through to the circle, but really I think they're not setting themselves up. But this is a good pickup. Hopefully they'll be able to make it count.
Yes, Simi, I think some passages of their attack is starting to look a lot better. It's starting to look a lot better because now it's coming into the goal shooting circle, and then the patience comes in. There we go. That's a beautiful turn. That's what you needed to happen. That there must be more movement instead of everybody being stagnant in that shooting circle. But you guys need to convert, eh?
Yep, that's a good challenge in that circle, and I agree with you, they do have to convert, but we saw a nice battle up in that circle, and Litwalo being called out for contact, and great finish off there by Esther Hayson, the goal shoot of Impala. This is how they need to chip away. So this is how they need to continue chipping away. So we see now that it is Esther Hayson. Actually, she has moved from the goal defense position, and now she's taken on that goal keep responsibility. So she was called out there for a little bit of contact. So 29 goal difference is where we are at the moment, and honestly I think tough day in the office for the Impala under 18 side, but you know what, at the end of the day they get a real taste, a real sense of what it is to face up some of these top tips. And I mean, I'm one of those that I don't think I was familiar or understood the depth that actually lies in some of these provinces, because we've been so used to covering the senior teams. And for me to come here and witness, you know, how Morula's doing. We spoke about Potch Gymnasium at the SA schools as well, you know, just a few days ago, and just saying some of these provinces are just exceptional. They are phenomenal. But I think it bodes the question of what happens then from high school transitioning into that university level and then to a senior level, and those are things we need to start unpacking.
Yes, Simi, like that's what I'm saying. I think I'll say it, I'll probably, people will get bored of me saying I love schools netball, because you don't understand, especially the junior levels, that the depth that's in all the different provinces. You never know what's happening in each province, and everybody's showing up in ways that you were never expecting.
Yeah, certainly. I think I've been blown off my seat completely by this world-class performance from Morula under 18 side. And just to confirm that score, as we do get to the end of the third quarter, it is a 30-goal lead for Morula. Really incredible stuff that we are seeing from the Limpopo-based side. So only one quarter remaining in day 2 of the Telkom Netball Champs. Do stay with us, and we'll be back straight after this break.
You're stopping and lunging instead of getting your second foot with your hand. Then you take that one every time. Okay? You understand? Hey. Yeah.
You just tell her.
There's not it's a little bit.
Okay. If not, if you get it, it's okay.
We can do it. Nida, you're working there. You're working very, 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 very hard. We're getting all those balls, but in the middle of the top, we're losing them. Why? Because placement. So we saw it, let's fix it. Okay? We saw it, let's fix it. Okay. let's not let it to get fed and all that. Okay, let's go out there and have fun. All right, come on, girl. Come on. Impalas in 3. Impalas! Yes!
We're all ready and set for the last quarter action and day 2 of the Telkom Netball Champs, and a really strong start, retained consistency, and I think, you know, just showing how much of a world-class team Morula has been, Nikki, in this clash. I mean, they, you know, hit the ground running. They maintained it for the full 3 quarters, and you know, some teams do get complacent when they know that they're up ahead, but for me, really, I think Morula has just been a standout, a cut above the rest in terms of how they're consistently showing up and especially closing off in this match.
Yes, Samir, and for me, I think I'll call it respecting the game and respecting your opponents. So I respect you enough that I will give my all every single quarter of the game, no matter how far ahead we are. So some people back home might think, oh, shame, but let them get a goal. No, if we just let you get a goal, you won't know. Oh, sneaky, brilliant. I had to say that. So most people won't know how much work it takes. You know, we can't feel sorry for you. You need to exercise, get ready, you know, do everything that needs to get you to that level. That's how much we respect you, to show you how much more hard work you need to do in order to get that. So by the time that you are at that level, you know you've worked hard. You know nobody felt sorry for you. You made it because you did your hard work. So we respect you enough to be the best version of ourselves the whole time. Because if I just let you, it's like I'm looking down on you.
Yeah.
I'm not looking down on you. You're another netball player. So I'm respecting you. I'm respecting the game of netball, and I'm working to the best of my ability so that we as netball can grow better.
And you know, we talk about a few teams that are able to do that, who play the same, you know, standard of netball despite what the scoreboard looks like. And I think it starts with the coach as well. It's the culture that the coach instills in their players, and really I think we must give credit to the head coach of Morula, because it's discipline and it's that reinforcement as well, and like you said, you know, the utmost respect for your opponent.
And she's all about work rates, like continue working, silently working. Simi, I see an interesting change there, and I actually like the change. It's from Morula. I mean, they're doing well, where you have, I think it's, Odine. She was playing a wing attack, but I've seen at schools level, she actually plays a beautiful goal attack, so it's nice to see what dynamic she can add. She's normally like a long range, far range goal attack with a beautiful work rate. So I'd like to see if she can be able to apply it now at provincial level.
So basically we can pretty much expect another faster paced, charged up quarter with the Swanepoel and Ravele combination, because I was impressed with Ravele. She didn't start this 4th quarter actually, but I think the coach made a quick substitution, so it's going to be exciting to see how Ravele as well as Swanepoel match up in that shooting circle. But we can expect you know, a lot of speed, agility, quick hands, quick releases, and just continuing on that impressive work rate.
Yes, Ami. Looking forward to that. Oh,
that was not a shot. I don't know what Likhalelo was trying to do there, because it wasn't an offload to Erasmus either. But I think that ball, she's laughing. You know, that's all you can do, because she knows that that's not how she would have wanted to take that attempt.
Simi, and I just think I would just like for Impala to, you know, there's scoreboard pressure. I know it happens in cricket, also in netball, scoreboard pressure. Yes, you guys are so far behind. Forget the scoreboard. You know, the nice thing about netball is that you have quarters, guys. So meaning, forget what happened in that quarter. go away and saying, what have we done in this quarter? Because now I'm seeing your defense is walking, where you have Lesedi, who's normally charged up and going across. I know you get tired, but never get tired. Keep working, because you're seeing them walking backwards, allowing the attack to come through. Don't give up. If you're tired and you cannot go on anymore, then let them put a substitution through. So for me, the thing I can't handle on the netball court is just seeing people walk. Work. If not, let's give somebody else on the bench a chance who might not even play that position. But at least they're respecting us enough to play their best version. So let us respect them enough to show, you know what, we're going to stick it out in here.
Yeah, indeed, Nikki. So just over 6 minutes remaining in this match.
But I think it's also the thing of defenses. I'm just going to quote one of the coaches who always used to say, goal defenses become traffic directors. When they're tired, then they tell everybody, left, right, there she is, but I told you that person is coming. They're defending nobody. They're just directing traffic. So goal defenses are very bossy, because normally they can get intercepts, but you say communicate, and they say, no, there's left, she's coming back, there's right. And then when they come into the goalkeeper, they make the goalkeeper move, go there, defend it. But I told you she's coming there. What were you doing, sis?
That's
directing
I
traffic.
thought there was more wing defenders.
No, our wing defenders work.
They work.
They work. It's the goal defense who directs traffic.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And sometimes get into the goalkeeper space, and she's like, she pushes her off so that she can defend there. But I told you she's coming. Oh.
So now I'm going to go and dig up a whole lot of goal defense friends and try and see if there is a personality link to that behavior. But I mean, that's quite an interesting...
Check it. You must check when they're tired. They'll direct traffic. Pointing their hands, and they'll shout. But elas nergens.
Yep, absolutely. Nowhere on court. That is Nikki's call. So we will come back and either confirm or deny what the situation is there as far as goal defenders. I mean, that's quite an interesting topic altogether. But for now, just over 5.5 minutes remaining in this match, and Marula just really, I think they cut above the rest. They have just been playing some really brilliant netball on all fronts. I mean, you can't fault them anyway. And the teamwork, for me, has been the standout.
Yes, that's me. And I mean, I think even the defense re-energizes everybody. Defenders turn because their attackers have a plan, and they keep going.
So here's another attempted goal for Ravele. She's the queen of that circle. She's been dominating. Despite who she's been matching up against, it's almost like that seamless, transition and partnership with the goal attacks. I mean, we talked about the fact that both teams have implemented some changes, driven by different motivation, of course. I mean, look at that. Absolutely exceptional stuff that we are seeing from Marula, and on all fronts yet again.
Simi, they set up those intercepts so beautifully, and Impala is falling for those traps. Gautrain.
It is.
No robot stopping it at all, Gautrain, and it's a bit too easy. It's a bit too easy. We see time called there.
Yep,
time called by Lesedi.
Yep, it is the goal defense calling time. And not much time left. But I wanted to ask you this, Nikki, because, we've been talking about the fact that they haven't really been able to slow down the attacking force of Marula. But what sort of defensive strategy can you do when you know that you're being outrun, you're being outplayed, and anything that you're trying to do, you're just not getting there. You're not able to shut them down. I just feel as if they haven't really exhausted all defensive options that are at their disposal, but what one or two things could Impala have possibly implemented?
So, Simi, they can't run man on man, right? And, girl. Look at you.
Yeah.
Oh, that was phenomenal. I think it's Adams? Yes, that was absolutely phenomenal. You see that work rate and just using your feet, control of the ball. Who says wing defense is not an exciting position? Look.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Yeah, so we're talking about the defensive strategy. You know, what is it they could possibly have tried? Or there's still an opportunity. I mean, there's still 3 days of action, so they could actually try something different should they face themselves in a similar situation.
So for me, Simi, they need to set up a defense strategy, because for now they're working individually. So they're still working individually. Marula is much quicker than them. So man on man, they're going to be outplayed. So if you set up your own defense strategy, so an extreme one that most people would do would be your 1-5-1, right? So meaning the middle, get it very populated, right? So the middle, so that you force them to drive through. But if you're forcing them to drive through, you can't be flat-footed. You need to make sure that if anybody's coming in your channel, you've got that specific person. Anybody coming in your space, you've got that specific person. If it's so crowded here in the middle, then you guys are able to intercept any of the balls, because the ball has to touch the middle. However, that has to happen when everybody works, and they have to do it well, because if it doesn't work, do you understand, it's a long shoe straight pass into the circle. So that means everybody needs to work. Now I'm seeing hands up here. Not everybody has their hands up. When we go up for the ball, we don't ball watch and go up and defend with our eyes. Your hands need to be there. And another way of also doing it is putting pressure on that pass. We underestimate how much the basics would go. If the people are faster than you, what do? It's fine. Go. As soon as they get it, turn around. The first thing that they see is you. They must be able to tell if you've got hair on your tongue, if you've got blue eyes or whatever, because that's how you're creating so much pressure. That's when you'll allow any bad pass and force any bad passes for people to be able to intercept. And that's the basics. So even if you're sticking to your partner, you're not necessarily going man on man, because it's going to take you time. And the reason why I'm going away from the zone defense, because maybe it might take a lot of time to practice. And remember, some of these teams only got selected about a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, you know. But if you practice that, okay, I step back, but whoever's there, we mark spaces. So when a person comes, I still stick in my channel. I don't run after a person who's going all the way across on the other side. So they come on my side, it's my take. In the middle, it's my take. But we communicate from the back. Sort of like a mini diamond setup, that yes, there is pressure on that pass, but if somebody's driving on the left, that's yours. If somebody cuts across in front, I'm going there. But you need to, that one you still need to work up until the end, but that's the easiest form of defense that you can do, no matter how quick the team is.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of ideas and insights coming through from Nikki in terms of, you know, what it is that Impala could possibly look at implementing, because like I said, I mean, Marula has done exceptionally well. They've kept that conversion rate high. Yesterday they scored 61, 14 against Ikude. Today, you know, we're looking at another huge score with them sitting in the mid-50s, and Impala still below the double-digit mark. So it just tells you, you know, the kind of team they are. They're quick on the attacking side, they're quick on the conversion side of things, and always want to make sure that the opposition doesn't get a sniff in that goal shooting circle. But that is it for us at the Telkom Netball Championships, as we are nearing the end of this clash. But really, it was a world-class performance for Marula, and Impala yet again, I think, you know, struggling with every single opportunity. But I mean, that's a positive finish from Ulikhalelo Sitedi, who I think, you know, has given it everything she has, but it really has been a tough day at the office. So this is the B section in that under 18 area, but it's not really about strength, or it's a B pool rather, right? So it's not really about strength, but just more about how the teams have been allocated. And Marula was sitting top of that log, and they continue to retain their position, you know, just given what a world-class performance they have certainly delivered this afternoon.
They've been brilliant to me. They've been brilliant. So we're still running a bit of extra time. Remember, the quarter's running its own time. Now we are done because of that injury.
Yeah, there was a bit of an injury time there. So we are at the end of this match. It really, I think, has been an exciting match. I mean, despite what the end result was. But if you did miss it, or all of it, here's the confirmation of the score at the end of the match. It is a 53 result versus 9 of Impala, and Marula undoubtedly the superstars in this match. They really, I think, were world class on all elements, and probably one of the few teams that have a good balance on the defensive side of things, as well as right up into the shooting circle. But to close us off on the last game of the day, we're going to take it back to Andy Mahamba courtside just to give us a catch up with the players for the post-match interviews.
Thank you very much to our commentary team, Simim Daga and Nikki Sono. So that's how we end off the day 2 action at the Telkom Netball Champs. It was a resounding victory in the end. And of course, that victory going the side of the Gauteng side as they face off against Impala. I'm joined by Shimang Gubeni, of course, of the side here. To chat about your team's performance. Come a little bit closer. I promise you I don't bite. And you can also take off your mask. Awesome. So let's speak about your team's performance. So before we get to the team, you on a personal level, of course, coming from the DSTV schools with Ben Forster and coming into this competition, how's the body?
I have a lot of injuries, but I think it was great experience, and I feel so great, and I feel like it's good. I don't feel anything bad. I feel like it's good improvement, and I'm doing great.
Now, looking at how your teams performed here today, where do you think you were clinical? Of course, from the beginning, you just had your foot on the accelerator, never really letting it go. But looking at perhaps the difference between the two sides, what would you say that was?
I think we just lost intensity here and there, but I feel like we played well, and I'm proud of the defense side. Of course, it was amazing, as well as our shooters. I think everybody played well. We can just improve here and there.
And speaking about everybody, you're one of the teams that have been rotating quite regularly, giving everyone court time and making sure that you get everybody up to speed. How does it feel knowing that you have a full bench of players that can come on court and not just the starting 7?
It's very amazing, because you know that even if somebody gets an injury, there's somebody else who can take the place, and it's not that it's replacement, it's somebody doing their job, and it's very amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Of course, the victory going the side of the Limpopo side, as I'm going to be joined now by a player, Melissa, from the Impala from the Northwest. Melissa, thank you for your time. Are things not going well for your side? Only 9 goals in this particular game, but you knew it was going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, definitely. We prepared ourselves, going to be difficult, but yeah, we're going to take it on tomorrow and make it difference.
And looking at how you guys can keep yourselves motivated, of course, not the best of results, but the good thing is there's still more games to come, still a chance to turn things around.
Ja, definitief. Ons coach het baie hard met ons gepraat. Ons is weer positief. Ons gaan die bietjie team talk hê en net bietjie aanvat wat ons verkeerd gedoen het, maar ons gaan werk aan ons foute en net fokus op môre.
And what did your coach say?
Ja, ons is oral in mekaar se spasies. Ons kommunikeer nie met mekaar nie. Maar ja, it's little things that we can fix.
Hard luck. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Of course, that is Melissa Erasmus from the Impala side saying coach had very stern words for them in terms of them improving their communication on court and making sure that they're able to take care of their ball as well. Fortunately, not able to get the result here, completely outplayed in this particular game, and that's how we're going to end off our day 2 action for the Netball Champs. Proudly brought to you by Telkom, of course. It is the TNC, and we're going to be signing out from Hoërskool Waterkloof, but we're back again bright and early tomorrow, so make sure you join us. 8 o'clock is when the first game does start for the day's action, so do make sure you rejoin us and do join the Telkom Netball Champs. For myself, Andy Mahamba, and the team, it's goodbye for now. We'll see you tomorrow.